Penguin Random House Audio presents The Heaven and Earth Grocery Store, a novel, by James McBride. Read for you by Dominic Hoffman. To Sai Friend, who taught all of us the meaning of Tikkun Olam. Part 1. Gone. Chapter 1. The Hurricane. There was an old Jew who lived at the site of the old synagogue up on Chicken Hill in the town of Pottstown, Pennsylvania. And when Pennsylvania State Troopers found a skeleton at the bottom of an old well off Hayes Street, the old Jew's house was the first place they went to. This was in June 1972, the day after a developer tore up the Hayes Street lot to make way for a new townhouse development. "We found a belt buckle and a pendant in the well," the cop said, "and some old threads from a red costume or jacket. That's what the lab shows." They produced a piece of jewelry, handed it to him, and asked what it was. "A mezuzah," the old man said. "It matches the one on the door," the cop said. "Don't these things belong on doors?" The old man shrugged. "Jewish life is portable," he said. The inscription on the back says, "Home of the greatest dancer in the world." It's in Hebrew. You speak Hebrew? Do I look like I speak Swahili? Answer the question, you speak Hebrew or not? I bang my head against it sometimes. And you're Malachi the dancer, right? That's what they say around here. They say you're a great dancer. Used to be. I gave that up 40 years ago. What about the mezuzah? It matches the one here. Wasn't this the Jewish temple? It was. Who owns it now? Who owns everything around here, the old man said. He nodded at the immense gleaming private school seen through the dim window, the Tucker School. It sat proudly atop the hill behind wrought iron gates, with smooth lawns, tennis courts, and shiny classroom buildings, a monstrous bastion of arrogant elegance, glowing like a phoenix above the ramshackle neighborhood of Chicken Hill. "They've been trying to buy me out for 30 years, the old man said. He grinned at the cops, but he was practically toothless, save for a single yellow tooth that hung like a clump of butter from his top gum, which made him look like an aardvark. "You're a suspect," they said. Suspect, he said with a shrug. He was well north of 80, wearing an old gray vest, a rumpled white shirt, holding several old pens in the vest pocket, a wrinkled talus around his shoulders, and equally rumpled old pants, but when he reached inside his pants pocket, his gnarled hands moved with such deftness and speed that the state troopers, who spend most days ticketing tractor trailers on nearby Interstate 76, and impressing pretty housewives during traffic stops with their bubblegum lights and stern lectures about public safety, panicked and stepped back, their hands on their weapons. But the old man produced nothing more than several pens. He offered the cops one. "No thanks," they said. They milled around for a while longer and eventually left, promising to return after they pulled the skeleton out of the well and studied the potential murder scene some more. They never did, though, because the next day God wrapped his hands around Chicken Hill and wrung his last bit of justice out of that wretched place. Hurricane Agnes came along and knocked the power out of 4 counties. The nearby Schuylkill River rose to a height of 7 feet. To hear the old black women of Chicken Hill tell it, white folks was jumping off their rooftops in Pottstown like they was on the Titanic. All those fancy homes down there were swept away like dust. That storm killed everything it touched, drowned every man, woman, and child that come near it, wrecked bridges, knocked down factories, tore up farms. That thing caused millions in damages. Millions and millions. That's white folks' language. Millions and millions. Well, for us colored folks on the hill, it was just another day of dodging the white man's evil. As for the old Jew and his kind that was on this hill, they got all their time back from them that stole everything from 'em. And the Jew lady they wronged, Miss Shona, she got her justice too. For the King of Kings fixed her up for all the good things she done, lifted her up, and filled up her dreams in an instant in only the way he can. That evil fool who called himself Son of Man, he's long gone from this country. And that boy Dodo, the deaf one, he's yet living. They put that whole camp up there in Montgomery County now on account of him. The Jews did. Theater owners, they was. God bless 'em. And them cops and big-time muckety-mucks that was running behind them Jews for the body they found in that old well, they can't find a speck against 'em now. For God took the whole business. The water well, the reservoir, the dairy, the skeleton, and every itty-bitty thing they could have used against them Jews, and washed it clear into the Manatawny Creek. And from there, every single bit of that who shot John nonsense got throwed into the Schuylkill. And from there, it flowed into the Chesapeake Bay down in Maryland, and from there out to the Atlantic, and that's where the bones of that rotten scoundrel whose name is not worthy to be called by my lips is floating to this day, at the bottom of the ocean, with the fish picking his bones, and the devil keeping score. As for old Malachi, the cops never did find him. They come back for him after the hurricane business died away, but he was long gone. Left a sunflower or two in the yard, and that's it. Old Mr. Malachi got off clean. He was the last of 'em. The last of the Jews round here. That fellow was a wizard. He was something. He could dance, too. Lord, that man was magic. Mazel tov, honey. Chapter 2. A Bad Sign. 47 years before construction workers discovered the skeleton in the old farmer's well on Chicken Hill, a Jewish theater manager in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, named Moshe Ludlow, had a vision about Moses. Moshe had this vision on a Monday morning in February as he was cleaning out the remnants of a Chick Webb one-night stand at his tiny all-American dance hall and theater on Main Street. Webb and his roaring 12-piece band was the greatest musical event Moshe had ever witnessed in his life, except for the weekend he managed to lure Mickey Katz, the brilliant but temperamental Yiddish genius of klezmer music, out of Cleveland to play a full weekend of family fun and Yiddish frolic at Moshe's All-American Dance Hall and Theater 2 months before. Now, that was something. Katz, the kid wizard of clarinet, and his newly formed 7-piece ensemble braved a furious December snowstorm that dropped 14 inches in the eastern Pennsylvania mountains to make it to the gig. And thanks to blessed God, they had. Because Moshe counted 249 Jewish shoe salesmen, shop owners, tailors, blacksmiths, railroad painters, deli owners, and their wives from 5 different states, including upstate New York and Maine, who came to the event. There were even 4 couples from Tennessee who drove through the Blue Ridge Mountains for 3 days, eating cheese and eggs, unable to keep kosher on the Sabbath, just to be with their fellow Yids, and right before Hanukkah, for which they all should be at home lighting candles for 8 days. Not to mention one of the husbands was a fanatic and believed that the fast of Tisha B'Av, normally celebrated in July or August, should be celebrated twice a year instead of once, which meant staying home every December and starving and peppering the walls with pictures of flowers for 3 weeks straight as a show of thanks to the Creator for his generosity in helping the Jewish people of Eastern Europe escape the pogroms, for the relative peace and prosperity of America's promised land. Thanks to him and the weather, all 4 couples were in a foul mood once they arrived, having squeezed into 2 ancient Packards, one of which had no heat, and driven through the savage snowstorm. They announced plans to leave immediately when they heard talk of more snow, but Moshe talked them out of it. That was his gift. Moshe could talk the horns off the devil's head. "How many times in life does one get to hear a young genius?" he said to them. "It will be the greatest event of your life." He led them to his pocket-sized room in a boarding house on Chicken Hill, a tiny area of ramshackle houses and dirt roads where the town's blacks, Jews, and immigrant whites, who couldn't afford any better, lived. Set them before his warm wood stove, filled them with warm iced tea and gefilte fish, and amused them with the story of his Romanian grandmother who jumped out a window to avoid marrying a Haskalah Jew, only to land atop a Hasidic rabbi from Austria. "She knocked him to the mud," he exclaimed. When he looked up, she was reading his palm. So they got married. That brought smirks and chuckles to their faces, because everyone knew the Romanians were crazy. With their laughter ringing in his ears, he rushed back to the crowd who waited anxiously in the snow for the theater doors to open. As Moshe made his way down the muddy roads of Chicken Hill to his theater on Main Street, his heart sank. The makeshift line that had formed an hour before had exploded into a mob of close to 300. Moreover, he was informed that the temperamental genius Katz had arrived but was inside the theater in a foul mood, having braved the terrible storm, and was now threatening to leave. Moshe raced inside and found to his relief that his always dependable helper, an old colored man named Nate Timblin, had settled Katz and his band backstage before the warm wood stove, serving them hot tea in water glasses, fresh kosher eggs, gefilte fish, and challah bread, all neatly laid out buffet style. The young Katz seemed pleased and announced that he and his band would set up as soon as they finished eating. From there, Moshe went back outside to stall the waiting crowd. When he saw that more people were coming, stragglers rushing from the train station carrying satchels and suitcases, he grabbed a stepladder and climbed atop it to address them all. He had never seen so many Jews in one place in America in his life. The reform snobs from Philadelphia were there in button-down shirts, standing next to ironworkers from Pittsburgh, who crowded against socialist railroad men from Reading wearing caps bearing the Pennsylvania Railroad logo, who stood shoulder to shoulder with coal miners with darkened faces from Uniontown and Spring City. Some were with wives, others were with women who, given their fur coats, leather boots, and dazzling hairdos, were not wives at all. One fellow was accompanied by a blond goy, 6 inches taller than him, clad in gay Irish green, complete with a hat that looked like a cross between a clover leaf and the spikes on the Statue of Liberty's crown. Some yammered in German, others chatted in Yiddish. Some yelled in a Bavarian dialect, others spoke Polish. When Moshe announced there would be a short delay, the crowd grew more restless. A handsome young Hasid in a kaftan and fur hat, bearing a gunny sack, his curly hair jammed into the hat he wore cocked to the side as if it were a fedora, announced he had come all the way from Pittsburgh and would not dance with a woman at all, which caused laughter and a few harsh words, some of them in German, about Polish morons dressing like greenhorns. Moshe was flummoxed. "Why come to a dance if you're not going to dance with a woman?" he asked the man. "I'm not looking for a dancer," the handsome Hasid said tersely. "I'm looking for a wife." The crowd laughed again. Later, under the spell of Katz's gorgeous musical wizardry, Moshe watched in wonder as the man danced like a demon all night. He frolicked through every dance step that Moshe had ever seen. And Moshe, who had spent his childhood as a fusgeya, a wandering Jew, in Romania, had seen a few: Choras, Bulgars, Hosilis, Freilikes, Russian marches, Cossack high steps. The Hasid was a wonder of twisted elbows, a rhythmic gyroscope of elastic grace and wild dexterity. He danced with any woman who came close, and there were plenty. Moshe later decided the guy must be some kind of wizard. The next 4 nights were the most extraordinary gathering of joyful Jewish celebration that Moshe had ever seen. He considered it a miracle, in part because the whole business had nearly fallen apart before it even got off the ground, thanks to a series of flyer notices he'd sent out weeks before to drum up advance ticket sales. Using a Jewish cross directory that listed synagogues and private homes where traveling Jews could stay, Moshe sent flyers to every country Jewish synagogue, boarding house, and hostel between North Carolina and Maine. The flyers, proudly proclaiming that the great Mickey Katz road show of winter Yiddish fun and family memories from the old country was coming to the All-American Dance Hall and Theater in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, on December 15, were printed in 4 languages: German, Yiddish, Hebrew, and English. But Moshe had badly overestimated the organizational power of country Jewish rabbis, and most of the notices were lost in the ongoing rush of death notices, bar mitzvah commitments, once-in-a-lifetime sales, kosher cow slaughtering requests, talus-making services, business dispute refereeing, moil, circumcision, mix-ups, and marriage arrangement snafus that were the daily bread and butter of a country rabbi's life. The few souls who had the presence of mind to open Moshe's letters containing the flyers only added to the confusion, for many were fresh immigrants from Eastern Europe who didn't speak English. They considered any letter that bore a typed address some kind of government notice that meant immediate shipment of you, your family, your dog, and your green stamps back to the old country, where the Russian soldiers awaited with a special gift for your part in the murder of the Tsar's son, who, of course, the Russians had killed themselves and poked his eyes out to boot, but who's asking? So the flyers were tossed. Moreover, Moshe sent the wrong flyers to the wrong congregations. The Yiddish flyers went to German-speaking congregations. The German flyers were sent to Yiddish shuls, who despised the German-loving snobs. The Hebrew ads went to Hungarians, who everybody knew pretended they couldn't read English unless it referred to Jews as American Israelites in Hebrew. 2 English ads went to a Polish congregation in Maine that had vanished, the greenhorns up there likely having frozen their tuchuses off and dropped into the ice somewhere. One Baltimore merchant even accidentally forwarded his Yiddish flyer to the advertising department of the Baltimore Sun, which caused a ruckus. The advertising executive being under the impression that the Jewish clothing store merchant from East Baltimore's Jewtown, who regularly advertised in the Sun, intended it for Yiddish-speaking customers only. In actuality, the kind merchant was translating the flyer from Yiddish to English in the back of his store when an argument between 2 customers broke out in the front of the store. When he stepped out to quell the fuss, his Yiddish-speaking wife wandered into the back storeroom, recognized the words Baltimore Sun among the papers on her husband's crowded desk, stuffed the half-translated flyer into an envelope along with their weekly advertising check, and mailed it to the paper. The ad executive who received it was too dumb to know the difference between advertising and editorial, and forwarded it to the city desk with a note saying, "Run this tomorrow, because the Jew always pays." Whereupon the Night City editor, a devout, well-meaning Catholic, handed it to a new 19-year-old Hungarian copy clerk, hired in part because he claimed he could speak Yiddish. The kid sent the whole badly translated mess back to advertising with a note saying, "This is an ad." The advertising department placed it in a large font on page B4 on a Saturday on the last day of Sukkot, the Jewish holiday that celebrates the gathering of the harvest and the miraculous protection the Lord provided for the children of Israel. The result was a disaster. Moshe's original flyer read, in Yiddish, "Come see the great Mickey Katz. Once-in-a-lifetime event. Family fun and Jewish memories. Red-hot klezmer like you've never heard before." The translated ad read, in English, "Mickey Katz is coming. Once a life, always a life. Watch the Jews burn and dance and have fun." The ad caused panic and fury in East Baltimore's Jewtown, as many of its residents still remembered how the town's first rabbi, David Einhorn, spoke out against slavery during the Civil War and was run out of town, his house burned to the ground. They demanded that the merchant close his store and quit the city. Moshe nearly fainted when he got word of the disaster. He sped to Baltimore and spent $400 straightening out matters with the good-natured merchant, who kindly helped him write a second, better ad. But it was too late. The first ad was too much for Baltimore's Jews. It was simply too good to be true. A klezmer dance? With the great Mickey Katz? Why would a star like Katz play for poor salesmen and tailors in the freezing hills of eastern Pennsylvania, in an American theater, owned by a Fußgänger, a Romanian? Fußgängers don't own theaters. They wander around and sing songs and get the crap beat out of them by the Tsar's soldiers. Where is Pottstown, anyway? Were there any Jews there at all? Impossible. It was a trap. The result was that only 4 Jewish couples from Baltimore bought advance tickets to see the great Katz, and Moshe had been counting on Baltimore's Jewish community in big numbers. 5 weeks before the concert, $1,700 in the hole to his cousin Isaac in Philadelphia, from whom he borrowed the theater rental and deposit money, and feeling lower than he felt when his father died, Moshe dropped to his knees, prayed to God for spiritual renewal, felt none, and found himself moping around the back storeroom of the Heaven and Earth grocery store, the sole Jewish grocery in Chicken Hill. The owner, a rabbi named Yaakov Flo, felt sorry for the young Romanian and offered to let Moshe study Hebrew from his Talmud, which he kept in the same storeroom where his youngest daughter, Shona, toiled. She was crippled from polio, with one leg shorter than the other, requiring her to wear a boot with a sole 4 inches thick. Shona spent her days sorting vegetables and making butter by stirring yellow dye into creamed milk stored in barrels. Knowing he was up to his balls in hock and needing God, Moshe took the rabbi up on the offer and spent several afternoons glumly poring through the text, thinking of his late father and peeking at Shona, whom he dimly remembered as a quiet, mousy young thing as a child, but who now, at age 17, had developed into quite a package. Despite her foot and limp, she was a quiet beauty, with a gorgeous nose and sweet lips, ample breasts, a sizable derriere that poked against the drab, loose-fitting woolen skirt, and eyes that shone with gaiety and mirth. Moshe, at 21, in full bloom himself, found himself looking up several times from his Hebrew studies to gawk at Shona's rear end as she stirred the butter on those cold Pennsylvania nights, the swish of her hips moving with the promise of the coal stove in the far corner that heated only half the room. She turned out to be a spirited soul, full of wry humor and glad to have company, and after a few days of easy conversation, regaling him with warm jokes and smiling with her bright, gay eyes, young Moshe finally confessed his problem: the upcoming concert, the massive debts, the money already spent, the wrong ads, the demands of a difficult star. "I'm going to lose everything," he said. It was there in the back of the rabbi's store, standing over the butter barrel, a churn in her hand, that Shona reminded him of the story of Moses and the burning coals. She put down her churn, glanced at the door to make sure no one was watching, went to the desk where he sat, lifted her father's dusty, weathered Talmud, which they both knew she was forbidden to touch, grasped the Midrash Rabbah beneath it, and placed the Talmud back down. Then she opened the Midrash Rabbah, which contained the 5 books of Moses, and flipped to the story of Moses and the burning coals. She was a student of religion, she confided, and the story of Moses always brought her solace. It was there, the collapse of his theater imminent, peering at the holy Midrash Rabbah with one eye and the lovely hand of the beauty Shona with the other. his heart throbbing from the first flush of love, that Moshe first came upon the story of Moses and the burning coals, which Shona read to him in Hebrew, of which he understood every fourth word. Pharaoh placed a plate of burning coals on one side of the infant Moses and a plate of sparkling coins and jewelry on the other. If the infant was intelligent, he would be attracted to the sparkling gold and jewelry, and would be killed as a threat to the Pharaoh's heir. If he touched the black coals, he would be perceived as too stupid to be a threat and allowed to live. Moses started to reach for the coins, but as he did, an angel appeared and deftly moved his hand to the hot coals, burning his fingers. The child put his fingers in his mouth, stinging his tongue, and giving him a lifelong speech impediment. Moses spoke with a defect for the rest of his life, but the life of the leader and most important teacher of the Jewish people was saved. Moshe listened in rapturous silence, and when she was done, he found himself bathed in the light of love only heaven can deliver. He returned to the storeroom for several days, filling himself with words of the Midrash Rabbah, about which he had been previously ambivalent, and the young flower who led him to words of holy purpose. At the end of the third week of Midrash Rabbah lessons, Moshe asked Shona to marry him, and to his amazement, she agreed. The next week, Moshe deposited $140 in Yaakov's bank account as a gift, then approached Yaakov and his wife with his marriage proposal for their daughter. The parents, both Bulgarian, were so overjoyed that someone other than a Cyclops was willing to marry their disabled daughter. So what if he was Romanian? They readily agreed. Why not next week? Moshe asked. Why not? They said. The modest wedding was held at Ahavat Achim, the tiny shul that serviced Pottstown's 17 Jewish families. It was attended by Moshe's cousin Isaac from Philadelphia, Shona's deliriously happy parents, and a few local Yids Yaakov had drummed up to create the necessary minyan of 10 Jews to say the 7 wedding blessings. 2 of them were Polish workers from the Pennsylvania Railroad train yard who had hustled up to Chicken Hill to grab a kosher bite. The 2 agreed to attend the wedding, but demanded $4 apiece for cab fare to Reading, where they were expected to report to work the next morning. Yaakov refused, but Moshe was happy to pay. It was a small price for marrying a woman who brought him more happiness than he ever dreamed possible. So inspired was he by his new love that he forgot all about the $1,700 he'd spent. He sold his car for $350, borrowed another $1,200 from Isaac, and spent the money on ads, this time properly placed, then watched in amazement as ticket sales zoomed. More than 400 tickets were sold. For 4 nights, Mickey Katz and his magical musicians poured forth the most rousing, glorious klezmer music that eastern Pennsylvania had ever heard. 4 nights of wild, low-down, dance-till-you-can't Jewish revelry. Moshe sold out of everything. Drinks, food, eggs, fish. He even put up 20 exhausted New Yorkers in his theater's second-floor balcony, normally reserved for Negroes. The 4 couples from Tennessee who had threatened to leave stayed the entire weekend, as did the Hasid dancer, who swore he would dance with no woman. It was a rousing success. The morning after the festivities ended, Moshe was sweeping the sidewalk in front of his theater when he saw the dancing Hasid hurrying toward the train station. Gone was the fur hat. In its place was a fedora. The kaftan had been cut into a sport coat-length jacket. Moshe barely recognized him. As the young man approached, Moshe spoke out. "Where are you from?" he asked. But the man was fast and silent and already moving down the sidewalk past him. Moshe called to his back, "Wherever you live, it's home to the greatest dancer in the world, that's for sure." That did it. The Hasid stopped, reached into his gunny sack, and without a word, walked several steps back to Moshe, handed him a bottle of Slivovitch, plum brandy, then turned and continued down the sidewalk moving fast. Moshe called out cheerfully to his back. "Did you find a wife?" "I don't need a wife," he said, waving a hand without looking back. "I'm a tart of love." "A what?" "A sponge cake," he said. "Don't you Romanians know anything?" Before Moshe could reply, a distinct pop was heard. A tiny explosion like the sound of a cork popping, but louder. Both men froze. They looked up at the tiny tangle of houses on Chicken Hill behind Moshe's theater. A small puff of black smoke wafted into the air, apparently from one of the scruffy homes, the smoke vanishing into the sky. "That's a bad sign," the Hasid said, then rushed off. Moshe called out, "What's your name?" But the Hasid was gone. Chapter 3 12 The day after the Hasid left, Moshe walked to his theater to find Nate hard at work at front, manning a long-handled grabber, carefully pulling the letters off the theater facade. "Did you hear that pop yesterday?" Moshe asked. "It sounded like something blew up on the hill." Nate shrugged, looking up at the facade. "Ain't nothing blowing up there except hard times. Plenty of that." Moshe laughed. He was still in a glorious mood from the wonderful windfall Katz had brought him and his recent wedding, so he reached in his pocket, counted off $15. "For you," he said. Nate, looking up at the facade, glanced down at the money, then shook his head. "You don't like my money?" Moshe asked. Nate leaned on the long pole. He was a tall, light-skinned man with smooth skin and sinewed, muscled arms from some kind of outdoor work, Moshe guessed. "I likes it fine," Nate said, "but I like my job more. How am I going to keep a job if you keep giving away your last dime, Mr. Moshe? I ain't seen a dance like that since Erskine Hawkins come through Anna Morse's place in Linfield. I used to make good coin over there." Moshe faintly recalled Anna Morse, a well-dressed Negro woman who drove a Packard. He also knew her building, a tiny brick structure on a back road outside Linfield, a farming community about 7 miles away. "Isn't that a funeral home?" he said. "It was a colored dance hall," Nate said. "But Anna's making more money now from dead bodies than live ones. Shame, too. Colors gotta go all the way to Chambersburg to find a place to dance. Unless you want to go to a juke joint and get all shot up." Moshe nodded, but his mind began to churn. Later that night, he took the matter to Shona. "What if I opened my theater to the colored?" "So?" "The Goyim won't like that." Shona was standing at the stove cooking dinner, her back to him. She laughed and raised her spoon in the air, spinning it in a circle. That was her gift. Not an ounce of bitterness or shred of shame. Unlike Moshe, Shona was an American. She had been born in Pottstown. She was a familiar sight in Chicken Hill in her worn woolen dress, old sweater, and wearing her special soled boot that cost a fortune, laughing and joking with neighbors. She seemed to know every family. When Moshe came home for lunch and even late at night, he often found his wife standing in front of the store laughing with one of the local Negroes. "That woman," his cousin Isaac once grumbled, "is a real Bulgarian. Whenever they feel like working, they sit and wait till the feeling passes. They can't pour a glass of water without making a party of it." But Isaac was a sourpuss, whom Moshe had long ago learned to ignore on certain matters. Standing at her stove, Shona said in Yiddish, "Me ken dem yam mit a Kinder nit oi scheppen." You can't ride in all directions at once. What does it matter what they think? The college's money spends just like ours. 4 weeks later, Moshe booked Chick Webb, the colored entertainer. The night of Webb's show, Pottstown's Negroes slipped into Moshe's all-American dance hall and theater like ghosts. They entered silent and somber, the men in sober suits and ties, The pretty women in flowered dresses and large, handsome hats. Some were clearly nervous. Others seemed agitated. A few looked outright terrified. Downtown Pottstown was off-limits to Negroes unless they came to work as janitors, maids, or to use a public faucet when the tap water on Chicken Hill mysteriously vanished, which was frequently. But once Chick Webb's band struck up, the silent, reticent Negroes of Pottstown transformed. They became a leaping mass of wild, dancing humanity. They frolicked and laughed, dancing as if they were birds enjoying flight for the first time. Webb's band played like wizards. 4 sets of gorgeous, stomping, low-down, rip-roaring, heart-racing jazz. The result was an outrageously joyous event, matched in intensity only by the great Mickey Katz affairs. Moshe watched, spellbound from the wings, as Webb, a tiny man with a curved spine clad in a white suit, roared with laughter and enthusiasm as he played, egging his band on from the rear with his masterful drumming, the thunderous band shaking the floor with rip-roaring waves of gorgeous sound. That man, Moshe decided, was a joy-maker. And Moshe could not help but notice that Webb, like his lovely Shona, had a physical disability. Though he was a hunchback of some kind, he moved with a certain feeling of joy, a lightness, as if every moment were precious. Cripples, Moshe thought, have brought me fortune. Moses, Shona, and Chick. It was then that Moshe began to have dreams about Moses. They came in 12s, 12 different visions, 12 different nights. Moses walking through 12 different gates, 12 different cities. Moses on Mount Sinai staring at 12 different peaks below. He began to see everything about him as a function of 12. 12 bands in 12 months, $1,200 invested in 12 different stocks, bringing fantastic returns. Even the home he purchased, a tiny brick affair in Chicken Hill, was located in a neighborhood that comprised 12 blocks in 1 square mile. Moshe told no one about his dreams, not even his wife. Instead, he followed the visions, investing first a few pennies in 12 different stocks, then more as the stocks grew, and in his theater, bringing in 12 different Negro bands in 12 months, including Webb again, who came back 4 times. The dances drew Negroes from far and wide, and over the next 12 months, his fortunes grew. As they did, the response of the town's rival theater owners evolved from grumbles to murmured complaints to roaring outrage. Negroes were crawling all over downtown, they howled, to a Jewish theater. Everybody knows the Jews baked their matzahs with Christian blood. The response was swift. First, the city building inspector arrived at the theater and told Moshe his pipes were bad and that his plaster was peeling, and fined him. The owner of the theater building complained about the litter. The fire commissioner cited him for creaky doorways and missing emergency exits. Even his own synagogue fined him $5. Moshe fought back. He paid off the building inspector. He presented the fire chief, a drunk, with 4 bottles of scotch and a new fishing rod. He had the ever-faithful Nate and a crew of Negroes sweep the front of every single store on the block. Then he approached the landlord and promised to pay him $150 for every Negro act he booked, offering to buy the building at a substantial price in a year's time if the landlord kept quiet about the Negroes. The landlord agreed. To address the synagogue, Isaac traveled up from Philadelphia and met with the Chevra, the men's group that had fined Moshe. Isaac was a grim, forbidding soul, 4 years older, who'd been Moshe's protector since their shared childhood in Europe. Isaac walked into the meeting, laid a silver dollar on the table, and said, "I'll give 10 of those to any man in this room who can prove he was at Mickey Katz's dance with his wife." Not a soul moved. That ended the conversation about Moshe's fine. With the profits from the Negro dances, Moshe bought his theater outright within 2 years, and then later a second theater 2 blocks off. Over the next 5 years, he expanded and made real money, enough to buy his mother a warm house in Romania and provide Shona with a comfortable apartment above the Heaven and Earth grocery store, which he bought from Yaakov after Shona's mother passed, and Yaakov moved on to run a bigger temple in Reading. Moshe planned on demolishing the store, but Shona wouldn't allow it. "How can you sell Heaven and Earth?" she laughed. Moshe did not see the humor. "You don't have to spend your life selling kosher cow meat and onions to coloreds. Let's close the store. The Jews are leaving the hill. Let's follow them." "Where?" "Down the hill, to town, where the Americans are." "Which Americans?" "Shona, don't be difficult." "I'll run the store." "How will that look? My wife selling cheese and biscuits while I run one of the best theaters in town? We have plenty now." Shona's exuberant smile molded into a smirk. "So I'm to sit home all day while you have fun at your theater full of music?" Moshe gave in. It gave the Jewish housewives of Pottstown much to talk about. What kind of husband would let his wife run his business? Why didn't they move off the hill like the other Jews? Her father had moved to Reading after her mother passed. Why hadn't Shona made her husband move there to help her father? What's more important than family? But Shona's years of stirring butter, sorting vegetables, and reading in the back room of the Heaven and Earth grocery store had given her time to consider. She read everything as a child: comics, detective books, dime novels, and by the time she became a young wife, she'd evolved into reading about socialism and unions. She subscribed to Jewish newspapers, publications in Hebrew, and books on Jewish life, some from Europe. The readings gave her wild ideas about art, music, and worldly matters. She knew more Hebrew than any Jewish woman in town, many of whom had little more than a rudimentary knowledge of the language. She could recite the Talmud better than most of the men in shul. Instead of sitting with the women in the balcony, she insisted on davening downstairs with the men, claiming her bad foot prevented her from climbing stairs. Someone in the temple had the bright idea to at least construct a curtain to separate her from the men in the congregation. Like most ideas in the Achavat Achim congregation of Pottstown, that too proved to be a disaster. For after Shona's father departed, he was replaced by a fumbling but well-meaning bumbler named Carl Feldman, who spoke with a lisp and whom the congregation called Furzel, fart, behind his back. Many a morning, the hapless Feldman would find his garbled interpretations of Jewish law amended by the pretty housewife whose sharp Talmudic corrections from behind the curtain fluttered into the air like butterflies as she piped out, "Carl, what are you talking about? There are 4 different versions of how Cain died." Moreover, her lovely singing voice would occasionally break in to help Feldman's faltering cantering that mangled the glorious Talmudic melodies. Everyone knew women weren't supposed to be cantors, yet Shona's lovely voice brought smiles of relief to even the crankiest congregants. Shona's misbehavior was tolerated by the Ahavat Achim congregation. Her father had been the town's first rabbi. He'd built the shul. Most congregants had grown accustomed to her craziness. Even Irv and Marvin Skrupkelis, the grim, identical twins from Lithuania, who ran Pottstown's shoe store and fought about everything, loved Shona. She was one of the few things the two agreed about, and everybody knew those two were the most disagreeable Jews in town. Besides, Irv pointed out, cantering is the cry of Zion, and with Furzel, that's what you get, crying. The two were outspoken in their belief that America was a land where Jews of all types should be of one voice. Why not let the prettiest voice be heard? Still, Moshe pleaded with his wife. "Shona, do you have to carry on in shul all the time? Cantering is Furzel's, Carl's job." She waved him off. There are hobos in Chicken Hill who know more Hebrew than Furzel. Read the Book of Moses. Moshe was afraid to tell his wife of his 12 dreams of Moses. He assumed his dreams were somehow unholy, a superstition from his Romanian past, and felt his American-born wife would not approve. She would correct him. And he felt no need to be corrected. He had money now. He was an American. He was paying for her store, which was, financially, a bona fide loser. As the months passed and the Jews continued their flight from Chicken Hill, Moshe kept pressing his wife about moving. There are better homes downtown, he argued. Better lighting, richer customers. We can open a profitable store downtown, he insisted. Shona, light-hearted as always, refused. We have wonderful neighbors, she said. Finally, Moshe confessed to her about seeing the black cloud. There was an explosion on the hill somewhere behind the theater after the Mickey Katz dance. The amazing dancer, he saw it too. He said it was a bad omen. I'm afraid he might be right. Superstition, Shona scoffed, with a firmness that ended the discussion. Moshe let the matter drop. He forgot about the Hasid's prediction, gave up the idea of closing Shona's store, and pushed forward. Besides, life was good. Profits were made. He kept his 2 theaters filled with lively Yiddish bands, Jewish theater troupes, and romping, stomping black jazz bands. He worked hard to keep up appearances and to keep from getting thrown out of town. For his wife, wrote letters every month to the Pottstown Mercury about Jewish causes and union meetings. She even wrote an angry letter protesting the annual parade of the Ku Klux Klan, in which she announced she knew exactly who one of the head marchers was. She could tell, she wrote, by the way he walked. That was a dangerous letter, Moshe declared, and the two argued about it, for the telltale limp belonged to the town's physician, Doc Roberts, who was well connected with the town's power brokers. To make peace with the town powers, every month or so, Moshe booked a bevy of terrible bands that Pottstown's high-class, pasty-faced Presbyterians enjoyed, just to keep the peace. The Colonial Dames of America, the Pennsylvania Potting Club, the 19 mountain people whose 14th cousin arrived on the Mayflower. The bands were horrible outfits that sounded like owls hooting. Moshe watched in puzzlement as these Americans danced with clumsy satisfaction at the moans and groans of these boneless, noise-producing junkmongers, their boring Humpty Dumpty sounds landing on the dance floor with all the power of empty peanut shells tossed in the air. The couples moved in sad circles, holding hands like children, dancing in silence, the women clomping about in wooden clogs no self-respecting Jewish woman would wear, the businessmen swaying in top hats and bow ties from years of yore. Each event was interrupted by heartfelt speeches about the town's founder, the great John Potts, whose portrait loomed in every town building, the old man's face peering over every citizen's shoulder like a ghost taking attendance. Thoughts like this made Moshe feel ashamed of himself. He was a successful American. The country had been good to him. Yet he still believed in sorcery and witchery and the stupid business of 12s. This is old thinking in a new time, he told himself, and I must change. By 1935, 11 years after his initial Mickey Katz success, when his cousin Isaac wrote to him saying he'd bought a brand new Packard, Moshe had had enough. After dinner one night at the kitchen table, he drilled the matter home. We don't need to live above a grocery store anymore. We can have our own house. We are moving. Where? Shona asked. Downtown, to a new house. We'll put a new grocery store near it. I've already made a deposit. Go get your money back. I will not. Then enjoy yourself there, Shona said. I will visit you from time to time. She sat at the table calmly, her fine features determined, and once again His love for her was too strong. The idea of parking his big Packard in front of an empty house without his Shona terrified him, and his resolve broke. "Shona, please. I do not want a house downtown. I do not want a store downtown. Living up here and going downstairs to work is easier. There's not a lot of walking." "But the Jews are leaving Chicken Hill. 10 blocks from here is leaving." "You know what I mean. Let's go where they are. There are people." "Moshe, I like it here. I grew up in this house. The postman knows where I live." Exasperated, Moshe pointed out the kitchen window toward Pottstown below. "Down the hill is America." But Shona was adamant. "America is here. This area is poor, which we are not. It is Negro, which we are not. We are doing well. Because we serve, you see? That is what we do. The Talmud says it. We must serve. But the Negro is our only customer here. Hasn't their money always spent? That's not the issue." His hands were on the table cradling a cup of tea. She gently placed one of her hands over his. "Don't you see what they have, Moshe? Don't you see the well they draw from?" "What well? What are you talking about?" She remained silent for a moment, then said calmly, softly, "I remember Mickey Katz. He had a mandolin player who was missing 2 fingers. I remember watching him play. He played so wonderfully. Don't you remember?" "There were so many acts between then and now," he mumbled. "What about Chick Webb?" she said. "He made you a fortune." "Webb was expensive for a cripple," Moshe said. He meant it as a joke, but he felt a hammer of cold silence drop into the room. "Is that how you see me?" she said softly. She rose from the table and limped off, and did not speak to him for several days. She forgave him only after he presented her with a volume of the Shulchan Aruch, which spelled out the 7 requirements of Jewish life: wisdom, meekness, fear of God, love of truth, love of people, possession of a good name, and dislike of money. He apologized, and she became the Shona of old, marching about the house, proclaiming merrily, "Charity of mind. Without charity of mind, what is life?" I was in town and heard a woman say, "That poor crippled woman." I thought to myself, who is the cripple? The one who worships a thing, or the one who worships something higher? This kind of talk chafed against his growing belief that more money made for an easier life. But he tolerated it because he knew her heart, and it was a priceless heart indeed. So he remained silent, and they stayed in Chicken Hill. On a gray morning in 1936, the 12th year of their marriage, Shona woke with a cough and pain in her stomach. She avoided doctors, so Moshe waited a day, but then she worsened. Thus began a series of long pilgrimages, going from one doctor to the next, with none having answers. The illness was puzzling. She was fine one day, walking about, laughing, reading her crazy Jewish books. The next day, ill and bedridden, barely able to move. Back and forth it went. As her condition worsened, Moshe hired Nate's wife, Addie, to help at the grocery store and for Sabbath chores. Shona hated help of any kind, but as her illness worsened, she was forced to give in. Moshe took her to doctors in Philadelphia, Baltimore, even New York City, with no results. Her strange illness, pain in the stomach, and sudden fainting spells continued. Doctors were bewildered. Moshe's old fears and superstitions began to take hold. Could it be that his secret dream of Moses and the 12s, and his ridiculous belief in the bad luck prediction of the Hasid he had seen but once, had pushed his fortunes to turn? The couple had no children, a fact that Shona bore without complaint. though at times she would stare out the window at the colored children of the neighborhood and fall silent, only to recover and become the Shona of old, laughing and vibrant, chatting about some radio soap opera she'd heard lately. Theirs had been a happy marriage, 12 wonderful years, just like his dream of Moses and 12s had strangely preordained. He wanted to tell his wife about his dreams, but as her illness worsened, he didn't want to bother her with such triviality. When Rabbi Feldman came by the house one night to sing and pray as Shona lay restless and swooning with fever, Moshe wanted to confess it to the rabbi, but it didn't seem the proper time. So when the rabbi announced, "I feel Shona will improve," Moshe was relieved. But Shona did not improve. She began to black out for no reason, and the closest doctor that she would see was in Redding, a good 18 miles away. Shona despised the local doctor, Doc Roberts, and would not allow him to treat her. "I grew up with him," she said. "If I must see a goy doctor, I will see one, but not him." This made matters more difficult. For Doc Roberts, a stout man who still traveled by horse and cart despite the fact that his shiny new Chevrolet sat in the driveway of his ivy-clad home next to the town cemetery, was Pottstown's sole physician. He had a limp similar to Shona's, and yet he marched every year at the head of the local Ku Klux Klan parade. Despite the sheet covering him, everyone knew it was Doc. His girth and limp gave him away. No one complained. It was just one of those things. Once a year, on Klan Parade Day, the Negroes in town disappeared. The Jewish stores closed. The Klan marched, and that was it. But Shona found the whole business distasteful, and to Moshe's horror, she refused to shutter her store like the other Jewish merchants. "Why should I close because of them?" she fumed. "Even the post office isn't closed." As for Doc Roberts, she told Moshe, "He's so fat. The back of his neck looks like a pack of hot dogs." She couldn't stand him. But now Moshe needed Doc, and because Shona refused to see him, every doctor visit meant trooping to Redding to see the kind Jewish doctor there. Yet nothing he did was helping, and Shona's blackouts were getting dangerous. She recovered a bit in the spring, then backtracked into deep illness, and walking became nearly impossible. By summer she was completely bedridden. It was not her bad foot that seemed to be pulling her toward death, but rather her stomach, which began to bulge peculiarly, as if mocking her infertility. Moshe frantically sought help from one doctor after another, with increasing urgency, even taking Shona to a nationally known specialist in Boston. But that doctor was as confounded as the rest had been. So Moshe took her home. He put her bed in the front room of the apartment near a window, so she could see the sunrise and read the Talmud as the day broke. For while it was forbidden, it didn't seem to matter now. The room was just above the store, allowing Shona to yell instructions downstairs to Addie, for she insisted on keeping the store open. "My work keeps me alive," she said. Shona took to writing letters to the newspaper, reminding readers of Jewish holidays, and reading joke books to amuse her husband, whose long, exhausted face appeared at her bedside each night after work. She'd offer a slew of jokes and light chatter before falling off to sleep, whereupon he'd dutifully rub her feet and ankles, which had swelled to a disturbing size. He read the Talmud aloud to her, even as she slept, because he knew she loved it so much. Still, by winter, she worsened. Her fainting spells increased, and fever crept in and lingered. It was then, as Shona arced toward death, that the Negroes of Chicken Hill began a steady trek to the Heaven and Earth grocery store. They filed in day and night, bringing soup, fresh garden vegetables, pies, and country remedies, as well as warm laughter and jokes for the kind, crazy Jewish lady who forced her husband to open his theater to the colored, and who extended so much credit to the colored families of Chicken Hill that neither she nor they had any idea of who owed what. The Negroes of Chicken Hill loved Shona. They saw her not as a neighbor, but as an artery to freedom. For the recollection of Shona's telltale limp as she and her childhood friend, a tall, gorgeous, silent soul named Bernice Davis, walked down the pitted mud roads of the hill to school each morning, was stamped in their collective memory. It was proof of the American possibility of equality. We all can get along no matter what. Look at those two. Shona, for her part, saw them not as Negroes, but as neighbors with infinitely interesting lives. Darlene, whose daughter had the longest case of hiccups Shona had ever seen. Larnell, the 12-year-old who could not read but could do complex math in his head. And of course Bernice, who had been her next-door neighbor and best friend when they were children, but who now rarely spoke, and had so many children that the Negroes on the hill laughingly referred to Bernice's brood as 40 mules on an acre, because nobody knew exactly how many children Bernice had, and they were afraid to ask. The Negroes filled Shona's bedroom with life. They told jokes, recounting tales of spooks and haints, telling humorous stories about fleeing America's South that made Shona laugh and forget the pain. Addie and her sister Cleota took shifts running the store, keeping kosher on the Sabbath, turning light switches on and off, and lighting the stove, keeping the plates and silverware properly separate, both aware at Shona's insistence that no matter what, they should allow Moshe to wake her when he got home from work. Some nights, Moshe would arrive to find Addie seated by Shona's bed and Shona asleep, the Talmud on her nightstand, her hand on the open page that she had selected for him to read. He'd nudge her awake and read aloud. She'd compliment his Hebrew, saying how beautiful it sounded, though they both knew it was horrible. Then she'd fall back asleep as he read, whereupon he'd stare at her dark, beautiful face, mesmerized, and weep. Sorrow charged his mind at those moments, electrified his memory. The quaint symbols of holy suppliants in Hebrew signage, which had seemed meaningless to him when he was a child, now gave him impetus during those cold nights, 12 years after they first fell in love. After weeping a bit, he would charge ahead and continue reading as she slept. He read the Word now to keep her alive, and in doing so, a part of him came alive as well. But as the winter turned to spring, Shona began the long fade. One night in late spring, she fell unconscious and was rushed to the hospital in nearby Spring City. She regained consciousness and was released the next day, but not before the doctors told Moshe that if her fever returned, she'd have to come back to the hospital because the end was near. The next day, Moshe stayed at her bedside all day, though she didn't seem to know he was there. She talked feverishly until medicine and fatigue finally took effect, and she spent a good part of the afternoon sleeping. She slept until evening, at which point Addie pushed Moshe out of the house, telling him to get some air. He walked down the hill to his theater to check up on things. He found the ever-loyal Nate and a small crew of Negroes cleaning up after a rousing 3-night appearance by the Negro bandleader Louis Jordan. He grabbed a broom and was about to join them to keep himself from losing his mind when he noticed a figure coming through the backstage door. It was his cousin Isaac from Philadelphia. "Let's take a walk," Isaac said. Moshe declined. Instead, he nodded at an empty table and chairs in front of the stage. Isaac, tall and long, wedged himself into a chair. He wore his frock, coat, and fedora, neither of which he removed. Apparently, he wasn't planning to stay long. He motioned for Moshe to sit, but Moshe again declined, standing across from his cousin. At 37, Isaac was an imposing man. Nothing like the skinny 14-year-old who led his meek young cousin on foot for more than 1,000 miles through the foot of the Carpathian Mountains and across Eastern Europe, from Bodswick, Romania, to Hamburg, Germany, the two boys dodging police and soldiers, ducking into alleys, and hiding behind garbage bins. Fußgängers, stealing a little here, borrowing a little there, until a kind old woman in Hamburg let them live in her basement, where they rolled cigars for her sick husband, who did piecework for a local cigar factory, the old man dying upstairs in bits and pieces, while the boys worked downstairs for 3 years to earn boat passage from Germany to America. He was a big American now, big in every way, a man of arrogant, raw power, with a broad chest and wide shoulders, the owner of 9 successful show houses in Philadelphia. He was proudly dressed in a dark suit, crisp white shirt, bow tie, and shiny shoes, a far cry from their days in Romania, where they walked about in ragged pants and beaten shoes, shoving stolen bread into their mouths as they fled from angry storekeepers and Russian soldiers. "I came to ask you about how to book colored bands," Isaac said. Moshe immediately smelled a rat. Isaac was Philadelphia's biggest theater owner. The smallest of Isaac's 9 theaters was bigger than Moshe's 2 theaters combined. Isaac booked everything from Yiddish shows to vaudeville acts to moving pictures. He could book a traveling circus of trained fleas if he wanted. He needed no help booking Negro bands. Yet Moshe played along, offering a few pointers, with Isaac asking a few surface questions. Then, as Moshe expected, Isaac gently curved the conversation to Shona. He suggested a Jewish home for the sick in Philadelphia. "I know people there," he said. "They're good people. Your wife can live out the rest of her time there. She'll be in a warm, safe place, among friends." Moshe nodded his head, working hard to stifle his outrage. He said softly, "You are really wrong about things, cousin. But you are wrong now. Be sensible. She's very ill." "I have thought this through," Moshe said. "And what have you thought?" Moshe felt the blood rush to his face. "Are you mocking me?" Isaac found himself startled. "I am not." "You better not. Because if you do, I'll give you such a chamalia, wallop, in the kishkis, guts. You won't forget it." Isaac, survivor of 1,000 street fights from Romania to South Philadelphia, was stunned. The punishing hardships of his childhood had changed him from a fast-moving boy of keen wit into a man of resilience and strength. He was a hard man now. He knew it. His wife knew it. His children knew it. He lived a bleak, empty life. But he also knew that the one bright spot in his clean, rich, loveless American life was that the only person in the world who had experienced every bit of the hatred and evil that he had never uttered a harsh or angry word toward anyone ever, until that moment. Seeing the rage on Moshe's face shook Isaac badly. He felt as if the earth was shifting beneath his feet. "I'm only looking out for your interests, cousin," he mumbled. "I know what my interests are," Moshe said. "Why is it that you come to me and speak this way?" "How is the best way to speak of it?" "Why is it that our people can't speak about illness aloud?" "Our people don't know about such things," Isaac said. "I'm just telling you what I know." "Then you don't know enough," Moshe said. "She will live." Chapter 4. Dodo. 4 houses from where Shona lay dying, a slender, elderly black woman named Addie Timlin stood at the front door of her tiny brown house and peered through its cracks into the cold darkness. Her eyes scanned the muddy road, looking for a lantern, which would mean her husband, Nate, was making his way up the hill. Behind her, at the kitchen table in the front room, the monthly meeting of the Pottstown Association of Negro Men was going full blast, with the usual shouting and nonsense. The association met every 3rd Saturday night around her kitchen table, ostensibly to talk about ways for the Negro in Chicken Hill to get more jobs and opportunity. and maybe even one day running water and a sewer line, as opposed to the outhouses, cesspools, and wells that dotted the neighborhood like blisters. It was run by Pottstown's concerned Negro men leaders, each one, Addie thought wryly, worse than the other. Mostly the men met to play cards, gossip, tell jokes, brag about cars they would never own, and figure out ways to slither around the white man's rules without pissing off the white folks downtown. There were 3 men at the table. Rusty, a wide-shouldered, brown-complexioned 22-year-old in work overalls and a straw hat, Rusty's uncle, Baggs, and Reverend Ed Spriggs, whom everyone on the hill called Snooks. Next to Snooks sat his wife, Holly, who busied herself knitting. At the moment, the conversation focused around Miss Shona, whom every person in the room knew was dying, and to whom every person in the room, except Addie, owed money for groceries, favors, phone use, extra clothing, and all sorts of life bric-a-brac. Addie stared out into the night as she heard cards being shuffled. She glanced behind her to see Rusty, a pack of cigarettes peeking out from the front pouch of his overalls, slide the deck over to Snooks and ask, "Snooks, do Jews cover the clocks in the house when one of them dies?" Snooks, a heavy-set man in a rumpled suit and bow tie, pulled the cards closer and winked at Baggs as he shuffled. "Sure enough, Rusty. They chew with their teeth, too. Plus, their women wear fur coats in winter, and the men pee standing up." Baggs laughed, but Snooks glanced at his wife, Holly, who frowned. Snooks shot a glance at Addie in the doorway. "Addie, make sure you dress Miss Shona in her finest. Don't pleat her hair nor comb it out in any way. Just leave it free. And put a dish of salt on her chest. It keeps the body from surging up." "She ain't gonna pass," Addie said, as she stared into the night. Snooks waved a fat hand in the air dismissively and turned back to the table, shuffling cards, and said, "If you growed up down home, you'd know about the old ways. Those are good ways. A dish of salt keeps the devil out." "Do Jews believe in the devil?" Rusty asked. "I hope so," Snooks said. "Then why'd they murder Jesus Christ?" Rusty asked. Snooks, momentarily flummoxed, turned to his wife for an answer, but Holly pretended to be too busy knitting. "I didn't say they murdered Jesus Christ," Snooks said. "Yes, you did. You said it in church many times." Snooks ignored him. "There's 66 books in the Bible, Rusty. I can't recollect all of them. Addie, if Miss Shona passes, put a bit of molasses at her feet and a piece of corn pone on her hair, and put quarters on her eyes." "For what?" Rusty asked. "It keeps their eyes from popping open," Snooks said. "Addie, do it before a kin shows. They might not cotton to that." "Ain't no kin to speak of," Addie said. "The father's over in Redding. The mother died years back, before you come up to this country." "I don't recollect the mother," Snooks said. "You wouldn't want her around nohow, Snooks. She was a rough shuffle for anybody who talked ignorant." She wished Nate would hurry up. She spoke into the crack of the door again, but the bitter words were loud enough for the room to hear. "If Miss Shona dies, every one of these sorry, half-what-I-might-say men in this town is going to roll up their pouting lips. They'll cry their eyes out, pretending to be sad. Truth is, they'll be glad to see her go." The words and a cold wind blew into the room together. An embarrassed silence descended. "Addie's wore out," Snooks said cheerfully. "Holly, stand by the door and look for Nate. Addie, come sit down here and feel some of the Lord's quiet." Addie turned to him. "Spell it out, Snooks." "Huh?" "Spell out how I'm going to feel the Lord's quiet while you busy sitting here, fending and proving about nothing, talking about devil in one breath and putting quarters on Miss Shona's eyes the next. Spell it out. Where's the Lord's quiet in all that?" "Take it easy, Addie," Baggs said. He was a stonemason, a stout, large-chested man. Reverend don't mean nothing. He means just what he says. Talking about the Lord while holding a deck of cards. Over on Hemlock Row, they run a man out of town for doing that very thing, called himself Son of Man. They say he was a walking devil. Ain't no such thing as Son of Man on Hemlock Row, Snooks said. That's just some boogie-joogie them country Negroes cooked up. They need a real preacher over there. Go on over and preach him, then. The road's 3 miles from here, Addie, and I got gout in my feet. Why don't you leave off him, Addie? Baggs said. God ain't against a man playing cards. It's all right, Baggs, Snooks said. We is all different. Women got their own understanding about things. There's men's understanding, and there's women's understanding, and there's wisdom, Addie said. You wasn't singing them songs about the Jew when your son was sick, and Miss Shona made Doc Roberts come see about him. And she can't stand him no more than you and I can. Doc Roberts ain't come to Chicken Hill on Miss Shona's account, Snooks said. He come to forget his amnesia. I paid him in advance, and he forgot I was colored and thanked me. The men laughed. Addie had had enough. She slipped out into the cold air, closing the door behind her. She was a thin, pretty woman, with dark eyes that shone brightly, giving her face the innocence of a child. Eyes full of surprise, glowing, expectant. They topped a wide nose and the high, gaunt jaws of a Native American. Her family had emigrated from the South to Chicken Hill when she was a tiny child. Unlike most blacks on the hill, she had no memories of back home, the world of the South. Chinaberry and pecan trees, or dewberries, or hearing laughter from the field truck that drove the Negroes out to pick cotton. Sometimes she wished she could remember the South, just to have something pleasant to dream about, like the others in Chicken Hill, who referred to North Carolina or Alabama or Georgia as home. Home for Addie was Chicken Hill, Pottstown, Pennsylvania. She took a few tentative steps, peering down the dark road, her eyes scanning the darkness, looking for the familiar Irish schoolboy cap and short-sleeved white cotton shirt Nate favored, even on the coldest days. The wind bit into her skin, but she stayed where she was, her eyes searching the road. Nothing. Just as she was about to head inside, a tall, thin shadow crossed under the lone streetlight that illuminated the far corner. She saw it was him, the long stride stopping as he carefully stepped over the narrow ditches that carried sewage and rainwater. As he approached, she walked up to him and placed a warm hand on his face. "Why didn't you bring your lantern?" she asked. Nate ignored that. He didn't need a lantern. He'd been walking the same route from the theater for years. He stood for a moment as she held her hand to his face, and only after he brought his long hand up to touch hers did she move toward the house, Nate behind her. The laughing and chatting ceased when Nate walked in. He looked about the room, then nodded toward the door of Shona's Heaven and Earth grocery store and addressed Addie. "Is she passed?" "No. How's Mr. Moshe?" Nate shook his head. "His cousin come all the way up from Philadelphia, talking about putting her in a home of some kind." "What for? She got her right mind." Nate sighed. He pulled a chair out from the table and sat, draping his long frame across it. "Don't matter what they decide. The Lord's got his own plan for her." "That's right," Snooks said quickly. A plume of embarrassment drifted into the room. On paper, Snooks was the community leader of Chicken Hill. When the city fathers wanted to make a donation or announce plans to do anything on the hill, they approached Snooks, whom they referred to as Reverend Spriggs. But on the hill, it was Nate Timlin's opinion that counted. Nate smiled at Snooks. "You still reading out the book of Revelations, Snooks?" Snooks nodded. "I am." "Tell me one, then." Snooks shifted uncomfortably. Like most colored on the hill, Snooks was a little afraid of Nate. There was a silent pool in Nate Timblin, a stirring that did not invite foolishness, a quiet that covered a kind of tempest. Like most on the hill, Nate claimed the South as his home, but unlike his fellow hill residents, he never spoke of his past. That was a dark hole. He was a light turned off. But to the colored of the hill, a light switched off did not mean it could not be switched back on. Anything could happen in this world, especially on the hill, where the occasional piece of chickens and goats squawking and bleating happily could disintegrate into a wild scramble of booze, bullets, spilled guts, and chaos. Nate was easygoing, quiet, deft, slow-moving, with a wide smile and hands that gripped hammers tightly, and eyes that gazed at you dead on. But he was, even at 60, what the old folks called much of a man. Even Fatty Davis, the muscled, gregarious, gold-toothed force who ran the hill's only speakeasy and who fist-fought the cops and wrestled with the Irish firefighters at Empire Fire Company in town, made it a point to steer clear of crossing Nate. "I'd rather die in a storm," he said. Snooks, seated at the kitchen table, was angry at himself for noodling with Addie, for she was, everyone knew, a serious woman, and also Nate's wife. He managed to spurt out, "We shall not all sleep, but will be changed at the last trumpet in a moment." Nate nodded. He removed his cap and tossed it on the table. Addie, standing at the stove behind Holly, decided to drop the bomb quickly. "Dodo's missing," she said. Nate's dark eyes locked on Addie's face. "He's what?" "Gone missing." "When?" "Today. They say he's gone 50 miles, all the way to Philadelphia." "How you know he's gone that far?" "That's what they say." "Who say?" "Eulah's boys, CJ and Callie. They was out fishing in the Manatawny Creek this morning, behind that new tire factory. They seen him riding on the freight shuttle to Berwyn, hanging on the ladder. The road from that yard there runs straight to Philly, about 10 or 12 miles. He can walk it, or ride another freight train. He's tried that before." The three men at the table stared in alarm at Addie. "Why didn't you say something?" Rusty said. "Which one of y'all got a car?" she asked. None did. Nate was incredulous. "The boy's deaf as a pole. Them boys didn't think enough to snatch him?" "They jumped up to get him, but a white man from the tire factory came out and run them off. They had to circle all the way around the other side of the Manatawny and cut through the hill school to get here. It was dark by then." "Ain't none of 'em had a nickel to call?" "What phone they gonna use?" Addie asked. "Miss Shona's got the only payphone here on the hill that the colored's free to use. Them children ain't going into no white folks' place asking about nobody's phone." Nate pursed his lips as frustration and irritation moved across his smooth face. He stood up and reached for his hat. "Who's up that got a car at this hour?" "Fatty." "Lloyd's busy selling sip sauce at this time of night," Nate said. The room noted that Nate called Fatty, owner of the local juke joint, by his real name. He turned for the door. "Where you going?" Addie said. "Fabicelli's bakery. Mr. Fabi got a truck." "He's gone," Addie said. "Since when?" 2 weeks ago he sold his store." "To who?" "Jewish fella." Nate searched his memory. "I know every Jew in this town. Ain't heard of nobody buying no new business." "New man, Mr. Malachi. Rusty helped him put up a sign just yesterday," Addie said. Nate's hard stare turned to Rusty. "What's he like, Rusty?" "He's all right," Rusty said carefully. "All right, then. I seen Mr. Fabi's truck parked outside the bakery on the way up here. I reckon a new man must have bought it." "I'll go with you," Snook said. "No, you won't," Nate said. "One colored knocking at night is enough." To Addie, he asked, Where's my long coat? I washed it yesterday. It's drying in the shed out back. I don't know that it's dry yet. But Nate had already grabbed a gas lamp from the stove, stepped out the back door, and was gone. Nate moved silently down the dark garden rows behind his house. There was no moon, and the lamp shone eerily on the rows of okra and collard greens. He moved past them with the swift ease of familiarity. He dug that garden with his own hands. He and his wife had planted every vegetable there. A tiny creek flowed at the far end of the yard behind the shed, which was also used as a curing house for tobacco and ham. He unlatched the shed door, stepped inside, pulled his long coat off a meat hook hanging from the ceiling, closed the door, and thrust one hand up the sleeve of his coat. As he did, he heard a splash in the creek, just a few yards behind him. He froze, suspecting it might be a beaver. He listened, but heard nothing else. So he stepped away from the door, then heard another splash. He extinguished the lamp, slipped his coat all the way on, and moved around the side of the shed toward the creek. He peered into the darkness, seeing nothing at first. The water was illuminated from the light seeping out of the houses on the top side of the hill, the reflections creating short shadows in the trees on his side of the bank. From where he stood, he could see the bank for a few yards, but nothing farther. Then, 25 yards out, less than 20 steps away, he saw the boy. Nate Timblin was a man who, on paper, had very little. Like most Negroes in America, he lived in a nation with statutes and decrees that consigned him as an equal, but not equal. His life bound by a set of rules and regulations in matters of equality that largely did not apply to him. His world, his wants, his needs were of little value to anyone but himself. He had no children, no car, no insurance policy, no bank account, no dining room set, no jewelry, no business, no set of keys to anything he owned, and no land. He was a man without a country living in a world of ghosts. For having no country meant no involvement, and not caring for a thing beyond your own heart and head. And ghosts and spirits were the only things certain in a world where your existence was invisible. The truth was, the only country Nate knew or cared about, besides Addie, was the thin, deaf, 12-year-old boy who at the moment either was riding a freight train to Philadelphia or was a full-blown ghost wearing a schoolboy cap, old boots, and a ragged shirt and vest, standing 10 feet from him and tossing small boulders into the Manatawny Creek before his eyes. Which one was it? Dodo? It was surprise that caused him to utter the boy's name, for he knew he might as well have been talking to himself. The boy couldn't hear. Even so, the child was busy, moving with the swiftness of an athlete, sorting through stones at the riverbank, stacking large ones to make some kind of embankment along the creek's edge, tossing smaller rocks into the water. Nate knelt, relit the lamp, and held it high, waving it to get the deaf boy's attention. With Dodo, everything was sight, feel, and vibration, not sound. The light cast an eerie glow on the water, yet the boy was so involved in what he was doing that Nate had to wave the light several times. The boy saw the lamp's reflection in the water first, then dropped the rock he was holding, turned to the source of the light, and stood up straight, a thin arm raised in a shy hello as Nate approached. Nate pointed at the rock formation. "What you doing, boy?" Dodo smiled. He motioned Nate closer. He drew a wide circle with his arms, demonstrating a circle of rocks, then aped holding a cradle, like he was rocking a baby. "Say what now?" The boy rubbed his hands together, as if creating magic or heat, then cupped his hands to his ear, as if he could hear sound. Nate shook his head, not understanding. He stepped inside the embankment of rocks, which formed a wall about 2 feet high. They were shaped like a kind of 5-by-5 box. "What kind of foolishness you working on here?" Dodo looked at him blankly, then rubbed his hands on his pants, drying them. "You got a hole in your head, son? Was you riding the train this morning? Was that you?" Dodo blinked, standing patiently, still rubbing his hands on his pants. Nate gently touched one of the boy's hands. They were freezing. He placed the lamp high, holding it so that his lips could be seen. The boy had not been born deaf. An accident killed his hearing. A stove blew up in his mother's kitchen when he was 9. Killed his eyes and ears. His eyes came back. His ears did not. But he could read lips. Nate held the lamp next to his face so Dodo could see them. "What you doing?" The boy's eyes danced away. Then he said, "Making a garden." "For what?" "To grow sunflowers." "CJ and them said you was on a train this morning." Dodo looked away. It was his way of ignoring conversation. Nate calmly reached out and slowly turned the boy's head so that the boy faced him. "Was you on that train or not?" Dodo nodded. "All right, then." Nate looked about, then pointed to a dogwood tree nearby. "Tear me off a branch from that tree yonder and make a switch. Then come on in the house. Your auntie'll even you out." Nate turned to move back toward the house. He took several steps, then noticed that he was alone. Dodo remained where he was, amid his rock embankment. Nate waved him on, irritated. "Come on, son. It's cold out here. Your auntie'll warm your little toasters, and it'll be over." Dodo's breath quickened, but he stood where he was. Nate took several quick steps to close the distance between them, knelt, and placed a big hand on the boy's shoulder. "Taking a licking is to your benefit, son. The truth never hurt nobody. That was you on that train, right?" "Yes." "You picked a poor time to go jollying. You know that, don't you?" Dodo nodded. "Well, then, when your haul's trouble to circumstance, you got to pay. Your auntie'll heat up your little cookers for a minute. The lesson behind it will last. And that'll do it, I reckon." He reached for the boy's hand, but instead of reaching out, the boy drew from his pocket a folded and wrinkled white piece of paper. Nate gently removed it from the boy's hand and, unfolding it, held it up to the lantern. He read the words slowly, running his eyes closely across the paper. When he was done, he lowered the paper, and his gaze settled on the boy. "I can't read fancy words, Dodo, but Reverend Spriggs inside reads good. We'll ask him to figure them out." Dodo spoke. "I know what it says," he said. "What's that?" "My ma's dead." Nate was silent a moment. He peered up the slight embankment toward the shed and the house, thinking to himself of all that was wrong in the world. So many of God's dangers, he thought, are not the gifts they appear to be. "You don't need no paper to tell you your ma's got wings, son." "Then why I gotta leave?" "Who says you leaving?" "This paper says it." Nate gently took the paper from the boy, crumpled it, and tossed it in the creek. The tall man leaned down and tapped the boy's chest gently. "God opened up your heart when he closed your ears, boy. You got a whole country in there. Don't fret about no paper. That paper don't mean nothing." He took the boy's hand and led him up the slight embankment, around the shed, and toward the house. Chapter 5. The Stranger. 2 days later, Moshe was fast asleep in a chair next to Shona's bed when knocking at the door downstairs awakened him. He watched through heavy eyelids as Addie, sleeping in a chair on the other side of the bed, woke up, staggered sleepily to the doorway, and clomped down the stairs to the darkened grocery store below. Moshe looked at his watch. It was 4:30 a.m. He gazed at his wife. She lay with her eyes closed. He leaned forward and checked her pulse, then placed his hand on her chest. She was, he noted with relief, breathing, still very much alive. Addie marched back upstairs and stood in the doorway, looking irritated. "There's a man down there, wanting to see you. Tell him to go away." "He won't." "Who is it?" "He's the feller who bought Mr. Fabicelli's bakery." "He's a baker?" "I don't know what he is." "What's he want?" "He said something about—" She paused. "Giving away hollers." "What?" "Something about helping Miss Shona and hollers." "Hollers?" "I reckon it's Jewish words, Mr. Moshe." "How do you know it's Jewish words?" Addie frowned. "I don't know what it is. I'm guessing. Why don't you ask him yourself? He came by yesterday and the day before that. He came here 3 times already." "Send him away." Addie stood in the doorway, wavering, then with decided movement, stepped into the room, pulled her chair close to Shona's head, and sat, hunched over, her forearms resting on her knees, and stared at the floor. She glanced at the sleeping Shona through misty eyes, coughed, then wiped her tearing eyes with the back of her hand. "I ain't going back down there." Moshe hesitated, confused. Between Addie and Shona he felt like a ping-pong ball. The 2 women had taken turns babying him over the years. He never had to cook, nor clean, nor do any of the chores that he'd had to do as a child back in the old country. But they conspired against him. Shona gave Addie a voice, let her run the store, make decisions, run the place while she read her socialism books and crazy women nonsense. Now look at this mess. His own help in his own house was telling him to answer his own door in the middle of the night. If Shona left this world, he'd be stuck with Addie nagging him to death. He wanted to stand up and yell, but instead found himself staring at his wife. He leaned over, gently rubbing his wife's forehead. "Suppose she wakes while I'm downstairs, or doesn't wake at all." Addie, seated on the other side of the bed, had gathered herself. She reached over and fluffed the edges of Shona's pillow, then wiped her face gently with a soft cloth. "She wakes every day, Mr. Moshe," she said. "She wakes like a clock. She's all right." Moshe took one last worried glance at his sleeping wife, then made for the door. At the bottom of the stairs he turned on the light, walked past the rows of home goods, boxes, and jars of candies in the darkened store. Dawn was coming. As he approached the glass-paned outer door, he could see the sunlight peering over the edge of a small figure whose silhouette was framed in the doorway. He opened the door a crack and found himself peering at a small, stout Jewish man, in his 30s, with sparkling eyes, a thin mustache, and wide corners at his mouth, giving him an impish look. The man looked vaguely familiar. He was also smiling, which made Moshe hate him immediately. "Good morning," he said in Yiddish. "What do you want?" Moshe replied in English. He was in no mood for favors. "Don't you remember me?" the man asked. He spoke again in Yiddish, which irritated Moshe even more. It meant he definitely wanted something. Moshe snapped off a quick response. "Wer verblonden drog sich op." "Get lost," and pushed the door to close it. But the man jammed a mangled old boot in the doorway, which was struck by the closing door. "Ow!" he cried. "Could you let my foot out?" "Will you put your foot in the road if I do?" "I will." Moshe pulled the door slightly ajar to release the foot, but instead of pulling his foot out, the stranger placed his forearm on the door and tried to push it open farther. Moshe, surprised, held it firm, leaning against it. "What are you doing?" "I just need flour," he said. "We're closed." "I need kosher, for challah bread." Moshe frowned and sucked his teeth. Challah, not challah. That's what Addie heard. He pushed against the door to close it, but the man on the other side of the glass-paneled door held firm. "Is that what you told my maid?" Moshe asked. The man chuckled. "Another American Jew with a maid. She's rude," he said. "Go to Redding. They got plenty kosher there, and rude maids, too, if you want one, Moshe said. He pushed against the door, but the man held firm. That's 12 miles away. What am I, a taxi? Get a horse and buggy, then. Moshe pushed against the door harder. To his surprise, the man, whom he could see through the door, was much smaller than he was, and yet still firmly held his side quite easily. I have to eat better and sleep more, Moshe thought. He pushed harder, and to his disbelief the door remained cracked. The man held it partway open without straining. What's wrong with you? Moshe snapped. Frustrated, he threw his shoulder into the door. The little man did the same, and the door remained cracked a precious few inches, wide enough for Moshe to see the outline of his adversary's face, which, much to his consternation, was not straining at all. What kind of devil are you? He cried. I just need flour to make challah. Get it someplace else. Moshe pushed with all his might now. Sweat broke out on his forehead. His teeth clenched tightly, the side of his face pressed against the edge of the door. He glanced at his adversary through the glass panel. His face was just inches away. The small man, still not working hard, held his side. He appeared to be amused. Was he some kind of demon? The angel of death, Moshe thought. Come from my wife. He suddenly felt helpless. He wished Nate were here. Nate was strong enough to slam the door with one arm and push this monkey to the street. Or his cousin, Isaac. One glare from Isaac would send this mule fleeing. But he was alone. He almost called out for Addie, then decided against it. He was too embarrassed. Instead, he pushed now with everything he had, every muscle straining. Still, the stranger, who seemed to have the might of 3 men, held firm. Moshe felt his strength ebbing. He was exhausted. Between running the theater and all-night vigils at Shona's side and not eating, he hadn't much energy anyway. He felt his spirit leaving his body through his feet. Ridiculous, he thought. Please go, he gasped. I want to tell you something, the man said. You're a devil! Moshe grunted in Yiddish through gritted teeth, then said to himself, Why am I speaking Yiddish? I hate Yiddish. From the other side of the door, the little man said evenly, Do not call me a devil. I am a dancer. Dance down the road then, or I'll yell for the police. You're breaking into my property. I'm not breaking in. Get away, my wife is sick. That's why I'm here, the stranger said. With one great shove, he pushed the door wide, sending Moshe tumbling backward. Moshe landed on his rear end on the cold wooden floor next to the glass counter butcher case with a heavy thunk that shook the bottles and goods on the shelves. From the floor, he heard Addie yell from upstairs, What's going on down there? Y'all be quiet. Moshe looked up, expecting the stranger to stomp into the store, lean over, and clobber him. Instead, the little man stood in the doorway several feet off, peering down, his hands on his hips, his stout body filling the doorway. A talus hung out from his waistband. His fedora was worn and his suit was ratty, as if mice had chewed on the edges. His shirt was white, and a clipped string tie hung down to his waist. He puffed his cheeks and looked about the darkened store. Don't worry about your free-thinking Jewish wife, friend. She won't swallow her birth certificate any time soon. Her type of Jew does well in this country, I've seen it. May onions grow in your navel to talk about my wife that way. That's a Spanish saying, friend. Do you speak Spanish? No. Do you? As a matter of fact, I do. I've even been to Spain. Then do me a favor, you nut. Go back there. Not till I get my flour. Moshe instinctively fell back to one of the many wily tricks he'd learned as a child in Romania. When the leaders of the traveling Jewish theater troupe of which he was a part would stand at the edge of town, facing hordes of Russian peasants armed with rifles and clubs, demanding last-minute payment for some infringement, usually imaginary, on the part of the troupe. for it was always easier to refuse to pay for entertainment already provided, especially since the lovely Jewish maidens whose dancing inspired the peasantry to enjoy the troupe in the first place weren't putting out. Moreover, since then, Moshe had picked up a few tricks of his own in 12 years of negotiating with hard-boiled band managers at his theater. Seated on his duff, with one hand leaning on a glass cabinet holding candies, sewing needles, and other store supplies, he looked up and said gently, "I will leave it to you, friend, to decide what is best for you to do. For while you are a stranger to me, it is my duty to welcome you, for I am no stranger to hardship, having come from a land where a horse's hoof is more valuable than a piece of bread. A horse's hoof, you see, can help plow a field and feed an entire village, but bread, what does bread do? You eat it, and then you must bake another. Myself, I have neither. I am but a poor merchant who sells candy and dry goods. Come in, take all the flour you want, and I will leave it to you to decide what to pay." The stranger chuckled and said in Yiddish, "Be careful, you Romanian rascal." "Are you Hungarian?" "Polish. They've got schmeichlers, fast talkers, in Poland too. Look who's talking. The only thing you'd earn in Poland with your fast talk is an empty feeling." He glanced around the store. "Poor you are not, friend. The important thing is, I have good news. I come to tell you I found a wife." "You found a what?" "A wife." Moshe, seated on the floor, stared up at him, stunned. "Why should I care that you found a wife? I have my own wife to worry about." For the first time, the man in the doorway, his face brimming with confidence, seemed to wither. He looked genuinely hurt. "But you said I should get one." "What am I, mashed potatoes? What do I care if you have a wife? My own wife is sick at this very moment. Pox on you that you should bother me at this time. Yellow and green you should become. Take all the flour you want, and go flap your tongue someplace else, you dumb Pole. Get away from me." "But I did what you said." "Peddle your fish elsewhere, sir. You said without a wife, why should I come to a dance? But you did not make me leave. You let me stay, and I danced. That's why I'm here now. You invited me." "I did no such thing." "You said it. You said wherever I live is home of the greatest dance in the world." "What are you talking about? Get out of my house." "You don't remember the dance." "What dance?" The man drew his head back in disbelief. He spread his hands in disappointment. "What dance?" he said merrily. "What dance? The only dance. The greatest dance. The greatest dance of family fun and frolic that this country has ever seen. The greatest dance ever." Moshe, from his place on the floor, stared at the figure as slices of his memory fluttered back like pages in a book. In the dawn's early light, as the sun glimmered its first peak over the eastern slopes and shone down on the shacks and shanties of Chicken Hill, inside the very building where, in the warm basement 12 years before, love flew into his heart with the grace of a butterfly, and the beautiful young girl, now his wife, churned yellow into butter, pointing out the magic words of the Torah to him, a book she was forbidden to touch, her hand running across the page revealing the promise held by words of sanctity, love, and history. The shutters of memory flickered again, and he saw amid the crowd outside his theater the impish face, the hat, the tallis, the dimples of a young man standing among Jews of all types. Then, as if a distant bell were ringing, like a train whistle in the distance, he heard, in distant memory, the wonderful wailing clarinet of Mickey Katz. And he remembered in full that wonderful cold December afternoon when, freshly married and in the full flush of love, he turned the corner of High Street and looked up to see more Jews in one place in America than he had ever seen in his life. The hordes rising into focus like the great temples of Egypt rising in the sunlight of the Arab dawn. Hundreds and hundreds of Jews assembled in front of his theater, eager to flood the door, to make him rich, to clamber inside so they could howl, yelp, dance, and have a joyful moment like the times of old. And among them, a young Hasid, who announced that he would not dance with any woman because he was looking for a wife. Staring at the man, Moshe felt the same lightness he felt when he first turned the corner of High Street and saw all those people. It was as if a great weight had been lifted off his chest and placed on his back where it belonged, seated and solid. 12 years fell away, and he was a young man again, standing in the wings of his theater watching Mickey Katz's merry band peeling off the wallpaper with sound as hundreds of happy American Jews danced. And among them was the gyrating, twisting body of the crazy Hasidic dancer, the young man who announced he did not want to dance with any woman, the young man who proclaimed he was not looking for a dancer, but rather a wife, yet who danced with every woman on the floor. And what a dancer he was. "I remember you," Moshe said excitedly. "You were the greatest dancer I ever saw. What's your name?" Instead of answering, the young Hasid proudly removed his hat, scratched at his forehead, and gazed down his nose at Moshe, still on the floor next to the butcher's case. He spoke slowly, as if he were a wise old man. "Our rabbinical sages tell us we have 3 names. One given by our friends, one given by our family, and one we give ourselves. So I should call you peas, tomatoes, or onions?" "Malachi," he said. He started to say something else, but Moshe, in full flush of memory, was bursting with excitement, for a question had gnawed at him for years, and he couldn't believe his luck. "I saw you the next day," he said. "After Katz left, outside the theater, you gave me a bottle of plum brandy. We heard something pop on the hill. We saw black smoke. You said it was a bad sign." "That was a bad time," Malachi said, stepping into the store and reaching out a hand to help Moshe to his feet. "Those times have ended." Chapter 6. Challah. Shona's fever broke 2 days later. Her feverish rants ceased a day after that. The following day she sat up. Then peacefulness seemed to descend on her small frame, and wellness began a long, slow return. But alas, she could not stand for long periods or walk unassisted. A visit from a special doctor from Philadelphia that Moshe's cousin Isaac had arranged confirmed that some kind of blood problem had produced a brain attack that, given her bad foot, may make walking unassisted difficult. Moshe didn't care. Even if she needed a wheelchair for the rest of her life, as long as she could be the Shona of old, he was happy. After a week, he saw the light return to her eyes. A week later, she began to talk in long sentences, albeit slowly. By the 3rd week, she was standing with the support of Addie and giving orders, demanding to go downstairs and open the store. Moshe happily complied. He attributed her improvement to the arrival of Malachi, who insisted on dropping by the theater every day to deliver a loaf of his challah for Moshe to carry home to his wife. "This will be part of your wife's healing," he said proudly. He delivered his very first challah to Moshe at the theater, still wearing his ragged costume of sport coat, hat, tallis, and Homburg. He held the loaf proudly, like he was carrying a child. "You will be my first customer," he said. Moshe took the loaf with the same dainty care it was offered. Although he never liked challah, he was charmed. He preferred regular white sliced bread and American sandwiches of ham and cheese, which were like everything in America, neat and quick, not fluffy and thick and soupy like old European food. But Malachi's bread was new, and something about him lifted Moshe's heart. So Moshe readily tore off a piece, shoved it in his mouth, and nearly gagged. He managed to gurgle a thank you, but only to keep from vomiting onto the floor the turgid mess of what tasted like onions, sand, and grease. "Wonderful," he said. "It will bring healing wherever it goes," Malachi said proudly. "It will be like your wonderful theater. It will bring people together." To a hospital, maybe, Moshe thought, nodding. But he smiled and said nothing. He hated to offend his new friend. He promised to bring the bread home to his wife that very evening, but instead, he offered it to Nate as they walked home together after the theater closed, the two climbing the tight dirt roads of Chicken Hill in the wee hours. He did it with a disclaimer, saying, "The new baker is just learning." Nate took a chaw out of the bread, uttered no comment, and tossed the whole mess to a brown-spotted mutt who emerged from one of the claptrap houses that lined the roads up onto the hill. The dog was a nuisance who regularly terrorized them on their night walks home, and when Moshe walked home alone, he took a roundabout route to avoid the creature altogether. The mutt swallowed the challah in one gulp, and thus, when Malachi asked Moshe the next day if his challah was bringing healing to his home, Moshe was happy to inform him, yes, indeed, and peace as well. For the mongrel, to his surprise, left him alone for the first time ever. Indeed, as horrible as the challah was, it was proof of the magic that seemed to accompany everything Malachi touched, for the dog never bothered Moshe again. Calamity and disorganization seemed to follow Moshe's new friend everywhere, yet it never touched or stirred him. Malachi was not a neat man. His suit was forever rumpled, his hat furrowed, his talus frayed, his clear blue eyes always somewhat distant. His head was constantly bowed, his attention deep in the pages of his prayer book, sometimes for hours, even when he baked, allowing his pies and bread to burn. It was clear to Moshe that his new friend was not a born baker. He noted that Malachi's apartment above the bakery was full of junk, items he had gathered, sold, bought, and somehow assembled from here and there. For Malachi confessed he'd been a traveling salesman of one kind or another since his arrival in the new land from the old country. His travels had clearly broadened him, as he was an endless fount of knowledge about everything from automobiles to the iron-making factories of Pottstown. For all his horrible baking and utter disorganization, Malachi had a lightness and boundless enthusiasm about worldly matters. He seemed to bring light and air and goodness to everything he touched. He marveled at the simplest items: an apple peeler, a barrel, a menorah, a paper cup, a marble, with enthusiasm and humor, often holding the item up and saying, "Marvelous. Imagine, who thought of this?" Moshe had few friends. Most of Pottstown's Jews had left Chicken Hill by then. Nate was a friend, but he was a Negro, so there was that space between them. But with Malachi, there was no space. They were fellow escapees who, having endured the landing at Ellis Island and escaped the grinding sweatshops and vicious crime of the vermin-infested Lower East Side, had arrived by hook or crook in the land of opportunity that was Pennsylvania, home to Quakers, Mormons, and Presbyterians. Who cared that life was lonely, that jobs were thankless, drudgery, that the romance of the proud American state was myth, that the rules of life were laid carefully in neat books and laws written by stern Europeans who stalked the town and state like the Grim Reaper, with their righteous churches spouting that Jews murdered their precious Jesus Christ. Their fellow Pennsylvanians knew nothing about the shattered shtetls and destroyed synagogues of the old country. They had not set eyes on the stunned elderly immigrants starving in tenements in New York, the old ones who came alone, who spoke Yiddish only, whose children died or left them to live in charity homes, the women frightened until the end, the men consigned to a life of selling vegetables and fruits on horse-drawn carts. They were a lost nation spread across the American countryside, bewildered, their yeshiva education useless, their proud history ignored. As the clankety-clank of American industry churned around them, their proud past as watchmakers and tailors, scholars and historians, musicians and artists, gone, wasted. Americans cared about money and power and government. Jews had none of those things. Their job was to tread lightly in the land of milk and honey and be thankful that they were free to walk the land without getting their duffs kicked, or worse. Life in America was hard, but it was free. And if you worked hard, you might gain some opportunity, maybe even open a shop or business of some kind. Moshe, the proud owner of 2 thriving theaters and a grocery store that lost money every year thanks to his American-born Jewish wife, felt proud to be American. He cherished American life. He tried hard to convince his new friend of the goodness of America's ways. He gave his new friend a mezuzah pendant. A mezuzah normally adorns the doorway of a Jewish home. But this pendant could be worn around the neck, and it bore a special inscription on the back that read, "Home of the greatest dancer in the world." That way, Moshe explained, Malachi would feel at home and welcome everywhere he went. But Malachi, normally amused by kind gestures and small gifts, returned the mezuzah and politely begged Moshe to give it to Shona, which he did, to her delight. Unlike most Jews, Malachi was proud of what he laughingly called his clankety-clank life in Europe that he'd left behind. He didn't mind being a greenhorn. He refused to dress like an American, preferring to wear his tallis under his shirt, the ends of which hung down his pants. He was kosher to the point of what Moshe considered to be useless. A fat, worn prayer book, a machzor, bulged out of the back pocket of his oversized pants like a big city cop's ticket book. It went with him everywhere. He was constantly snatching it out of his pocket, stopping whatever he was doing, flipping it open expertly to a well-read passage, sometimes so moved by what he read that he'd place the book to his chest and bow his head, humming a fervent prayer in Hebrew. One afternoon, as the two enjoyed tea, Malachi placed his prayer book on the table. Moshe tapped it and said carefully, "I'm shy about Jewish things in this country." "Why?" "It's not too good to waste time with old things." Malachi smiled. "The prayers in that Siddur volume," Malachi said, "are not old." He picked up the old machzor. "These are actually for high holidays like Pesach and Sukkot. They're not for everyday matters, but I use it for everyday matters anyway." "Isn't that wrong?" Moshe asked. Malachi chuckled. "The prophet Isaiah condemns routine, mechanical prayers anyway, so it doesn't matter." "Are you a Rebbe?" Moshe asked. "Depends on who's asking." "Doesn't a Rebbe have to be educated at yeshiva?" "Why are you worried if I'm a Rebbe or not? So long as your words are uttered thoughtfully and with full intent, it doesn't matter. Our ways give comfort rather than cause sorrow. They bring joy rather than pain. I told you, your wife would get well. And she did. What does it matter if a Rebbe delivers those words on me? I'm not a Rebbe, by the way. I just follow the Talmud. Though my bread did make your wife well." Moshe laughed. "My cousin Isaac said his doctor made her well." Malachi smiled sternly. "Friend, the truth is neither made her well. Not my bread, nor your cousin's fancy doctor. The fullness of the earth made her well. Psalm 24 says mankind must enjoy the fullness of the earth. Is bread not part of the earth's fullness?" Moshe shrugged and let the matter rest. He was so happy that Shona was improving that he was afraid to jinx matters. "Why not come to the house to eat?" he said. "You haven't actually met my wife." "In time," Malachi said. It was just that kind of response that kept Moshe on edge and curious about his new friend. The series of odd behaviors that seemed to be part and parcel of him. He guessed that perhaps Malachi did not want to meet Shona, because he was prohibited, at least in his mind, from touching her. But still he visited the theater with Bread nearly every afternoon after closing his shop, and was always bright and cheerful, full of questions about the theater, Moshe's crew, his business, life in America. And while he always asked about Shona's continuing improvement, Malachi declined to talk of his own wife, of whom he'd bragged so freely when he first arrived. Moshe never asked. He understood that marriage for new Jews in America was complex. Some men had wives back in Europe and took new wives here. Others missed their wives so terribly that to mention them brought tears, ranting, and even cursing and fighting. Some worked for years to save enough to send for their wives, only to discover, after the wife arrived, that both had changed so much the marriage was no longer tenable. Moshe, aware of those matters and happy that his own marriage was intact, stayed quiet on the matter. Still, Malachi's reticence about his past and his wife was a strange divide between them, and it only made Moshe more curious. He wanted to cross it, and would have, but for Malachi's floundering bakery, which took precedence, for its failure began almost immediately. Even if Malachi had been the best baker in the world, he'd arrived in Pottstown at a bad time. Fabicelli, the kind old Italian baker, who set his week-old pastries out every Sunday evening on a wooden crate for whoever in the hill wanted them, and from whom Malachi had purchased the bakery, was one of the last white merchants remaining in Chicken Hill. Only Herb Radamitz's ice house, which delivered ice by horse and cart, and the irascible Lithuanian shoe store owners, Irv and Marvin Skrupskelis, who scared the bejesus out of everybody, were left. The other white stores had descended to the greener pastures of High Street, just 10 blocks away. And while the kind old Fabicelli was happy to sell his old delivery truck, bakery, and building that contained the upstairs apartment to the itinerant Jew, he obviously did not sell his recipes, for the rest of Malachi's baked goods were as bad, if not worse, than his challah. His cakes were catastrophes. They looked like finger paintings done by a 6-year-old, with dripping icing and ragged edges. His buns tasted like chopped liver. The interior of his meat pies looked like moldy corned beef in need of a painter with a brush and a can of red paint. Even Chicken Hill's Negroes, long used to rotting food and old goods, avoided Malachi's shop. It was a testament to the 17 Jewish families in Pottstown that the bakery survived the first few weeks at all. Moshe watched this deterioration with concern, and one afternoon when Malachi came by the theater to drop off his usual gift of flour and water disguised as challah, Moshe decided to bring up the matter of Malachi's baking. The two were standing near the front of the theater as they talked, while Nate and a small crew were preparing the stage for an appearance that night by the mighty Count Basie Orchestra. Before Moshe could even broach the subject, Malachi, in the mood to talk about his business, tossed a loaf of challah wrapped in brown paper on the edge of the stage and confessed, "I closed the bakery early." "Why?" "Business is slow. People don't like my bread." "What's wrong with my bread? It's good bread." He leaned on the edge of the stage, glancing at Nate and the 3 other Negroes in the back who were wiping tables and sweeping up trash from the previous night's event. Moshe asked carefully, "Have you owned a bakery before?" "Of course not." "Why buy a bakery then?" "It was for sale." "There are many other businesses." "What's wrong with buying a bakery?" "Nothing, but you need to be apprenticed in these matters." "Why? I'm a good cook." "Baking is not cooking. Baking, from what I understand, requires precision. Did you bake in the old country?" Malachi did not answer directly. Instead, he removed his hat, ran his fingers through his thick curly hair, placed his hat back on his head, then fished through his coat jacket pockets, pulling out all manner of baking tools: shaker, sifter, pastry mat, scraper, dough scoop, spatula, and rolling pin. He carefully placed them on the stage edge, lining them up neatly. These are my tools. I practice all the time. I'm teaching myself. You cannot teach and sell at the same time, friend. Why not? Isn't this how they do it in America? Maybe. But before you buy a business, not after. Malachi's normally bright eyes darkened a bit. I'm confused. When I first came to America, I went to Pittsburgh. But nobody wanted to hire me because I went to yeshiva. They thought I was too intellectual. I went to a big department store. I said, I can be an interpreter because I speak many languages. I speak Yiddish, German, Polish, Russian, and Spanish. I can talk to customers in their language and suggest things. Instead, they put me to work tagging dresses. So I worked on a vegetable cart. But the man who owned it wanted me to work on the Sabbath, so I left. Then I worked in a diner cleaning pickle barrels. My fingers were swollen from pickle juice. Then I sold wife supplies off a horse and wagon. I eventually bought the horse and wagon from the man who owned them. From there, I saved enough to buy a bakery. It took 9 years. Was your wife there during that time? Moshe asked. Malachi's eyes misted, and he ignored the question, pointing to the bakery tools on the stage. I practice all the time, even at night. I make the prettiest cakes. Have you ever tried my pies? Given his experience with Malachi's challah, Moshe had no intention of doing that. Instead, he gently pointed to Nate at the back of the theater cleaning and setting up with his small crew. My Nate can help you find some colored workers. Malachi shook his head. Does he keep kosher? He asked. A kosher bakery doesn't need a kosher baker, Moshe said. Malachi was silent a moment, then said, It's not wise to mix things the way they do here in America. Moshe was stunned by this admission, which he considered ignorant. What difference does it make? You want your business to succeed or not? But Malachi wasn't listening. He was staring at Nate and his men who were busy moving chairs and tables, putting white cloths on the tables, setting up candles. He pointed to the back of the hall. Who is that boy? He asked. Moshe followed the direction of Malachi's finger that pointed to the lone Negro child among the men who were wiping tables near one of the exits. He was tall and thin for his age. Not more than 10 or 12, Moshe guessed. Athletic, with long arms and neck, and skin that looked as if he'd been dipped into a vat of chocolate. He had a dark, oval face, wide nose, high cheekbones, and the longest eyelashes of any child Moshe had ever seen. Beautiful, expressive eyes. The child was sweeping popcorn and candy wrappers off chairs with a whisk broom. He noticed them, smiled shyly, then ducked his head, hurrying back to work as Nate directed, the boy moving quickly, as if he wanted to disappear into the tables and chairs. Moshe watched, transfixed. He was accustomed to Negroes disappearing, vanishing, and slipping off. But as he watched the Negro boy work his way across the littered dance floor, corralling the garbage, moving tables and chairs with speed and desperate efficiency, he felt a sudden gust of memory, as if his past had suddenly swept into the room and blew into the back of his shirt collar, like a breeze from an open door that puffs into an office and ruffles all the loose papers, sending them to the floor. He saw himself back in Romania, at age 9, hungry and exhausted, standing outside a bread shop in Constanza, one terrified eye on the road watching for soldiers, the other eye on the baker's door, as Isaac burst out holding a loaf of challah under his arm like it was an American football, an old woman on his heels as Isaac hissed, "Hurry, before the soldiers come!" The two boys ran, gobbling the bread like wolves as they fled. No wonder he hated challah. He looked away from the child to see Malachi staring at him. "It's the strangest thing about challah," Moshe said. "Do you want to hear?" "No." "Why not?" Because I know it's not my baking that you dislike, friend, Malachi said. It's what it stirs inside you, and for that I cannot help you. Only prayer can help that. Moshe's eyes widened. How could he know? What are you talking about? He said. You are making up things. It's just bread. Malachi ignored that. Instead, he pulled himself up so he could sit on the edge of the stage, his legs dangling off it, watching the Negro boy work among the line of men moving fast across the dance hall. He glanced at his watch, then at the boy. It's 1:00. That child should be in school. Moshe shrugged. The boy's schooling wasn't his business. Nate brought him. Nate brings all my workers. Malachi's eyes grew sallow. Despondency climbed into his face as he watched the Negroes work. When I got off at Ellis Island, the first American I ever saw was a Negro. I thought all Americans were Negroes. Moshe laughed nervously. Conversations about race always made him uneasy. He tried to change the subject. I had never tasted a tomato until I came here, he said cheerily. I had never eaten a banana. When I did eat one, I didn't like it. But Malachi seemed distracted. He stared at the boy, watching him toss papers into a small can as he moved toward the back of the hall. That's what's wrong with this country, he said. The Negroes. Moshe shrugged. They've done nothing wrong. They're good friends. My Nate, his wife, Addie, the helpers they bring. They help me a great deal. Malachi smirked. Did you know that all the historical sources of Hanukkah are in Greek? What's that get to do with my Negro workers? Light is only possible through dialogue between cultures, not through rejection of one or the other. Moshe chuckled and nodded at Nate, who had worked his way to the back of the hall, directing the kid. My Nate doesn't speak Greek. Your Nate? Does he belong to you? Moshe looked flummoxed. You know what I mean, he muttered. Malachi frowned. The American ways you've learned. He shook his head. This country is too dirty for me. What's wrong with you? Nate is my friend. Is he now? Of course. Because you pay him. Of course. Is he supposed to work for free? Moshe sputtered. But Malachi wasn't listening. He stared at Nate, and at the boy working behind him, and at the other Negroes. He watched them for several long moments, then murmured, I think the Negroes have the advantage in this country. How is that? At least they know who they are. He hopped down from the stage and began to gather his baker's tools, the rolling pin, the spatula, cramming them in the oversized pockets of his worn jacket, the tools clanking as he did so. When he next spoke, he spoke in Yiddish. We are integrating into a burning house, he said. What are you talking about? Moshe demanded. Malachi turned to look at the back of the hall, his blue eyes following the Negroes. Suddenly one of them began to sing softly, a church hymn, and the others joined in, moving in sync, working faster now as they shifted tables and tossed garbage into barrels. I'll go where you want me to go, or a mountain, plain, or sea. I'll say what you want me to say. Lord, I'll be what you want me to be. The song wafted up and across the dank, dark dance hall. Malachi listened a moment, then said in Yiddish, I would like you to sell my bakery for me. I will drop the papers off in the morning. If there is a profit, please send it to me. Where are you going? But Malachi was already at a side door and was gone. Moshe watched the door close, puzzled. He glanced at the stage. Malachi had left several tools behind, a pie pan, a shaker. He thought, I'll give these things to him when I see him tomorrow. But he did not see Malachi the next day, or the next. He didn't see him again for 3 years. Chapter 7. A New Problem. A month after Malachi left Pottstown, Moshe was inside the theater moving tables on the dance floor after cleaning up the remnants of last night's Blues Sock Hop, starring Jay McShann, when Nate put down his broom and approached Moshe. "Can I have a word?" Moshe almost didn't hear him. He was still troubled by Malachi's sudden disappearance. He had sent Nate over to the bakery a few days later, and Nate reported that the bakery was shut and the apartment overhead was dark. A few days after that, Moshe received a letter, postmarked Chicago. Then 2 days later, a second, postmarked Des Moines, Iowa, both in Malachi's beautiful cursive hand, giving instructions on the sale of the bakery, what should be done with all the tools and utensils, and where to send the money once the sale was complete. It was a headache Moshe was not anxious to get involved in. Moshe waited a week, hoping somehow that Malachi might change his mind. Then he finally moved on Malachi's request. After he made a few inquiries, his father-in-law in Reading produced 2 Jewish brothers from Lithuania who were happy to buy the bakery. They were greenies, freshly arrived and not cognizant of American ways. It meant Moshe had to go down to City Hall and deal with the Goyim and their snide questions and puzzling forms. Isaac offered to send a Jewish lawyer from Reading to assist, but Moshe declined. He knew all the town employees. He could get it done quickly. Besides, Malachi was a friend. Even if he believed in things that he, Moshe, now that he was an American, did not. Malachi, he decided, was part of the past. The old ways simply didn't fit in America. Still, what Malachi had said bothered him. "This country is too dirty for me," he'd said. How dare he? America was clean, far cleaner than Europe. What's wrong with him? That he should speak this way about this great country. Look what it had done for him. It was what Malachi said about the Negro, however, that bothered Moshe most. "I think the Negroes have the advantage in this country. At least they know who they are." "That's ridiculous," Moshe had said. He looked up to find Nate staring at him. "What's that for?" Nate asked, staring down at Moshe's hand. Moshe found that he was holding a $10 bill. It was a tip he'd planned to give to Nate for his handling of the McShann band with his usual grace. He always tipped Nate. Nate was his man. He blankly held the money out. "For you." Nate stared at him. "You all right, Mr. Moshe?" Moshe looked around the theater. At the back, 2 of Nate's workers, including the boy Malachi had noticed a month earlier, had returned. He nodded at the boy. "Who's that?" he asked. Nate's soft eyes smoothed into concern. "That's who I come to talk to you about. That there's my nephew, Dodo." "What kind of name is that for a child?" "That's what we call him. He's a good boy. He's deaf and dumb. Well, not dumb. Feeble-minded." Nate shrugged. "No. He had an accident. Well, Addie's sister's stove blowed up one day, and something got in his eye. He couldn't see out it for a while, and he still can't hear good, but he talks okay." "Did you take him to Doc Roberts?" Nate smiled. It was, Moshe noticed, a bitter smile. Doc Roberts marched every year in the local Klan parade. It was Shona who had called him out about it. Her letters to the newspaper protesting the men who marched down Main Street in white sheets, forcing the Jewish merchants to close, caused more trouble than they were worth as far as Moshe was concerned. Then, following it up with a letter pointing out the exclusion of Jews from the Pottstown Tennis Club and the ice skating rink, which the Pottstown Mercury was bold enough to print, didn't help. That caused a stir, not just in the town, but in the shul as well. Most of the 17 original Jewish families on Chicken Hill were German and liked getting along. But the newer Jews from Eastern Europe were impatient and hard to control. The Hungarians were prone to panic. The Poles grew sullen. The Lithuanians were furious and unpredictable. And the Romanians, well, that would be Moshe, the sole Romanian. He did whatever his wife told him to do, even though they didn't agree on everything. But the relatively new Jewish newcomers were not afraid to fight back. They seemed to operate with a tacit understanding that while fights were bad for business, if the Jews of Pottstown quit their jobs and businesses, Pottstown would break down in about 5 minutes. Shona, an American-born Bulgarian, had clout. Her American pedigree giving her status with the highbrow Jews at social service agencies who looked down their noses at their newer Jewish brethren who arrived in smelly clothes fresh off the boat speaking only Yiddish. Her father had started the shul. Her husband was the richest merchant in town, even though he trafficked in Yiddish plays and nigger shows, and her husband's cousin was the biggest theater owner in Philadelphia, with contacts all the way to Hollywood. Isaac's appearance at the Chevra, where he defended Moshe's decision to open his theater to the colored, had gone a long way. So no one challenged her openly. Shona was a cripple anyway. Who could argue with a cripple? Let her rant, they seemed to say. But the town's older Jews observed her movements with fearful watchfulness. Her illness complicated matters, because Shona refused to allow Doc Roberts to treat her. He was the town's pride, a hometown boy made good, and the story of her long trips to doctors in far-off places was an embarrassment. Doc Roberts had even sent word that he would come up to the hill to see her, and had been ignored. Moshe sought to avoid the confrontation by claiming that Shona's illness required specialists, which was to some degree true, if there had been a diagnosis. But there was none, really. Her turnaround came, she was happy to tell people, when Malachi showed up and prayed for her out of his thick machzor. And wouldn't you know it, she declared, the poor man didn't last 5 minutes in Pottstown. Because people did not support him. Now he's out somewhere healing the world. Pottstown be damned. And we are stuck with Doc Roberts marching in his silly white clown costume every year. Where did he learn to be a doctor anyway? Moshe heard these things at his house, and thanked his lucky stars that Shona's physical troubles made going downtown difficult. But that still did not solve the Doc Roberts problem. He was sorry every time the subject of Doc came up. Nate, as if to affirm the trouble, immediately dismissed the Doc Roberts suggestion. Dodo don't need no doctor, he said. He had an accident. He got sick, then he got better. He's all right. So what's the problem? Moshe asked. Nate's hand slid nervously on the broom handle as he spoke. I've been meaning to ask you, if it's okay to bring him round to help out, cheer up the tide and all. You can bring whomever you want, Moshe said. Yes, but I wonder if I could, as they say, get your blessing on the matter. Moshe looked at the youngster who drifted closer, cleaning the floor. He was a beautiful boy. He had the smoothest, most glowing dark skin Moshe had ever seen. He shone like a light. Moshe smiled at him. The youngster glanced at him, then looked away, busying himself with picking up trash. A thought struck Moshe, and he recalled Malachi's words about the boy. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 1 p.m. How old is he? Round about 10. Isn't he supposed to be in school? Nate leaned on his broom. Well, that's just it, Nate said. Dodo's Addie's sister Thelma's boy. Remember Thelma? Moshe faintly remembered a quiet Negro woman Nate had called on from time to time to help in the theater. I think so. Thelma got her wings last month. Got her wings. Passed away. Oh. Nate's brow furrowed, and his old hands moved up and down the broom handle slowly. He said softly, Me and my wife's got him. Moshe looked down at the floor a moment, embarrassed. It rarely occurred to him that he and Nate shared one commonality. Neither of their wives could bear children. They had worked in the theater all day side by side for 12 years but rarely discussed their wives or matters of home. Why bother? Their wives did all the talking anyway. Shona's illness had shaken them all, and her recovery had given them something to be happy about. Or did it? He realized then that he'd always avoided asking Nate about his home life. It was better that way, a throwback to his own Fusgeya childhood, when he befriended children whose families joined the theater troupe, and then one day the friends suddenly departed. Some were adopted, others carried off by sickness, disease, bad luck, death, or in rare cases, opportunity. Food was scarce, life was cheap. A Jew's life in the old country was worthless. Better to not make friends at all. How dare Malachi call this country dirty? It was so much better here. Well, I think that's fine, Moshe said. You can run things as you like. Nate's brow furrowed. A man from the state come to the house last week. Says he's going to carry Dodo off to a special school over in Spring City. Dodo don't want to go to no special school. He's all right here with us. Moshe's heart quickened. He felt a request coming. But Nate continued. The man says he's coming back to fetch him next week. I'm wondering if you might let me slip Dodo into the theater here tonight just for a few days till the man goes away. Boy's quiet. Can't hear nothing. Won't be scared or make no noise. He can work good, clean up, and so forth. For how long? Just a couple of days. Till the man's gone. But there's nowhere to sleep, Moshe protested. It's too cold. He can sleep in the basement. We got a couch down there and the old brick fireplace. He'll be all right. What about the man from the state? The government ain't gonna trouble theyself too much about little old colored boy, Mr. Moshe. Moshe felt a flash of fear well up inside at the mention of the word government. The USA, the law. Only the thought of Addie standing over his wife, Addie's tears falling from her face, tending to Shona long after Shona slept, waking up in his chair and still seeing Addie there in the morning, fighting off the sickness, fighting off the devil that was trying to deprive him of the love of the woman who had given him so much. Only that image gave him the courage to ignore the naked terror that surged in his throat and across his spine as he uttered, I have to talk to my missus, Nate. All right, then. But Moshe already knew the answer even as he walked into his kitchen that night. He hadn't expected a different answer, really, for Shona had no fear of the government. When her father had moved to Reading and had insisted that Moshe sell his theater and move to be near him, Shona insisted they stay behind. We are building our own future, she said. Unlike Moshe, who was terrified of the police, Shona was unafraid to challenge them. When the farmer whose well was closest to the synagogue refused to sell water to the shul for the women's monthly ritual bath, Shona called the police. When the police refused to act, claiming that their cars could not make it up the dirt roads of the hill, she walked to the station and gave them a piece of her mind about the matter. Then, without asking anyone in the shul, she hired a colored man with a horse and cart, rode in the back as the man drove the cart to town, filled barrels from the town's water spigot herself, and had the colored man walk the barrels into the unoccupied mikveh and pour the water into the baths. The leaders of the shul were so outraged they threatened to drop Moshe and Shona from the rolls. The bad feelings lasted years. The upshot being that Moshe was certain that when he and Shona died, they would not be buried in the shul's cemetery next to her grandparents, who had preceded them but on a slender slice of Jewish land owned by the shtetl near Hanover Street, next to the cemetery used by the town's colored and poor. Shona shrugged it off. When I was dying, where were they? She chuckled. Busy, trying to make $1 change pockets is where they were. They call me the kalyaka, the sick one. I'll outlast them all. When he walked into the house that night, Moshe found her standing over the stove cooking gefilte fish and onions, and humming to herself. He told her the little deaf boy's mother had died, how Nate and his Addie had taken him in, and how he had allowed the boy to sleep in the basement of the All-American Dance Hall and Theater that night, so the state government couldn't take him away from the only family he had. Shona had her back to him, stirring the pot with one hand, with the other leaning on the countertop to keep her balance. She glanced at him over her shoulder, and one look at her bright, shining eyes, clouded in irritation, told him everything. Then she turned to her pot and spoke with her back to him. "What's the matter with you?" she said. "I said yes. You sent him to sleep in the cold theater basement with the rats. There's a stove down there. Nate and I fired it for him." "So?" "It's trouble, Shona. The government wants him." "For what?" "To put him in a special place." "What kind of place?" "A place for children like him." He could see and almost feel the back of her neck redden. She was silent a moment, then said, "Children like him." She said it in Yiddish, which meant she was mad. "But I allowed it," he said. "I even had Nate put some extra coals in the stove to keep it warm." "You think because a child can't hear, he's not cold at night? You think he's not afraid of the dark? You think he's happy to sleep in a cold theater? You think because his ears don't work, he doesn't feel cold or lonely, or that his heart doesn't break for his mother? You think that?" "I run a theater," Moshe said. "What do I know about children?" Shona tapped the spoon on the edge of the pot, placed it on the stove, and spoke over her shoulder. "Go, put that fire out, and bring him home." Chapter 8. Paper. Shona's decision to hide Dodo from the state of Pennsylvania wasn't even the lead story when Patty Millison, known as Newspaper, Paper for short, held court inside Shona's Heaven and Earth grocery store that following Saturday. Paper, whose smooth, dark chocolate-brown skin, perky breasts, slim buttocks, and wild cornrowed hair was appended by her running mouth that could keep neither secret nor food, for she ate like a horse, but never gained an ounce, was a laundress who held court inside the Heaven and Earth grocery store every Saturday. Saturday was Miss Shona's Sabbath, which gave Paper free rein to trade quips, juicy gossip, and other vital local information out of Shona's hearing. The colored maids, housekeepers, saloon cleaners, factory workers, and bellhops of Chicken Hill, who gathered near the vegetable bin each Saturday morning to hear Paper's news, however, loved her chatter. Paper knew more news than the local papers, which she actually never read. In fact, there was a rumor about that Paper couldn't read at all. She'd been seen at the Second Baptist Church holding the hymnal book upside down more than once. That didn't matter. Her neat wooden frame house on Franklin Street was perched at one of the main roads leading up to Chicken Hill, giving her a view of the town in front and the hill in the back. Still, it wasn't the location of her home that allowed Paper to serve as the source of the most intrepid reports on the Hill, or her being as capable as the most able reporter from the nimble Pottstown Mercury, or even the mighty Philadelphia Bulletin. Rather, it was her effect on the male species. Her beauty, her easy laughter, glimmering eyes, an instant smile for every stranger she met made her a magnet for men. Men spilled their guts to her. Hardened thugs who gutted one another with knives in alleyways watched her sidle down the muddy roads of the Hill in the afternoon and felt a sudden urge to repent, recalling the innocence of their childhood, the glorious yellow sunlight that kissed their faces when they burst out of church after Sunday school in shirt and tie on Palm Sunday, whirling palm fronds in the air as their mothers laughed. Mild-mannered deacons who sat on their porches with grim faces after toiling all day as smiling waiters in white jackets at the Pottstown Social Club, serving meals to the town's white fathers, watched Paper's proud breasts swing freely beneath her dress as she floated past and suddenly heard the sound of 1,000 drums pounding down the Amazon, accompanied by visions of drowning their bosses. Bricklayers paved her chimney just to watch her bend over the petunias in their gloriously full-flowered yard. Mule skinners hauled barrels of drinking water to her house just to hear the sound of her laughter. Pullman porter royalty from the nearby Reading Railroad floated by her porch regularly to drop off laundry and tell high stories about travels to far-off places like Iowa and Florida and even Los Angeles, dreaming of doing the bunga bunga with Paper, whom they saw as the wild local. White men found her irresistible, which is why she held no lucrative maid's job. "I'm retired from day's work," she told friends with a laugh. "Too much trouble. The men grope and the women mope." White housewives from town who wanted their husbands to climb the greasy pole of opportunity in Pottstown's thriving banking and manufacturing worlds made a steady trek to Paper's house bearing their husbands' laundry, for she washed with such thoroughness and ironed with such professional skill that even Willard Millstone Potts, the town's chief banker, grandson of Mr. John Potts himself, the old fart who lay in the graveyard gathering worms, thank God, parachuted over to hell even if the bridge was out, the old black folks prayed, sent his shirts to her house to have them cleaned and pressed. Paper, as the old folks said, had turn, talent. Women found her funny and interesting, for unlike most men, she was curious about their opinions, was yet to be married, and swore she had no plans to. "I can do better without a man," she declared, which made her high cotton and one up on the Chicken Hill's most respected stateswoman, Addie, Nate's wife, who was a Townsend, and everyone knew those Townsends were too bold to live long anyway. They'd been out of the South too long. Too black, too strong, too bold. They refused to step off the sidewalk when a white woman approached. They forgot to avoid looking a white person in the eye. They forgot all the behaviors that, back home, could have you seeing your life flashing before your eyes as a noose was lowered around your neck. Or worse, staring at iron bars for 20 years with your hopes flatter than yesterday's beer, dreaming about old junk that you should have sold, or deer you should have shot but missed, or women you should have married and didn't, having wandered face first into the 5-fingered karate chop of the white man's laws. A colored person couldn't survive in the white man's world being ignorant. They had to know the news. That's why Paper was so important. She was a Pottstown special. Thus, when she decided that the lead story in her Saturday morning announcements at Shona's Heaven and Earth grocery store had nothing to do with Miss Shona's decision to hide Dodo from the man from the state, not one of the group of housewives, bums, and factory janitors standing about questioned it. Everybody knew Dodo was doomed anyway. He was Addie's nephew, the child of her late sister, Thelma, who died 3 years after a stove in her house blew up and took the boy's ears away. The special school, which everybody knew wasn't a school at all, but rather the horrific Penhurst Sanatorium up the road in Spring City, was just another injustice in a world full of them. So why dwell on it? Plus, Paper's gossip that Saturday was too juicy to ignore. She rolled it out like this. Big Soap knocked Fatty's gold tooth out. Big Soap was a relative newcomer and a Hill favorite, a huge Italian named Enzo Carissimi, 6'6", majestically built with wide shoulders, huge hands, alluring brown eyes, and a gentle nature, who was constantly bursting into laughter. He had emigrated from Sicily to America at 12 with his extended family, one of the few white families still on the Hill. Fatty Davis, a clever, stout, two-fisted, gregarious hustler who owned the Hill's only juke joint, was also 12 then, and the two became fast friends. Fatty happily served as Big Soap's translator and English tutor, the two sharing a love of building and hustling up dollars. After graduating from high school, they worked at several plants together, the most recent being Flag Industries in nearby Stowe, which made steel nipples and fittings for steam pipes. They often walked home from work together. Paper's announcement quickly drew a crowd. Rusty, standing at the edge of the group, received the news with disbelief. "You telling what you seen, Paper? Or what somebody told you?" Paper's huge brown eyes landed on Rusty, whose lean frame tensed as Paper's eyes took him in. "Rusty," she said patiently, "I seen Soap knock out Fatty's tooth, okay, with my own eyes yesterday." "How come I ain't heard nothing from Fatty about it? I was over to his juke last night." "Doing what?" "That's my business." "Did you see Fatty last night?" "I wasn't looking for him. I was taking care of some business." "Well, whatever that business was, Fatty wasn't in it, 'cause he drove to Philly last night to get his lip fixed. His top lip had swelled up to the size of a hot dog." The women, standing in a circle, laughed. Addie, working the far end of the counter near the back of the store, drifted over to listen. "Were they drinking?" she asked. "I don't think so," Paper said. Rusty smirked. "How do you know? You smell their breath?" Paper tipped her head and gazed at him sedately. Rusty was handsome, she thought, but he looked terrible when he smirked. She wondered if he knew how good he looked when he remained calm, as opposed to making those stupid faces. She decided he didn't. He was, after all, like most men, a moron. "What you got against me, Rusty?" Paper asked coolly. Rusty, standing with his hands in his overall pockets, reached for his cigarettes and suddenly couldn't remember which pocket they were in. He felt about his overalls, finding himself short of breath. He always felt like this when Paper was around. "All this who shot John nonsense don't mean nothing unless you seen the whole thing, Paper. You seen it all?" "Only the end," she said. "Which was?" "I just said it. Soap popped him." Still patting himself for his cigarettes, Rusty gave up and dropped his hands in his pockets, feeling as if something had slipped away. He heard himself plead, "Come on, Paper. Store it up like you know how. Put a little pop in it, a little scoop, you know?" "Why should I?" "'Cause if you tell it any other way, it'll sound like a lie." For the first time, Paper softened a bit and smiled. Rusty, she had to confess, had some curve in him. He had an innocence about him, and despite the loose-fitting overalls, his muscled arms and firm chest gave her innards a kind of shove, one she hadn't felt in years, not since she was 17 and took her first and last bus ride out of Vestavia, Alabama, north to points unknown. "I hear your Aunt Clemmie's bringing her cheese cookies to the repast after church tomorrow." "She calls them cheese straws." "I don't care if she calls them George Washington. If she brings them, will you remember your friends?" "I might." Satisfied, and now with a full audience, Paper launched in. "I was weeding in my garden when I seen Fatty and Soap come up the hill from work. They stopped a few feet from my yard, and Fatty said, 'Go ahead, Soap. Do it. I know you wanna. Go ahead, do it. Get it over with.'" Here, she demonstrated sticking out her lower jaw, her body curving with her back arched. This drew laughter from the crowd, which now included several new customers who wandered in, stranger coloreds from nearby Hemlock Row, Phoenixville, and Stowe, a few day laborers who lived at white farms outside town and came to Heaven and Earth on weekends to enjoy the sights and sounds. Paper, glancing at her audience, had to work to keep the smile off her face as she continued. "You know how Soap is. He wouldn't hurt a fly. He said, "I ain't gonna do it, Fatty." But Fatty kept on him, saying, Go ahead, get it over with." And here, her eyes sparkled and she stood up straight, her beautiful face shining in the sunlight that glowed into the store window, the light bouncing off the fruit and vegetables and cascading into the corners of the Heaven and Earth grocery store, illuminating the peppers and carrots, the saltines and apple peelers, making life seem as full and new and fresh as the promise of Pennsylvania had once been for so many of those standing about who had come up from the south to the north, a land of supposed good, clean freedom, where a man could be a man and a woman could be a woman, instead of the reality where they now stood, a tight cluster of homes enclosed by the filth of factories that belched bitter smoke into a gray sky, and tight yards filled with goats and chickens in a part of town no one wanted, in homes with no running water or bathrooms, living like they were down home. Except they weren't down home. They were up home. And it was the same. But moments like this made life worthwhile, for paper was a banging drum, and rolling out rumors and news chatter was her gospel song, always melodious and joyful. She stood among them, her eyes glistening. Soap didn't want to give in, but Fatty kept knocking at him, saying, "Go ahead, Soap. I'm a man. Go ahead." You could see the idea kind of hit Soap, she said. It kind of growed on him. And with Fatty pushing him along, I reckon his mind told him it was okay. And here she chuckled. So he balled up his fist, and I mean that white boy reached back and sent that big fist of his rambling through 4 or 5 states before it said hello to Fatty. It started in Mississippi, gone up through the Carolinas, stopped for coffee in Virginia, picked up steam coming out of Maryland, and boom! He liked to part Fatty from this world. It landed on Fatty's face something terrible. I can still hear the sound of it. Knocked Fatty clean off his feet and sent that gold tooth of his, the front one, sent that tooth rambling. "Then?" Rusty asked. "Well, no then, Rusty," she said. Soap turned and went on home, and Fatty sat there on his poop hole. After he figured out his head was still on his shoulders, he got up, started crawling round on his hands and knees like a dog pooping a bone. "And what did you do the whole time?" Rusty asked. "What do you think? I went out there." "You did not." "Sure enough, I come out of my yard and said, 'Fatty, what's the matter?' He said, 'My gold tooth's gone. It took us a good while searching around in the dirt, but we found it.' That put a little dip in his stride, putting that thing in his pocket. He walked off with a hole in his teeth the size of Milwaukee." Rusty and the others laughed, and when the cackling died down, Paper stuck a toothpick in her mouth. "Dick Clemens, who works over at Flag's, he come by later and told me what happened. Turns out some big-shot inspector had come out there. He's a top dog. Shows up twice a year from Philly. They got to spick and span the whole place when he comes. Wash down everything, the machines, the windows, the trusses, the posts, all the gadgets. Got to give the beauty treatment to everything. Well, Fatty had just got a promotion over there, and Soap was under him. They were a team, but Fatty got too big for his britches. He got high sedity ordering that white boy around. He had Soap doing all the work while he sat around napping." She paused, surveying the crowd, and out of instinct glanced at the empty chair at the far end of the counter where Miss Shona normally sat, lording over the sweets. The chair was empty. When the big inspector come to the room where Fatty and Soap was, he pointed to one of the fire hoses hanging on the wall and said, "Has this fire hose been taken out and tested?" Fatty told him, "Yes, sir. It's been tested." "Who tested it?" "Well, Soap here," Fatty said. Soap didn't know any more about testing a fire hose than a hog knows a holiday. But being Italian and not speaking English too good, he saw Fatty nodding, so he said, aye, aye, si, or however them Italians say yes. So the inspector pulled a hose off the rack and shook it. A peanut dropped out the nozzle. He said, I put that peanut in there 6 months ago when I was here before. Fatty said, but it's a clean peanut, sir. Well, that big cheese got mad and fired 'em both on the spot. On the way home, I reckon Fatty wanted to clear things since he knew Soap's mama will whip Soap bow-legged for losing his job. You know how Soap's mama is. That little lady put that giant into a condition. She'll clean his ass up. The crowd guffawed, and as they dispersed, several remarked that Fatty, rascal that he was, just had too many jobs, is what it was. He drove a cab, he had a laundry service, he worked at the plant, plus ran his juke joint and hamburger stand. Others speculated that poor Big Soap felt he owed Fatty, since Fatty had taken him down to join the Empire Fire Company before they worked at Flag, and introduced him to the Irishmen down there who sat around drinking beer and playing cards all day while making Big Soap wash the company's new fire truck and pull the company's old horse-pulled fire wagon around the station just to prove to them he belonged, being that he was the first Italian in the fire company's history. Big Soap just had the wrong kind of friends, they all agreed. As the crowd chatted, Paper drifted away to the back counter where Addie stood. She waited until the crowd drifted far enough away so that she could not be heard easily, then leaned over the counter. "Give me a packet of BC powder," she said casually, pointing over Addie's shoulder. Addie reached behind her, grabbed the item, and tossed it on the counter. Her eyes flitted left to the door near the vegetable stand, stopping on a tall Negro stranger in a white shirt and felt cap who stood over the vegetables pretending to regard the onions. Paper glanced at him, then draped her long, pretty fingers around the headache powder. "You got a headache, Paper?" Addie asked. "No, but that nigger's gonna have one. It was all I could do not to tell Rusty about him. Rusty would beat the tar out of him. Maybe he's from Hemlock Row." "No, the Hemlock Row colored are shorter. The heads are different, and they favors one another. He's from the state." "The state ain't got no colored workers," Addie said. "Maybe he's a Pullman porter." "If he's a Pullman porter, I'll eat him without salt. Look at them shoes. What kind of porter would be caught dead wearing them raggedy-ass shoes? Plus, I know every porter that comes through here. I'm thinking maybe he's a state man. Might be from the Penhurst Nut House, sent to fetch Dodo." "A colored don't do nothing but clean the floor and cheer up the tide out at Penhurst, to my knowing. All the same, he could be. How are we going to know for sure?" Paper thought a moment, then said, "Miggy Flood from Hemlock Row. She knows every colored up there. She might know who he is." Addie watched the man, then glanced away, worried. "The state sent a white fella out here to fetch Dodo 3 times. Same man. You must have really hit his button when you runned him off." "I ain't runned him off. Miss Shona run him off." "Well, she set him off," Paper said. The two watched as the man swiveled his head around quickly, looking through the crowded store and glancing around, then moved from the onions over to the okra, fingering one, then another. Paper smirked. "That's something. I never met a colored who worked for the state before. You want me to chat him up?" "No," Addie said. "He got to pass your house when he leaves. If he's driving a car, write down the license number." Paper chuckled. "I'm allergic to that. I can write a few wee old letters on a page here and there, but that's it. You want me to tell Fatty? Fatty can straighten him out." "I thought you said Fatty went to Philly to see about his tooth." "He'll be back. Leave him out of it." "What about Miss Shona?" Paper asked. "Keep her out of it, too, for God's sake. She ain't in as good a shape as she looks. If she finds out who he is, she might cuss him out, or worse, fall ill on account of it, which will stir up more trouble with the white folks. They're about as fond of her around here as they are of peanut shells. Just keep it quiet." Addie rubbed her jaw for a moment, then leaned on the counter, moving a bit closer to paper. "One thing," she said, her voice lower. "Miss Shona told the man from the state 3 times the boy ain't in these parts no more. Why they still looking?" "'Cause somebody on the hill is running their mouth," Paper said. "How are we going to find the blabbermouth?" Paper smiled, and her gorgeous eyes lit a shade of near green with anticipation. "Leave that to me," she said. Chapter 9. The Robin and the Sparrow. The home next door to Shona's Heaven and Earth grocery store was occupied by the lovely Bernice Davis, sister of Fatty Davis. Like Fatty, Bernice was related to just about every black person on the hill. She was second cousin to Earl Shug Davis, driver for the vice president of Pottstown Bank, second cousin to Bobby Davis, who once worked as an all-around handyman for Buck Weaver, the great Pottstown baseball player who played for the Chicago White Sox, and also, by dint of a twisted, convoluted intermarriage between her grandfather and his son's stepdaughter, was great-aunt to Mrs. Tryphena Davis, the wife of Reverend Sturgis, meaning Bernice was actually 12 years younger than her great-niece. She also served as stepsister to Rusty Davis, the handyman who fixed everything, fourth cousin to Hollis Davis, the hill's only locksmith, and polished it off by being niece to Chulo Davis, the legendary jazz drummer who left Chicken Hill to play with the famous Harlem Hamfats in Chicago before he was shot dead over a bowl of butter beans. Bernice was also the proud mother of, at last count, 8 children, all of whom looked more or less like Bernice in varying degrees of skin color, from light-skinned to dark. That was not a bad thing, nor was it a good thing. Everybody knew Bernice had the kind of face that would make a man wire home for money. The question was, who was the man and where was the money? Shona, supporting herself with a cane, moved to the kitchen sink that afforded a view of the small clapboard house where Bernice lived. She stared out her window for a long time. The 2 homes had identical plots, shared a fence, and were 20 feet apart. Yet she hadn't seen Bernice face to face in years. She got her information about Bernice from Addie, one of the few on the hill who talked to Bernice, whom Addie described as the most disagreeable, mean-spirited, face-beating, strangle-mad soul on the hill next to Irv and Marv Skrupskelis, for whom Bernice, ironically, worked as a cook, which Shona thought seemed a right pairing, since if one had to choose the most evil, dispiriting, quarrelsome Jews on Chicken Hill, those 2 were the champions. She'd heard rumors that Bernice had been tipping with Irv for decades. Then the rumor flipped that it was Bernice and Marv. Then back to Irv, until Irv got married and ended the rumors, or half of them anyway. No one, not even Nate, ever dared raise the subject of the father of Bernice's children with Bernice. Even Fatty, who loved to talk to anyone, when asked about his sister, said, "I don't ask her no questions. I like breathing." Shona stared at the house and sighed. In the last 14 years they had lived as neighbors. She and Bernice had not spoken more than 5 words to each other. It hadn't always been that way. When Shona was a little girl, her father and Bernice's father, Shad, had been good friends. Shona's father, Yakov, arrived from Bulgaria in 1917, one of the first Jews in Pottstown. He came as a peddler, like many Jews did, with a rucksack full of kitchen utensils, used tools, and homemade devices he'd managed to procure from the Lower East Side, where he landed after being released from Ellis Island with 6 cents, a tiny mezuzah his mother gave him, and a grapefruit that was handed to him by a kind Negro fruit vendor who saw him crying on Delancey Street and felt sorry for him. Yaakov had never seen a grapefruit before. The Negro had to show him how to peel it, and when he bit into it, it was so sour and tangy his eyes filled with even more tears, and he realized he must give his life to spreading the Jewish word, lest he end up like this odd American, consigned to doling out fruit that caused weeping. He was a kind and generous chap, a hard worker, and after some months of working in a pants factory for $1.50 a week and studying the Torah at night, he had amassed a pile of junk, a bit of savings, and a desire to spread the word. He headed west. He arrived in Pottstown with a pile of good junk and limited English skills. He sold his junk cheaply but was quickly driven out of business by the town's hardware store owner, who fetched the local police to run him off Main Street and up into Chicken Hill, where Reb, as he was called, got a job in a tannery with colored workers and then a second job working with livestock with more Negroes. Reb was a cheerful soul, a man of boundless enthusiasm, who believed the Talmud empowered him with the gift of making everyone around him happy and comfortable, including Negroes, whom he saw as fellow immigrants who, like him, were forced by poverty and lack of resources to learn many skills and continually adjust. After saving enough money to send to Europe for his wife, Reb bought an old sewing machine, and at night the two sewed ready-made coats, pants, and jackets, which he sold to his Negro co-workers at the tannery who wanted nice, cheap clothing for Sunday church. On Sundays, he delivered milk in the early morning hours, sold fresh fruit and vegetables in the afternoon, and at night manned the ticket booth at the local ice skating rink. For while the Pottstown fathers prohibited Jews from skating in their wonderful ice skating park, they had no issues with the race that murdered their beloved Jesus Christ, roasting wonderful, tasty, excellent, marvelous chestnuts that were so popular they ended up on the table of nearly every Protestant household in town during the Christmas holidays, cooked by none other than Reb himself, as he was an excellent cook. "That Jew," one city councilman remarked, "is skilled." Reb parlayed his skills into $600, half of which he used to buy an old ice house on Chicken Hill, where he planned to build a grocery store with an apartment above it to house his family, and the other half to buy an old distillery atop a knob 2 blocks away for a shul he planned to call a Chavat Achim, to service the town's Jewish population, which he prayed would come. In 4 years, they did. The Jewish population grew from 2 to 10 to 17 families, stopping at that number when the town's fathers decided through intimidation, clever laws, and outright thievery that 17 Jewish families were enough. Even though Congress was beginning to pass immigration quotas into law, the 17 Jewish families, German, Polish, and 1 Lithuanian, decided to stay. The groups did not get along. The Germans and Poles despised one another, and all feared the head of the sole Lithuanian family, Norman Skrupskelis, a thick, barrel-chested man of dangerous silences who rarely ventured outside his home, a modest brick house that sat between a pig pen on one side and a ramshackle house on the other. The rumor was that Norman's wife kept him in a cage and let him out only for Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, at which time he would emerge, walk to Reb's ice house turned temporary shul, pray for a few minutes, then disappear back into his basement, where he expertly crafted wonderful stylish shoes that his wife sold to a local shoe merchant for a fat fee. Norman Skrupskelis' shoes were extraordinary works of art, as comfortable as they were stylish. In later years, his sons, Irv and Marv, inherited his expert shoemaking ability and opened a store, though both had inherited his personality. Only Irv was temperate enough to manage sales in the store itself, so long as you didn't bring the merchandise back. Scroop shoes, as they were called, were non-returnable. Reb Flo's first job was to build his house. He liked to joke that the birth of the shul had as much to do with the birth of his house as it had to do with God's will. But the truth was, the actual construction of Reb's house required skills that he did not possess at the time. Muscle, measurements, bricks, wood, and men. Men who could lift and haul things up the steep slopes of the hill, muddy and unmanageable after every summer rain, cold and unforgiving after every snowstorm. He had no one to help him after he saved his $600 with plans to build his house and a shul. So Reb hired 4 Negroes and a fellow co-worker from the tannery named Shad Davis, who owned a fat 1,000-pound mule named Thunder. Shad lived in an old shack next door to the ice house where Reb planned to build his store. And Reb noticed that the colored man had done a nice job transforming his old shack. Shad was a mild, neatly attired Negro who, unlike other Negroes on the hill, avoided coveralls and farmer's clothing, preferring a gentleman's jacket, a tattered Homburg, and leather shoes no matter what the job. How he managed to keep his battered coat and hat clean was, Reb thought, a tiny miracle. But then again, the soft-spoken Shad turned out to be the greatest stonemason Reb had ever seen. Shad could look at a plot of land and smell the cracks in the earth beneath it. He could hold a small boulder in his hand, balance it, measure its weight as he held it, and decide where the stone would sit, how much mortar it would need, and in what position it must lie in order to support hundreds of pounds of brick and mortar above it. He and his crew of Negroes built Reb's 3-story house, complete with the heaven and earth grocery store on the first floor, in 5 weeks. After the 17 families arrived and decided to build the shul, Reb suggested that Shad be put in charge of directing the building of their first ever temple. But the congregation, led by the Germans, who always clamored for respectability among the town's white Christian natives, howled their disapproval. They insisted that a young, newly arrived architect be engaged for the design and build, since he was educated at one of America's great universities. Reb reluctantly agreed. After collecting $1,700, which represented the entirety of the congregation's building fund, the architect, a serious young man with a handlebar mustache, clad in fancy knee-high rubber boots, a handsome bowler, and a sheepskin coat, marched to the top of the muddy slopes of Chicken Hill and stood atop the appointed knob of land. He cast an arrogant gaze about the muddy slopes below, the churning yards filled with chickens, pigs, and goats, the open sewage ditches, the Negroes wandering about, then tromped back down the hill to town, whereupon he disappeared into his office, drew a few sketches, passed them on to a local construction crew along with $300, pocketed the remaining balance of his fee, and departed Pottstown for points unknown. He was never seen again. The construction crew started the project, and when the money ran out a month later, they quit. 3 months later, the half-built structure collapsed. Now, with their beloved shul, a pile of rubble, some of which was marble, having come from a stone quarry in Carrara, Italy, and bought at a ridiculous price by Norman Skrupskelis, since it was to be used for the woman's mikveh to be named in honor of his late mother, Yvette Hurlbut Dezefki Skrupskelis, whom no one had ever seen since she died in Europe in a town whose name was so complex that the Germans called it Thumb in Your Nose. The congregation faced its first real crisis. Their building fund was depleted. To raise another $1,700 among the 17 families, who were shopkeepers, railroad workers, and laborers, was impossible. Even worse, Norman Skrupskelis had contributed nearly a third of the initial building fund, in addition to contributing the wonderful Torah scroll, which he'd taken great pains to bring from Europe. The thought of an angry Norman Skrupskelis having 600 of his precious dollars wasted in a bungled construction project was more frightening than the idea of God raining his fury down on Moses and not allowing him to enter the land of Israel. If I had a choice between being Moses or myself right now, the head of the Chevra confessed to Reb Flor, I'd choose Moses. The congregation scrambled, calling friends and relatives in Reading, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and even Vermont, reminding their landsmen of the wonderful part of the Kaddish prayer that reads, "Let his great name be blessed forever and ever unto all eternity," and also pointing out that a crazy Lithuanian among them had sunk 600 smackers into a deal that had melted away, and was a cyclops who would clobber all within range if he should find out. With their help, the shul hastily plucked another $350 from its ass and offered it to Reb, saying, "You're the boss. Get moving." It was then that Reb summoned Shad. The slim colored man climbed to the top of the knoll, leading Thunder and a wagon full of stone. He stood amid the splintered wood, shattered walls, and crushed stone, and peered silently about, removing his bowler hat to block the blaring sunlight and raising his hand over his face. Finally, he pointed to a corner of the splintered ruin. "The north is this way here. Your stone has got to come to the edge, all the way to the end. Run that stone along the edge, shorten it by 10 feet on the south side this way, bring it farther along west by about 6 feet, and you'll have your wall, and it'll hold. Then your windows will still face the east where the sun comes up, and you'll have your building." Reb, with the congregation's relief money in his pocket, agreed, cut a quiet deal with Shad for the entire $350, and when the cornerstone of Achavat Achim was laid again a month later, it was laid by Shad Davis. It was an odd friendship, for Shad, as far as Reb could determine, was neither deeply religious nor overly friendly to anyone, including his own people. And while he built wonderful homes of solid brick and stone for others, he barely maintained his ramshackle house that stood next to Reb's heaven and earth grocery store. The home was built of neither brick nor stone. It was mostly wood and metal. It housed Shad, a wife named Lulu who rarely spoke to anyone, and 2 silent, respectful children. Their 2 yards adjoined, the parcels matching exactly, stretching for nearly an acre all the way back to Manatawny Creek. But the similarities ended there. Reb's yard bore supplies, barrels, a cow, and several chickens for kosher purposes. Shad's yard remained bare, save for his mule Thunder and a few vegetables his wife grew. The men rarely talked outside of work, for Reb had learned that in America, what a man does to live often has nothing to do with how he lives. Besides, Shad's genius for building the shul attracted plenty of business from the town's Jewish residents, who applied Shad to the job of fixing up the ramshackle houses they purchased closer to town with brick, stone, and mortar as soon as they could afford to move off the hill. Reb believed the genius builder was likely a drinker or gambler until he learned from his wife, who chatted with Shad's wife, that Shad Davis had no long-term plans to stay on Chicken Hill. He was saving every penny to move to Philadelphia, to educate his young children there, then send them to Lincoln University, a Negro college in Oxford, Pennsylvania, or perhaps even to Oberlin College in Ohio, the first white university in America to open its doors to the Negro. Reb respected those aspirations. They lined up with Reb's belief that in America, anything was possible, and that Shad, a man of fullness, purpose, and talent, whose word was his bond, deserved the best of what the nation had to offer. Alas, none of his dreams would come to pass. Soon after he built the shul, Shad fell ill and died, devastating Shad's family. Reb assumed that Shad's savings would cover his family, at least for a little while, since Shad rarely spent money to fix his ramshackle home. But according to his wife, Shad was suspicious of banks and had placed his faith in a financial advisor who turned out to be as shady and fleet-footed as the shul's first architect. The man vanished right after Shad died, leaving the careful builder's family broke. It was only because of the two men's friendship that Shad's family survived. For Reb grew accustomed to looking the other way as his wife slipped bread, milk, and butter from his store over to Shad's widow. And when the strangely odd Marv Skrupskelis, son of Norman Skrupskelis, appeared over at the Davis residence to do odd jobs for Shad's widow, and occasionally trailing Shad's daughter Bernice about the yard, Reb chose not to speculate, for children were children. As it was, the families would have likely drifted apart altogether were it not for Shona, who, despite having contracted polio at age 4, was an active child and a handful. Getting her to school was a challenge from the first, because Shona, at age 6, refused to ride in any vehicle, wagon, or wheelchair, or in the bed of the ancient truck Reb had purchased for his grocery business. She preferred to walk to school like the other children of Chicken Hill. And since Pottstown schools were integrated with whites and a scattering of Negroes, Shad's two children, Bernice and Fatty, would find themselves appended by the cute 6-year-old Jewish girl in a dark skirt with curly hair that framed her oval face, limping along behind them as they descended the hill toward the town's brick schoolhouse. At age 9, Fatty couldn't be bothered with another girl pattering along behind him. He couldn't stand his sister as it was. But Bernice was dying for a little sister. The two girls started first grade together, despite the fact that Bernice was a year older. On their first walk to school, Shona announced that Bernice was too tall to be in first grade. Bernice took the insult in silence. But the two cemented their friendship that afternoon when the teacher sat behind the piano and played Polly Parrot Ate the Carrot, a popular children's ditty. She called each student to the front of the class and played the song, demanding that each child sing. If the child sang, she labeled them a robin. If they didn't, they were a sparrow. Shona became a robin easily, hopping to the front of the class and singing in a clear, strong voice. But Bernice, the only black face in the class, when summoned, refused to sing. "You're a sparrow," the teacher announced. "Sit." Shona watched, stunned, as Bernice moved back to her seat. They were neighbors. They overheard each other's lives, the arguments, the chairs scraping across the kitchen floor, the creaking porch steps, the slamming doors. The one constant Shona loved was the sound of Bernice's voice. At home, Bernice sang like a bird. She had a gorgeous, soaring, beautiful soprano, a sorrowful sound full of sadness and longing. Bernice sang everywhere, in the yard as she weeded her mother's garden, on the porch as she swept, during the afternoons as she picked through the vegetables at the Heaven and Earth grocery store for her mother. Her voice so clear and angelic that when Shona walked by the Second Baptist Church on Sundays with her mother, they would pause just to hear Bernice's voice soaring out above the rest, stronger and more beautiful than ever. When Bernice sat down, Shona piped up, "Bernie's not a sparrow. She's a robin." The comment drew chortles from the class, and a trip to the principal's office for both of them for speaking out of turn. That afternoon, as the two slowly made their walk home, Shona tried to raise the matter again. "You're not a sparrow, Bernice. You're a robin." But Bernice was sullen and silent. Shona realized for the first time that Bernice was like the twins at shul, Irv and Marvin. Their father, Mr. Norman, who had made her special boot so carefully, was the same way. They were bottled up inside. There was something that was closed. She realized, looking at Bernice, that something inside her had turned off in some kind of way, like a water fixture closed tightly, or a lamp that refused to light. But at age 6, Shona couldn't express what it was. Instead, she grasped Bernice's hand and said, "I like flowers, better than birds." She received a small smile in return. Over time, the space between them lessened. Shona showed Bernice how to play pinochle, which she learned from watching her father play with the other Jewish men in the back of the store, how to crochet with her left hand or her right, and how to negotiate a flight of stairs quickly by sliding down the banister, her feet not touching the steps. Bernice taught Shona how to make thick wool quilts that kept the cold out, and how to grow parsley and greens and all manner of vegetables in her backyard. The two girls grew close. Their relationship lasted all the way through high school as they shadowed each other, for neither joined any club or sport. They had to work at home. When both were assigned to make a dress for home economics, Shona dusted off her father's old sewing machine in the basement, a leftover from his days when he first arrived in Pottstown, and taught Bernice how to do French stitching, doing the first stitch on one side, turning it over, and doing the stitching again on the other. They worked on Shona's dress first, then Bernice's. "I'll do the first row on the machine," Shona announced. "You do the second." They worked on each other's dresses and were delighted by the results. On the day of the exam, they brought them to school and proudly placed them on a table piled with dresses made by the other students. Shona had made a purple dress with azaleas, Bernice a black dress with yellow daisies. Their teacher, a gray-haired, pinched-faced soul who always wore black, held up each dress, examining each one and remarking about the handiwork. When she reached Shona's dress, she was satisfied. But when she picked up Bernice's dress, which was clearly the most beautiful dress of the bunch, she summoned Bernice to the front of the class. Bernice complied, her eyes blinking in embarrassment. The tall, lean girl glided to the front of the classroom and stood before the teacher at her desk. The teacher held up Bernice's dress and said, "This is not the stitch I told you to use," and ripped at the back stitching, tearing it apart. As they walked home after school, Shona said, "I'll teach you another stitch. I have a better one." But Bernice said nothing. She glared at Shona in a way that Shona had never seen before. "You made me do the wrong stitch," she said. Before Shona could remind her that she had also used French stitching and that she didn't know why the teacher did not point that out, since both dresses were stitched identically, Bernice did something that she had never done in all the years they had known each other. She picked up her pace and simply walked faster, leaving Shona behind. The next day, when Shona emerged from her house to join the brood of black school kids trooping down the hill to school, Bernice wasn't there. Bernice did not return to school that day, or the next, or ever. She stayed inside, rarely appearing. For Shona, the day Bernice Davis closed off the world was the beginning of her own adulthood. For the realization that lay before her had begun to clamp down on her, and she could see Chicken Hill and the town for what they really were. She began to have opinions about what lay ahead, and to see the limitations of her own life, too. Her mother wanted her to marry a young Orthodox Jew from Reading, she'd found. He was nice enough, a short, dour Pole who was in line to inherit his father's shoe store, and was gentle in manner and seemed open to new ideas. But he had a habit of sucking his teeth that she found off-putting, and after having dinner with him once decided he was horrible and avoided meeting him again. She saw the broken marriages of the town's Jewish community, the miserable housewives, the frustrated husbands. She noted the ragged disputes among the tiny Jewish populace dominated by the German-born Jews, who strained their necks to peek over the shoulders of their Christian counterparts, holding their noses in their social service agencies and snobby organizations, looking down their noses at their Yiddish-speaking landsmen from the European provinces, sending money, second-hand clothes, second-hand advice, in English, no Yiddish allowed. Sending everything but love. She had dreamed of leaving Chicken Hill after graduating from high school, and even had a few tentative plans in that direction. But when Moshe wandered into her father's basement and walked love into her life, he changed everything. Here was a man who wanted her to be full, who never blocked the entrance to the doors of knowledge and growth and passion and life's reckoning. who brought her books and records and music. When she married him, she forgot about Bernice and the Davises who lived next door, for life took over. Her mother died 2 years after she married, her father departed for Reading and a bigger shul, and the challenges of propping up her mild husband so that he might not follow the rest of the Jews in town into obscurity took over, followed by her own illness, which swallowed the whole world. She had her own life, and no children to show for it. Other than a hasty nod to Bernice, whose increasing brood of lovely children passed through her store and were quiet, beautiful shadows like their mother, and an occasional laugh with Bernice's brother Fatty, who never changed, Shona had no room to see to Bernice's life. How Bernice procured her children, with whom, why she had so many, or the manner in which she led her life, Shona never inquired. Her own life was full, yet she felt incomplete. She had no children. Bernice, on the other hand, had plenty. Bernice was rich with children, yet she had blamed Shona for her French-stitched dress anyway, which was not true. The whole business was too complicated and too old, like the overgrown roots of an ancient tree. But now, she had a problem. Shona had her own child now. He wasn't hers, but he was the closest thing to one. For the past 4 months, the deaf boy, Dodo, had been a dream. It didn't matter what the other congregants in the shul called him when she wasn't around. He'd come as a matter of conscience, but now was a matter of love. He was smart, sensitive. He saw things other people didn't. Even without his hearing, he understood everything. He was sharp, bright, and necessary. For years, she'd prayed for children, and when none came, she had accepted it as part of life. She'd spend hours reading about politics and socialism and change in places like New York, the wild world of Emma Goldman and progressive Jews, anarchists, troublemakers, union builders, and pacifists who shoved aside the constraints placed upon them to demand the same fullness of American life that others received. Jews who tried, in their own way, to bring light to the world. Isn't that what Judaism should do? Bring light and reflection between cultures. All that high-handed talk of Judaism had seemed increasingly useless and distant as she grew older, until it folded neatly into the sunshine reality that had arrived in the form of Dodo. The boy brought his own kind of light. She set him up in the back room of the store, where she had frequently lain during her illnesses, and he brought light into the dark room in a way that vanquished pain from her memory. The silent, morose child who'd first arrived brought life anew. He was a spark, a whiz. He was there in the morning when she awoke. He wandered into her bedroom to say good night. He was 12 and learning his all-boy things out of sight of others. He drew pictures, played with balloons, and read comic books in his room. He fished in the creek at night. He cleaned the store after hours. He was remarkably aware for someone who had no hearing. He read lips expertly. He collected bottle caps and marbles, loved jelly apples and roasted chestnuts, and found Shona's father's accordion and played it terribly in the basement. He littered her kitchen with peach pits. On Sabbaths, he was there in the morning when she awoke, having doused the lights the evening before and lit the stove the next morning. He couldn't sit still. As she and Moshe read quietly upstairs, the noise of banging and clattering emerged from the room behind the store where he slept that was equipped with a sink and a wood stove. On other nights, Shona would wander down, turn on the light, and find the room a junkyard of joy, complete with mops used as broomsticks, old comic books, chalk, rocks, arrowheads, and wires. From the overhead fan, he hung flying contraptions that dangled on wires and spun in circles. In 4 months, he had become a living embodiment of l'chaim, a toast to life. A boy living a life. Something she'd wanted and prayed for ever since she was a girl. Who cared that he was Negro? He was hers. And he responded. She had no idea how easy it would be. She never had to tell him to do anything twice. Brush teeth, comb hair, wash face, hang laundry, stack shelves. He loved chocolate. She had to force herself not to give him too much. Each day he would sweep and clean and work with such force and focus that she'd have to slow him down. And then, at the end of the week, he'd appear at the back of the store after closing and hold forth his hand containing a marble, indicating that he'd like to use that to pay for his piece of chocolate. It was a game she played with several neighborhood children. They would come into the store hungry, eyeing a can of pea soup, and ask, "How much does that cost?" At which point Shona would say, "How much do you have?" "I only have a red marble." "Do you have any green marbles?" "I might have one at home." "Okay, take the soup and go home and bring me the green marble tomorrow, and I'll decide if that's the one I want." The next day, the child would bring in a red marble, and she would say, "No, that's not the one. I don't like the color. I want a blue marble." So the child would disappear and return the next day with a blue marble, then a green one, until the week passed and the marble was forgotten, and the kid would come in the next week asking for a certain vegetable or a box of crackers and pay with the wrong color marble, and the game would begin again. Back and forth it went, sometimes for weeks. There were several marble kids, and Dodo became one of them, joining her marble choir. She never gave in, never gave him too much chocolate, but she gave him enough. A red marble for a piece of chocolate here, a blue marble for a piece of chocolate there. The marbles she accumulated from the neighborhood kids she kept in a jar. The pile of marbles in the jar would diminish mysteriously, and a week later, the same marble would appear in a child's hand. She never minded. She understood. She loved Dodo's generosity. He was a simple child of love, easy to satisfy, easy to give. She knew, even from the beginning, that the dream was not meant to last. She had not meant to love him so much. It was only shelter they were providing, a respite for the ever-loyal Nate and Addie's late sister, Thelma, who at times had helped nurse Shona during her many sick periods. But now, 4 months into keeping Dodo safe, the man from the state had discovered the boy's whereabouts. She knew the man faintly. Carl Boydkins. They were close in age. They'd attended the local high school at the same time. She recalled he'd been an athlete of some kind, football maybe, and that he, like most of her classmates, was not particularly fond of Jews. He was from one of the farming families that lost out by not selling when the big steel companies bought several thousand acres near the Manatawny. It had not worked out for those families that stayed. So when Carl Boydkins came into the store asking questions, she tried to be pleasant, but he was in no mood for it. He made a few remarks about breaking the law and harboring fugitives. She was thankful that Moshe had not been there when the man appeared, because Moshe would have turned Dodo over instantly. Moshe was afraid of the authorities, but Moshe didn't know. Not yet. He would, though. The news about the two men at the state, first Carl Boydkins, and now the Negro man, had sent to the store to find Dodo would pass quickly from Addie to Nate, and from Nate it would pass to Moshe. That's why she needed Bernice. Bernice had all those children. 8 at last count. They looked like the colors of the rainbow, from light to dark, tall to short. How she got them and who their fathers were was not Shona's business. But none of Bernice's kids looked alike. They were all Negro-looking, and that was good enough. Shona turned away from the window, cane in hand, and walked slowly to the front door of the store. Addie was behind the counter. Dodo was standing on a milk crate, stacking boxes of crackers onto shelves. She raised her walking stick in the air at him to get his attention. When he looked over, she said, "Come with me." He complied. They left the store and walked the 10 steps to Bernice's front door. Shona knocked. Bernice opened it. There was no light in Bernice's eyes now. She looked worn and tired. Her face, thin and drawn, looked as if she'd been staring at the sun too long. But she was, Shona thought, still beautiful, made more beautiful by the lamp inside her, the lamp that always stayed dark. Behind her, several children peered curiously at Shona. "What's the matter?" she said. She spoke calmly, nonchalantly, as if they'd just finished talking last week, as opposed to not having spoken more than 5 words in 14 years. Shona felt her face flush. She found herself stammering, stuck for words. "I wanted you to meet. I have Thelma's boy." "I know Dodo," Bernice said. "He's staying with me now." "And?" "I was wondering if—" Shona halted. "There's a man from the state." But Bernice didn't let her finish. She nodded at the back of the house over her shoulder at the adjoining yards. "Cut a hole in the fence where nobody can see it," she said. "When the man from the state comes, put him in my yard while my kids are playing. One cutter looks just like the other." Shona smiled and turned to Dodo to explain that he had Bernice's permission to slip into her yard. That, in fact, she and the dear woman at the door had been friends at one time. But she was overwhelmed with confused emotion, for she'd also wanted to thank Bernice, to shake her hand, to hold her hand as she'd done when they were children and say, "You're not a sparrow, you're a robin," and ask why she had not heard the sound of her singing for years, a voice that had opened up a world of understanding for her when she was a child. But before Shona could turn back to her, Bernice had closed the door and was gone. Chapter 10. The Scroop Shoe. Earl Roberts, known in Pottstown as Doc, had long heard the rumors of the Jewess in Chicken Hill hiding the Negro child from the state illegally. He had learned about it from his distant cousin, Carl Boydkins. Carl worked for the state welfare office. The two men were not close. They had grown up on neighboring farms as boys. Both families were said to go back 10 generations to the Blessington family, said to have arrived on the Mayflower all the way back in 1620. It was a point of pride for both families, although, as it turned out, neither was tied to the Mayflower at all. The family was actually tied to an Irish sailor named Ed Bull, a distant relative who worked as a manservant for Chinese Emperor Shang Kai-Wu in Manchu Province in 1774. Bull, an English seaman and a drunk, had been tossed from the English freighter Maiden that year after the captain grew tired of his drunken shenanigans and left him at the port of Shanghai. He was picked up by Chinese authorities and dragged before the emperor, who found the idea of a white man serving him tea and Chinese crumpets, known as mantou, wonderfully satisfying. After 3 years, Bull escaped and made his way back to England, announced himself as Lord Earl Blessington of Sussex, and with his newfound knowledge of the Chinese language and China teas, talked his way into a job at a British shipping company, where he eventually made a fortune in salt and Chinese medicine, marrying the daughter of an English trader in London. In 1784, when a distant cousin of Bull's in Ireland showed up in London and started asking questions, Bull hastily packed his wife and 4 young children onto a ship called the Peanut and sent them off to America, a land where nobody asked questions about white people's past. 3 days after the Peanut sailed, Bull choked to death on a char siu bao pork bun, for which he developed an affinity while living in the land of wonder. Luckily, he'd sent his wife and children abroad with a tidy sum of $4,000, a fortune in those days, plus a nanny to help them, with the idea that it would be some months before he would join them, an idea that ended, unfortunately, when that char siu bao pork bun slid down his windpipe. When news of the death of Lord Blessington, née Bull, reached his widow in America, it prompted the usual hand-wringing, howling, and hair-pulling, after which She collapsed in tears and into the arms of her faithful nanny. The nanny hugged her tightly. Sparks flew. The two women promptly fell in love, decided to live together, pulled out a map, saw a creek near Pottstown, Pennsylvania, far from the prying eyes of New York society, which regarded the widow with suspicion anyway, since she seemed to eye the male species with neither contempt nor scorn, but with total disinterest instead, and moved to Pottstown as the Blessington sisters, buying a huge tract of land off Manatawny Creek. They raised the children with the help of local servants and farmers, and split the tracts among the 4 children after the women died. Neither Doc nor Carl had interest in questioning their family lineage, for their childhoods were as full of as much happiness as any descendant of the Mayflower might enjoy. They were white Christian men born in an America seemingly ready-made for them. The two families, now splintered off and bearing different last names, were happily ensconced on neighboring farms at Pine Forge on wonderful acreage bordering Manatawny Creek, full of sunflowers and pastures and rich soil. The two families lived across the creek from one another. Doc's family, the Robertses, on one side. Carl's family, the Boydkinses, on the other. The two families often traveled to church together on Sundays by carriage. Presbyterian, of course. The civilized services filled the sanctuary to the brim with good white people. Those were wonderful days, Doc's childhood, full of strong men whose handshake was their bond, and women who knew how to cook and raise children. Nice, clean families. This was before the new people, the Jews, the Negroes, the Greeks, the Mennonites, the Russian Orthodox arrived. The two families lived peacefully until just before the Great Crash, when Doc's father saw the future and sold out, thank God. But the Boydkins family stayed, and they suffered, for the new owner of the Roberts tract was a good Christian man who forged iron bits and steel parts, which produced smelly garbage and black runoff from dyes, even though he promised the Boydkinses he would bury his garbage rather than pour the muck from his forge into the beautiful creek. They were pleased when he made that promise and believed him. He was, after all, a good Christian. Shortly after, he was joined by a second man, another good Christian, who also kept his word. Then a third partner came, another good Christian, who, well, he was said to want to be a good Christian, which counted for something, though he left his wife for a 15-year-old girl named Uma, who had boobs the size of cantaloupes and was said to have spent time in the Muncie Penitentiary. The fellow eventually moved to New Orleans with his new wife and was replaced by a new man, an Irishman named Fitzhugh, who was said to have made his fortune in opium. Fitzhugh bought out the original owners, and thereupon the small one-man mill became 2 mills with 4 workers apiece, then 3 mills, then 4 tiny mills. The Boydkins clan soon found themselves waking up and peering out their kitchen window to see 8 workers slogging back and forth to the bank of the Manatawny, dumping buckets of sludge into the creek all day long. In 6 months, the 8 workers became 9, then 12, then 19. The 4 mills became 7, then 8, splitting like amoebas, dotting the hillside above until the mills were replaced by small factories that made pipe nipples and tiny boats and iron pieces, belching smoke from small chimneys into the clear Pennsylvania sky. The small factories then split into bigger factories that crafted iron pipes, steel fittings, and glass bottles for whiskey distilleries, followed by bigger factories that crafted 8-foot iron beams, joists, barrels, pipe fittings, castings, signs, entire window frames, and steel girders. In 8 short years, the tiny mill was gone, and in its place was a rambling, rumbling, half-mile-long gray factory fortress that thrust a 100-foot smokestack into the sky that belched gray fumes 24 hours a day. The crews of workers who tossed black muck to the Manatawny were gone, replaced by 3 6-inch pipes that vomited churning, filthy sludge into the once beautiful streams that fed the Boykinsons' cows and watered the crops. By the time the Boykinsons cried foul, 3 100-foot chimneys churned black smoke into the sky. 225 cursing, laughing workers speaking every language under God's sun trooped in and out of the buildings in 3 different shifts, and the work whistle shrieked 3 times a day, including Sundays, all within 150 feet of their kitchen window. The Boykins family protested, saying that the unholy cursing of the workers within earshot of their kitchen table and children was outrageous, and the sludge was ruining their land and making their cows sick. But it was 1932, and by then, Flagg, Bethlehem Steel, and Jacobs Aircraft Engine Company had arrived, along with their smooth lawyers in starched collars and shiny Packards. And the lawyers were firm. "We have to make engines for the mighty American airplanes that will carry freedom across the world," they said. "We have to make the great steel girders for the Golden Gate Bridge that will allow wonderful automobiles to cross. We need gunpowder and shell casings and steel for the war that is coming." In desperation, the Boydkinses approached the city fathers of Pottstown, who laid down the law. "The war is coming. You have to move." So the Boydkins family was forced to sell their 147 acres bordering the creek for pennies on the dollar to keep America free. It had to be done. It was a bad decision to remain on the Manatawny back in 1929, and Doc was grateful for his father's foresight. He and Carl were not especially close in high school, in part because Carl was tall and a good athlete and all the girls loved him, whereas Doc was a bookworm who'd had polio, which affected his left foot. The foot curled oddly and bore a cleft in the middle where toes 2 and 3 should have been. It ached from the time he was aware of it. When he was a child, his mother instructed him to always keep it covered. But it ached so much, and no shoe fit well, so he ignored her orders as much as possible. He secretly felt his left foot didn't look that different from his right, but he learned a painful lesson in 1st grade when he slipped his sock off in gym class. The boys saw his foot and howled, calling him Hoof. From then on, he never bared his foot in public again. But that didn't prevent Doc from enjoying high school. He loved biology, was voted president of the school debating team, and despite having what girls called a walnut nose, it protruded from his face like a bumpy walnut, he discovered that girls liked guys who were clever. He read books on comedy, love, biology, and sex, the latter revealing all kinds of secrets about what girls liked, including special go-to secret places where wiggly fingers doing feathery work could make girls do anything a guy wanted. He memorized a few of these tricks and tried them out junior year on Della Bernheimer, a bouncy blonde cheerleader who felt sorry for him, agreeing to picnic with him at the creek in nearby Saratoga Park. As they lay on a blanket after lunch, Doc confessed to her that he'd never kissed a girl and would like to try. Della, a generous soul, glanced at Doc's funny shoe, felt even more sorry for him, and agreed. Doc proved to be an enthusiastic kisser, leaping in and giving her full-on mouth-to-mouth resuscitation as his hand slid into her underwear, where he made good use of the wiggly finger techniques he'd read about. To his surprise, and hers, Della moaned her approval, but in a burst of self-control she suddenly sat up and suggested they wade into the nearby creek and hold hands like a real couple, instead of doing things that would get them in trouble in the church they both attended. Doc agreed, a decision he would later regret, for when he removed his sock and Della's blue eyes took in his cleft foot, she declared that she wanted to go home. "No more action for you, buddy." Doc was not a particularly sensitive soul, but his mother was, and when he confessed to her what had happened with Della Bernheimer, leaving out the steamier details of the wiggly-fingered, warmy-swarmy, kissy-kissy part, she marched him up to Chicken Hill, where the town's best shoemaker, Norman Skrupskelis, lived. Everyone in town dreaded Norman, a grim, cigar-chomping Jew who rarely spoke and was rumored to wander Chicken Hill's muddy roads at night like a hunchback, terrorizing the town's Negroes and taking their money. But he was a shoe-crafting genius, for his glistening shoes adorned the windows of all three shoe shops in Pottstown. When they knocked, Norman led them to a dark basement workshop. No cage in sight, Doc's mother noticed. He sat at a stool before a cluttered work table and didn't look at Doc's face once. Instead, he glanced at Doc's disabled foot clad in a shoe made by a shoemaker in Philadelphia, a shoe his parents had paid dearly for, and pointed to a chair next to his work table and barked in a thick accent, "Shoe off!" Doc sat and complied, handing him the shoe. The old man tossed Doc's old shoe aside like it was an empty bottle and clasped Doc's aching, throbbing foot in his rough hand. His hand resembled a claw, the hard fingers feeling like sandpaper turning the foot this way and that, as if it were a pound of old beef, carefully examining it, twisting it from side to side in his hard palms. When that was finished, he dropped the foot as if it were yesterday's paper and turned to his work table, pulling leather and supplies off racks above him. He didn't say a word, so after a few moments, Doc's mother, standing nearby and blinking in embarrassment, said, "Aren't you going to measure it?" The old man simply waved his hand at her over his shoulder. "Come back in a week," he said. "What about the price?" "We'll talk about it then." A week later, they returned, and the shoe was magical. It was an extraordinary work of art. Gleaming black leather, beautifully stitched, perfectly matched to the arch of Doc's foot, with an insole that was carefully crafted to give him comfort and support while the outer appearance was close to that of his existing shoe. The old bugger even added an inch to the sole and sloped it carefully, which made Doc's limp less noticeable, and brought almost instant relief to his aching foot and even his back. All this for a surprisingly low price. Doc's mother was ecstatic. While Doc was grateful, he was also humiliated. The old man never said a word to him, not even hello. But he made a wonderful shoe, and each year Doc was obliged to return to have the shoe replaced. Doc dreaded the visits to Norman's basement, for, despite Norman's gifts, he found the shoemaker's arrogance unacceptable. Didn't he know who he was dealing with? Didn't he know respect? The resentment stayed with Doc for years, and after Norman died and his sons Irv and Marvin took over the business, Doc avoided them, paying 3 times what they charged to have his special shoe made in Philadelphia. Who cared that the Skrupskalis twins were as talented as their father and made some of the finest shoes in the state and were recommended by doctors all around? He knew them back when. They were just like their father, arrogant. How dare they? Doc bought his shoes from an American shoe store in Philadelphia, not from immigrant Chicken Hill Jews who didn't know their place. After his disastrous date with Della, Doc quit his dating adventures. Still, it was not lost on him during those high school years that there was one other student at Pottstown High who shared his fate with shoes and Old Man Scroop, the Jewess, Shona. She was a year behind him in school, but when she limped past him that first day of class, he noticed her immediately, for the limp was familiar. He looked down at her feet and saw it right away. The Scroop shoe. She vanished down the hallway, and he was glad. He avoided her at first, which was not hard, as most of those Chicken Hill Jews stayed together and avoided glee club, class trips, and after-school activities. But he noticed the Jewess was often shadowed by a willowy black girl from the hill. She morphed out of his sight that year and the next, but in his senior year the two were assigned lockers on the same corridor, and on the first day of school he spotted her from behind, fumbling with something inside her locker. When she closed the locker door and turned to face the hallway, he took one look and suddenly saw a haze of stars and heard the sound of 1,000 jazz trumpets blowing on New Year's Eve. The gimpy, mousy girl had morphed into a gorgeous, matter-of-fact, nonchalant, straight-up-and-down beauty. A proud, straight-backed teenager with black curly hair, bouncing boobs, beautiful hips, lovely ankles, the legs hidden by a simple woolen dress, and a light shining in her dark eyes that seemed to illuminate the entire hallway. Staring at her from his locker, Doc forgot all about Della Bernheimer. Shona was gorgeous. How come he hadn't noticed that before? He eyed her in awed silence as she vanished down the hallway. He watched her clandestinely that first week. He imagined working up the nerve to take her out. What would other students say? What would his mother say? His father? So what if she was Jewish? She was beautiful. He imagined the two of them walking along Manatawny Creek, talking about big things. Maybe him becoming a doctor one day, telling her about his family, their great history, the great Blessingtons of Pottstown who arrived on the Mayflower, and how the Manatawny was so beautiful before the factories came. The Sundays going to church and getting ice cream after. Maybe she could convert. She could be flexible, couldn't she? He was sure she could. She knew what it was like to be on the outside with her foot. They had that in common, at least. She could convert. Of course she could. The feelings built up in him week after week, then receded, then returned month after month and receded again. Then one afternoon in the spring, nearing graduation, he finally drummed up the nerve to invite her to join the debate team, of which he was president. He was clumsy and nervous. He was not accustomed to talking to Jews, and the moment went badly, for he had seen a Dana Andrews film recently and had taken to talking boldly the way he'd seen the actor do. Shona was standing at her locker when he approached, and when she turned around to see him standing close, she seemed startled. He managed to mumble his invitation and then watched her beautiful eyes dance over his shoulder down the hall, then back to him, his heart pounding. She chuckled nervously and said, "Oh, no, I can't do that," and slipped off down the hallway, followed by the tall, slim Negro girl who shadowed her everywhere. He watched her back, feeling destroyed. A day later, his desolation gave way to indignation and finally to outrage. He had done the Christian thing. He'd reached out to haul her up to his level, and she was too blind to see it. She lived on Chicken Hill, for God's sake. Her father ran a grocery store that served niggers, whereas his father was a city councilman and a Presbyterian associate pastor. He was a man of importance. He had reached down to pull her to his level, and she had shunned him. Imagine. She was just like the old Jew shoemaker, Norman, with his mean, arrogant self. The whole business disgusted him. Jews. She and old Norman probably made fun of him when he wasn't around. The sting of it disappeared when he left for college and medical school at Penn State, falling into a whir of biology, cadavers, and clinical studies, standing shoulder to shoulder with students from well-to-do families in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and even New York. And while his fellow medical students had big plans to move back to their big cities after medical school, he couldn't imagine being anywhere other than his hometown. He dreamed of moving to the big city at one time, working at a large hospital, living in an apartment in a high-rise with a Negro maid and a glamorous blonde wife. But who would look out for him in those places? There were too many strange people. Italians and coloreds. Big markets and fancy cars and families whose money went back generations. The idea frightened him. It was safer to stay home, to return to his hometown to heal the sick. Even his snide medical school professors, two of them German and one of them Jewish, respected him for his commitment. But the hometown he returned to after medical school, where decent white people knew each other by name and attended the same Presbyterian church and ate ice cream at Bristol Ice House after service, had become a town of immigrants, Greeks who drove trucks, Jews who owned buildings, Negroes who walked Main Street like they owned it, Russians, Mennonites, Hungarians, Italians, and Irish. The quaint horses and buggies of his childhood were replaced by tractor-trailers hauling steel. The dairy farms replaced by oily, grim factories that belched smoke. Main Street was now filled with cars on Saturdays, and not one but two traffic lights and a trolley. His lovely Pottstown had become a city where no one seemed to know anyone else. Still, when he chose for his wife someone his father approved of, a simple farm girl from nearby Fagley'sville, the wedding made the front page of the Pottstown Mercury. That was a big deal, and a good thing. But the years of tending broken legs and sewing fingers back onto the broken hands of factory workers chipped away at him, and his disappointments grew. More factories belched more smoke and more foreigners came. And when the simple farm girl he married turned out to be a lazy, dull soul who lived for bingo nights, cheap novels, and blueberry pie, which added to her burgeoning waistline as she proudly drove around town with their 4 children in the brand-new Chevrolet she insisted he buy every 2 years, he lost interest in her. He'd seen his youth vanish, his town crumble, the blood of its proud white fathers diluted by invaders, Jews, Italians, even niggers who wandered Chicken Hill selling ice cream and shoes to one another, while decent white people fought off the Jewish merchants and Italian immigrants who seemed to be buying everything. Not to mention the Mennonites in town with their horses and buggies, and the Irish at the fire company, and Greeks mumbling their business at diners, and Italians kicking ass at the dairy, and niggers from the hill wanting factory jobs instead of being maids and janitors like they were supposed to. Now Jews were buying homes on Beach Street, making plans to build a bigger Jewish synagogue, and what's more, they were polluting the town's good white Christian teenagers with Negro music, jazz, brought to town by none other than Shona's husband, yet another Jew who owned not one, but 2 theaters. Where was America in all this? Pottstown was for Americans. God had predestined it. The Constitution guaranteed it. The Bible had said it. Jesus. Where was Jesus in all this? Doc felt his world was falling apart. So a few years after medical school, when friends approached him about attending a meeting of the Knights of Pottstown to spread good Christian values, he agreed. And when that Knights of Pottstown meeting actually turned out to be the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan instead, he saw no difference. The men were like him. They wanted to preserve America. This country was woods before the white man came. It needed to be saved. The town, the children, the women, they needed to be rescued from those who wanted to pollute the pure white race with ignorance and dirt, fouling things up by mixing the pure WASP heritage with the Greeks, the Italians, the Jews, who had murdered their precious Jesus Christ, and the niggers who dreamed of raping white women and whose lustful black women were a danger to every decent, God-fearing white man. Not all of them were bad, of course. The White Knights would decide who were the good ones. There were a few good ones. Doc knew several. The meetings were more like hobby club gatherings than actual fire and brimstone events. The men talked of farming and lost property, the challenges of growing and seeding crops in bad weather, the cost of cattle and transport, and rising prices. Many were former farmers, others were factory workers and bankers. Good people, Pottstown people. People Doc had known all his life. So when Carl approached him one afternoon after a White Knights meeting about the problem of the Jewess holding the deaf Negro child illegally, forcing him to work in her store, and keeping him out of school when a good school was ready to take him, Doc had an interest. He told Carl to come by his office the following week. He knew Shona, of course. She had come once to see him about her fainting when he first set up practice. At that visit, neither acknowledged he'd actually tried to befriend her in high school years before. He suspected, even hoped, that she'd forgotten it. He'd not forgotten it, and when she walked into his office, He still felt the pounding of 1,000 drums in his heart, for she had aged well. The beautiful breasts, the slim hips, the bright, shining eyes were still there, along with the scroop shoe on her foot. The scroop shoe styling, he noted, had evolved into a lean and handsome number, head and shoulders better than the expensive brick-like box that adorned his foot and hurt at that moment, and for which he'd paid top dollar. But that was the cost of principle, which he was happy to pay. He kept matters professional at that visit, prescribed a few pain pills, and told her to call again if the spells continued, hoping she would. But she never did, and again he was offended. Did she think that just because he was a small-town doctor he didn't understand her case? He had friends in the medical field in Reading and Philadelphia. He read all the latest medical journals. In fact, 2 doctors called him from Philadelphia not 2 weeks after she left, asking his opinion about her puzzling fainting spells. What had he found? They asked. They respected him more than she did. He followed her case when she nearly died, felt strangely relieved when she recovered, then was outraged when she had the nerve to write to the newspaper complaining about him marching as a white knight in the annual parade. How dare she? Their parades weren't hurting anybody. They were a celebration of the real America. The whole business riled him. But when Carl appeared at his office to discuss her hiding a 12-year-old Negro boy, Doc was careful to maintain his professional distance, for he wasn't fond of his cousin. Carl had been a bit of a rooster back in high school, but now his firm football player's stomach hung over his belt. His sculpted shoulders sagged. His once clear face bore the trace of whiskers from a bad shave. His fedora was worn, his cheap tie spotted. Still, Carl delivered a hanging curveball that Doc found impossible to resist. "The state will pay you to examine the Negro kid," Carl said. He sat on the edge of Doc's desk as he delivered this news, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Doc was behind his desk as they spoke. "Why do they need an exam in the first place?" Doc asked. "Is he sick?" "Deaf and maybe dumb," Carl said, extracting a cigarette and firing it. "The state wants to send him to a special school. They need a doctor to sign off on it. Simple as that." "Which school?" "Penhurst. They got a school in there." Doc had seen Penhurst State School and Hospital, just down the road in Spring City. It was a horrible, overcrowded nightmare, but he checked his tongue. "They take Negroes?" he asked. "They take anyone who's insane." "Deaf and maybe dumb's not insane, Carl." "Do I look like a Ouija board, Earl?" Carl said, using Doc's real name, a sign of familiarity and, Doc thought, grimly, disrespect. "The boy's 12. He hasn't been to school in a long time. They have special things for kids like him there. It's better than what he's got now, living on the hill and running around for them Jews up there. The state wants him. They're burning precious dollars, having me run up and down there looking for him. Every time I go up there, nobody knows nothing. I even sent a colored up there who couldn't shake him loose. The niggers are hiding him up there, and she's in cahoots with him." "Is it her child?" Doc asked. Carl looked at Doc blankly a moment, then sputtered. "Her what?" "She's married, Doc." "So?" "Whatever you're thinking, Doc, I don't want to know it." Carl sucked his cigarette thoughtfully, then said, "Now that you mention it, there's a lot of tipping going on in this town, especially on the hill." "Could be." Doc's face reddened. These kinds of conversations made him uncomfortable. He felt like a fool. He didn't know why he'd even brought it up. "I've never seen the kid, to be honest," Carl said. "But from what I heard, he's a pure colored nigger. No father. His mother died not too long ago." "From what?" "You're the doc," Carl said. "Alls I know is the kid's hiding at the stores someplace behind the Jewess and her husband, the all-American dance hall and theater guy. The husband finances the whole racket. I can have the cops go up there with you if you want." "Let them do it, and keep me out of it." Carl frowned. "It's not smart to rile up those Chicken Hill niggers. She got a lot of sway with him. She was nearly dead this time last year, sick from something or other, and the coloreds got stirred up about it. She's the one who wrote the letter about our parade, remember?" Doc shrugged. "Who reads this stupid paper around here? What about the Negro you sent up there? The state has Negro investigators now?" "No. He's just a driver. He drives the superintendent around. We got a tip the Jewish lady was hiding the kid in the next-door neighbor's yard, so we paid him a couple of extra bucks and let him drive a car up there and ask around. Nobody would talk to him. He snuck around to the back to look in the yard and said there must have been 20 kids back there. He couldn't tell one from the other and had to leave quick. He said the coloreds smelled him out. They're all related on the hill, you know, cousins and whatnot. Come on, Doc. My supervisor's all hot and bothered. Can you see about it? You examine him, sign off on it, they put him in Pennhurst. They pay you to write a little report. Case closed. It's easy." "Okay, I'll write the report." "Don't you need to see him first?" Doc thought about it a moment. He hadn't seen Shona in years. He never forgot the Jewish goddess standing at her locker in high school, her shining eyes, the full breasts, both of them young and innocent, the years ahead of them looking so promising. Those years were gone now. They were both middle-aged. They still had something in common now. Scroop shoes. That was one thing. Maybe she was like him after all. Maybe her husband is like my wife, he thought. A loser. A mess. Why not? What was left? He nodded. "All right, Carl. I'll go see about the kid. Leave the police out of it. For now." Chapter 11. Gone. It was close to 2 p.m. when the overhead bulb flickered in the middle of the Heaven and Earth grocery store, signaling to Dodo that someone was entering. The light bulb was a little tricky. Sometimes it flickered on its own, or the shaking of the floor set it off. So when it flickered the first time, he ignored it, because it was early afternoon, the usual slow time in the store. Aunt Addie had gone to the ice house for ice. Mr. Moshe had gone to the theater. Few customers entered at that hour. He was standing on the trapdoor ladder leading to the basement, his head nearly at floor level, hidden behind a butcher's case from anyone who entered the store. It was a good thing, too, for when the light flickered a second time, he saw Miss Shona, seated on a high chair behind the counter, reach for her walking stick and move around to the front of the counter. She had her back to him when she walked a few steps to reach the far end of the counter. But when she looped around the end and moved to the center of the room to greet the visitor, he saw her face for the first time. The alarmed look in her eyes caused him to freeze where he was. Miss Shona was not a woman who lost her cool easily. Despite the odd tremors and occasional frightening seizures brought on by her disability, she rambled around the store freely, doing all manner of tasks. If there was a carton to be lifted, she would attempt to lift it herself. If there were groceries to be stacked or vegetables to sort, she went at those things. She did not like to be helped, and he'd learned to not help her unless asked. The only time she let him do work that kept him free and rambling because he hated sitting still was if she was reading. Dodo never saw someone who loved to read so much. She read all day. She reminded him of his mother. But his mother mostly read the Bible. Miss Shona read everything, books, magazines, newspapers, and urged him to do the same. He had grown to like reading in the past 5 months with her encouragement, but not as much as he pretended to. He faked it, mostly, just for her. He reckoned he would one day, when he was all grown, sit and read one of the many books she gave him instead of pretending that he did. But not any day soon. He preferred working in the store and playing in the yard next door with Miss Bernice's children. It was the only place he was allowed to roam freely. He had come to slightly resent that imprisonment. It wasn't fair. He should be free to roam around the hill like before. But Miss Shona and Aunt Addie had drilled it into his head. Stay close. Watch out for the man from the state. He's coming to take you to a special school. You don't want to go there. Dodo had no idea what the man from the state looked like, but a flash of fear in Miss Shona's eyes as the customer approached the other side of the butcher's counter gave him pause, and he instinctively lowered his head a few inches into the basement. He couldn't be seen from where he was unless someone leaned over the counter and looked directly down into the trapdoor opening. Nor could he see clearly who was on the other side of the counter, but he could feel, and that was enough. Feel and smell. Vibrations nearly as good as sight and sound, and the feel of matters he could sense right away was wrong. Still standing on the ladder, he pressed the back of his hand to the floorboards on his left. He recognized the uneven bounce of Miss Shona's clumping footsteps as they approached the middle of the floor. This was followed by an unfamiliar sound, an eerie clump of a similar gait coming from the store entrance. The two thumps stopped in front of the butcher's case, not 5 feet from his head. He could see Miss Shona's face just over the butcher's counter, the look of alarm in her eyes as she talked to the visitor. A man wearing a fedora and a black coat was unsettling. Then the man turned his head slightly for a moment, and Dodo saw the face from the side. Panic rose in his throat when he saw who it was. Doc Roberts. To the white folks of Pottstown, Doc Roberts was the kind of man whose bespectacled countenance belonged on breakfast cereal boxes. The kind, gentle country doc. Friend to all. Deliverer of babies. A wonderful man. A Presbyterian. But for the black folks of the Hill, Doc was a running joke. Why go see Doc Roberts and pay to die? He was a special fright for black children of the Hill. Center of 1,000 nightmares shepherded by the exhausted mothers who needed sleep. Mothers whose children tumbled about restlessly past their bedtimes would burst into darkened bedrooms and warn, "If you don't shut your eyes right now, I'm taking you to Doc Roberts," which cut off the giggles and cackling immediately. Youngsters who refused to swallow the awful-tasting cod liver oil and ghastly country remedies used to cure colds, fever, and unknown maladies were met with, "Suck this medicine down right now, or I'll fetch Doc Roberts. Old Doc will give it to you. In jail." And down the hatch the awful concoction would go. Dodo was frightened of doctors. After the stove exploded in his face, his mother waited 3 long painful days gathering money to take him by train to a colored doctor in Reading. The colored doctor firmly and without ceremony covered his swollen face with goop and wrapped bandages around his eyes and ears, which left him helpless. After the bandages were removed, the trouble in his eyes had slowly cleared up, and Dodo watched his mother weep bitterly, mouthing the words infection and Doc to Uncle Nate and Aunt Addie. But neither she nor Uncle Nate nor Aunt Addie made any mention of taking him to Doc Roberts for better results. Doc Roberts was trouble. And now he was 4 feet off, talking with Miss Shona. Miss Shona was leaning on the counter with her left hand, tapping it nervously. Doc's back was to him, so he could not read the doctor's lips, but Dodo could see Miss Shona's mouth, and from his vantage point, he saw the conversation deteriorate quickly from carefully polite to stormy. "Wonderful weather, rain last week. Has it been that long? High school, graduation, feeling well," she said. But she looked anything but well. Her face was pale, and he noticed her left hand was trembling slightly. Seeing this, he grew panicked, for this was a sign she was about to faint, or worse, have one of her seizures. He'd seen those, and they terrified him. She'd been shaky and weak in her movements the last week or so, and that, Aunt Addie had told him, was a sign. In fact, just before Aunt Addie left for the ice house, not 20 minutes before, she'd made a point to tell him to keep a careful eye on Miss Shona. Don't let her pick up anything. And to watch her so she doesn't fall. Stay close, had been her words. He'd gone to fetch the cartons of cans from the basement only because Miss Shona had insisted. He tried to do it quickly, but obviously not quickly enough. For now he was stuck in the trapdoor opening behind the counter and unsure whether to show himself, for he didn't want Miss Shona to fall while he was down there. The wrath of Aunt Addie, if that happened, would not be pleasant. Just as he was about to poke his head out of the trapdoor opening, Miss Shona lifted her left hand off the counter and pointed toward the front of the store, which caused Doc to turn around and look toward the front door. In that instant, with Doc's face turned away, she shot a quick glance down at him in the trapdoor opening and stretched her left hand out, palm flat, fingers spread, like a traffic cop's, as if to say, "Stay there." So he stayed where he was. He felt the urge to scamper down the ladder to the relative safety of the basement, but Doc had turned to her again, and the boy stared with alarm as the conversation heated up quickly, seeing only Miss Shona's lips and face from his perch below as she talked, her face reddening in anger. "Marching in your parade. Your problem. Shameful. Taxes. I'm American too." The last she indicated angrily, pointing at Doc with a shaky hand. He saw the back of the doctor's neck redden and his shoulders hunch up as he responded. They were arguing full out now, no question, and Miss Shona's face, which had been surprised when the door opened, was now tightened in rage. Her eyebrows arched as she went on. "Colored people, Negroes, don't know what you're talking about. Police." He watched Doc respond, his head moving as he yammered something, cutting her off. She was about to respond, but just as she opened her mouth to speak, Miss Shona whitened, gasped, and her eyes rolled upward. She shook violently for a second and suddenly dropped out of sight, her face disappearing on the other side of the butcher's case. It was as if someone had snatched her from a hole in the floor. Dodo didn't need to hear to know what happened. The thump of the shaking floor told him she'd dropped like a sack of potatoes. He slapped a hand to his mouth instinctively, knowing from experience that even his smallest utterances caused noises. He learned that from Uncle Nate when they went hunting. No noise. Cover your mouth, or you'll scare off the game. But this was no hunting trip with Uncle Nate's old rifle that knocked you off your feet when it spit fire out of its eye toward a deer or squirrel. This explosion came from inside, as the fear exploded through his body with the shuddering of the floor, and for a moment he could not remember where he was. Many months later, he would recall the ominous, life-changing thump that ran through his left hand held beneath the floorboard, and how that same left hand had smacked over his mouth so hard he bit his own lip, hanging on to the trapdoor ladder with his right arm wrapped around the rungs, for had that arm not been there, he would have fallen off altogether, as his legs gave way at that moment and he became overwhelmed with the same feeling he'd had when he was kneeling before the stove in his mother's house 3 years before, and the stove exploded, sending shards of hot iron into his chest, arms, and head that felt like 1,000 knives with a heat so intense that he felt cold for weeks afterward. The pain in his head then was so great that it had grown into a living thing. The burning in his eyes so unbearable that his ears, he reasoned, had shut down to defend themselves, so that by the time the bandages were removed, he was forced to stagger about wearing sunglasses for months, which he hated. The business of sound having been removed from the world felt almost secondary to the real problem. His mother's sudden illness, her life ebbing away as his own ears gradually closed. Then Uncle Nate, Aunt Addie. Then what? Nothing but Miss Shona and his ears. He could faintly hear a few things sometimes, a car backfiring, the vegetable man's horse as the cart clomped past. But sight and sound were replaced by sight and vibration, noises coming from inside his heart. Thus, as Miss Shona fell, he thought he heard the sound of his own heart cracking, as if there were a sound to it at all, breaking off, deep inside, for part of him knew he would never see her the same again, if ever. Going, gone, just like his mother, just like everything. That thought pushed power back into his quaking legs, and he surged upward, braced himself quickly, and pulled himself out of the trapdoor opening, leaping cat-like onto the floor where he crouched behind the butcher's counter. The counter's face was glass. Dodo peered through the glass case silently, breathing heavily. What he saw over the neatly assembled pig's feet, sliced meats, ham hocks, cow parts, and ground beef in the case, would change the rest of his life. Doc Roberts, his back to him, crouching over the prone figure of Miss Shona. Every single road Dodo had taken up to that point, every turn, every crevice, every movement, had been divided into the rules of adults from his world that he trusted: his late mother, his Uncle Nate and Aunt Addie, his cousin Rusty, Miss Paper, even the grim Miss Bernice next door. To the outside world, he was a colored boy who was slow, or feeble-minded, by those who knew no better. Only careful drilling in the months before by those same people, including Miss Shona, kept him in place at that moment. Stay close. Play dumb. Do not leave the store. Do not venture past Miss Bernice's yard next door. Do not run about. Pretend you don't understand. To do otherwise, he understood, would be a disaster for him. Even Miss Shona had repeated those same instructions just now before she'd fallen, with her outstretched hand. "Stay there," she'd said. "Stay there. Just keep quiet. The trouble will pass." But now, it was the thought of Aunt Addie, her fury, even worse, her disappointment, that caused him to place his foot on top of the counter and leap over it. He was only 12, so sex had more to do with odd pictures in his mind and an occasional curiosity about one of Miss Bernice's daughters he favored for reasons he wasn't quite sure of. His understanding of girls was that they were necessary, would one day be women, would be required in his life somehow, and vice versa. But in the meantime, they were impediments in his daily quest to gather marbles, rocks, and stones, and send them skipping across the creek that ran behind both the yards of the Heaven and Earth grocery store and Miss Bernice's house. Girls were not important. Apparently, Doc did not agree, because he was running his hands through Miss Shona's hair and inside her clothes in a way that made the boy suck wind and lose his breath. Miss Shona had fainted completely. She'd obviously had one of her seizures. They lasted only a few seconds. But afterward, she was normally placed on her side by Aunt Addie, who wiped her face, and after a few minutes, she got better and usually sat up. But Doc didn't wait for her to sit up. He'd turned her over, and when the seizure quit, he pushed her so that she lay flat on her back. He quickly ran his right hand across her chest and squeezed. Then he held her there with his left hand and squeezed her chest with the other, the hand working into her blouse, holding her in place while he ran his other hand across her stomach, then down to her groin, pulling up her dress, her legs exposed to the thigh, the boots she wore lying awkwardly exposed, her blouse rumpled where Doc had run his hand so freely. It was a memory that would last much longer than the boy would have liked. Dodo didn't remember yelling, and later, when asked about it, insisted he did not yell, saying if he had, he would have known it. "I know how to keep quiet," he told his Aunt Addie. But that was later, long afterward. Now, without thinking, he jumped off the counter and leaped across the room, knocking Doc into the shelves of cans and crackers behind him. He'd never touched a white man before, not in his whole life, and was surprised at how soft and fat Doc felt, and how easily Doc flew backward when he piled into him, knocking him off Miss Shona and driving him into the shelves that cascaded groceries down on all three of them. Doc recovered and shoved him off, but before he could rise, Dodo was on his feet and piled into him again, like a football player. Dodo was thin, but strong, and his weight and strength kept Doc in place. Whether he beat Doc with his fists, like they said, the boy was uncertain. For Miss Shona had a second seizure at that moment, and while they usually lasted seconds, this one was worse than the first and lasted much longer. The sight of her struggle seemed to awaken a strength in Doc, and the boy could feel him vibrating and knew he was shouting. Dodo ignored the shouts, pinning him against the shelf with his head and shoulders, glancing behind him as Miss Shona shook vigorously now, her body spasming wildly. He felt hands on his neck. Doc was strangling him, and Dodo's struggle for life became real now. He could feel Doc's fury, and wiggled free of Doc's hands and pushed him against the shelf harder. But Doc had his wind, and the boy raised his head just in time to feel Doc striking him. He instinctively struck back twice, hard in the face, and Doc's mouth ceased moving for a moment and blood burst from his lips. And at that moment, the boy realized he was in deep trouble. Out of the corner of his eye, Dodo saw the light overhead blink, indicating that the front door had opened. And then Aunt Addie was rushing toward Miss Shona. His glance at her caused him to lighten his press on Doc, who flung him off onto the floor and crawled toward Miss Shona, who was shaking violently, her head pounding the floor. Aunt Addie placed her hand under Miss Shona's head. Miss Shona's mouth was wide open. He saw Aunt Addie glance at the countertop, and without being told, Dodo leaped over the counter, grabbed a spoon, and handed it to Aunt Addie. "I tried to help," he cried. Aunt Addie ignored him, cramming the spoon into Miss Shona's mouth as Doc moved in. Both crouched over Miss Shona now, trying to keep her from shaking so violently, Doc placing his hands underneath her back. She seemed to shake forever. Aunt Addie, still holding Miss Shona on her side, turned to Dodo, and he saw her lips move, saying calmly, "Get some water. Hurry." He complied. Several long seconds later, Miss Shona quit struggling and lay quiet, her eyes closed, seemingly dead, surrounded by Addie and several neighbors who had now entered and were swathing her face with towels. Dodo glanced anxiously at the door. Doc was gone. He noticed the neighbors there cleaning up, eyeing him nervously, rewriting the shelves and restacking the fallen items. Several Hill residents were appearing through the front window of the store as well. Aunt Addie wiped Miss Shona's face and stroked her hair and straightened her clothing, and a quick glance at him from her told Dodo she was furious. He stepped to her and tapped her shoulder. He wanted to explain, but she ignored him, speaking to a neighbor. He could see her lips moving. What was she saying? Then someone tapped him on the shoulder and pointed toward the front door. He looked up. Doc was back, 2 policemen behind him. Over their shoulders, he could see several neighbors staring at all of it grimly. Doc pointed to him. Dodo read his lips clearly. "There he is," he said. There was nothing to do but run. He leaped up and tore into the back room of the store, bursting out the back door, a police officer hot on his tail. He sprinted through the yard, dodging the solitary cow that Miss Shona kept to sell kosher milk. But when he reached the creek embankment at the end of the yard, there was nowhere left to run. But he was a fast boy, quick and lithe, and when he spun about, he quickly ducked and dodged under the officer's grasp, then dodged the second officer behind him and sprinted back toward the building. He knew he couldn't run back inside. Instead, he made for the fire escape ladder that hung from the second-floor window. It was 6 feet off the ground, above his reach, but there was a crate he kept beneath it just for that purpose. With one smooth leap, he swung himself on it, grabbed a rung with one hand, then the other, pulled himself up, and scurried up the rungs toward the roof. The roof was flat. He thought maybe he would run to the front of the building, somehow climb down it, which he'd thought about occasionally but never tried, and make it to the railroad tracks. He knew every crook and crevice of the rail yard. He knew most of the trains that ran there. The policeman would never catch him. But when he got to the roof, a third policeman burst out the door that led from the store's attic and ran toward him about 10 yards off. Dodo stopped in his tracks and sprinted back toward the ladder he'd mounted and peered down. Both policemen were making their way up, and they were not moving slowly. He was terrified now. He had to get away. He looked down at the policeman writhing up the ladder, glanced behind him at the policeman who was approaching, and looked into the yard. From 3 stories up, it didn't seem far. Not too far, anyway. He could make the jump, then splash across the creek to safety. He jumped off trains before, and they were pretty high. He jumped, just as the outstretched arm of the rooftop cop grabbed at his collar. But the policeman didn't grab enough. He grabbed just enough to spoil his takeoff. Dodo felt himself spinning upside down, then around and around. Then sweet blackness came, as the silence that lived inside his head exploded into a crunching bang and became silent again. And this silence was real. Part 2. Gotten. Chapter 12. Monkey Pants. Monkey Pants was the first person Dodo met on Ward C1. He lay in the only other crib in the room, a boy around his age, just 6 inches away. Inside his steel crib, adjacent to where Dodo lay in traction, in his own steel-caged crib, in a hot, overcrowded ward of 90 beds. It was the first stroke of luck Dodo had had in a while. His neighbor was a small, painfully thin white child with dark hair, about 11 or 12, Dodo guessed. He wore no hospital gown, but rather a diaper and an undershirt, and was contorted in a way that seemed impossible. He lay on his side in a ball, his neck and shoulders hunched, curled in an odd tangle of twisted hands and feet, one leg impossibly reaching toward his face, the ankle nearly at his chin, the other leg lost in a cacophony of twisted arms, elbows, knees, and fingers, with one hand thrust out of the twisted cacophony of limbs gathered near his chest to cover his eyes. The boy looked as if he had tied himself up in knots and was hiding from himself. Dodo had never seen anything like it. But because the child was twisted impossibly and curled like a primate, Dodo called him Monkey Pants, for he looked like a monkey with no pants. In reality, Dodo never learned his real name. It was the impossible sight of Monkey Pants that brought Dodo back to consciousness and reality, as the explosion of suffering and shock that had descended on him during the first days at Penhurst State Hospital for the insane and feeble-minded was compounded by the injuries sustained in his fall off Miss Shona's roof. The fall had reduced him to a state of absolute immobility. He broke both ankles, shattered his hip, and snapped his right fibula. He lay in the Pottstown Hospital handcuffed to a bed, in traction, for a week. The handcuffs never left him after he regained consciousness, even though he was in traction. The cops were obviously mad. But the handcuffs were removed when he arrived by stretcher at the Penhurst admissions office, where another doctor examined him. He arrived there confused, for he was taken to the institution's hospital wing, not back home to face the music for the disaster at Miss Shona's. The fact that Aunt Addie and Uncle Nate were not at the hospital was not a tip-off, because he had never been in a hospital, even after he lost his hearing. He simply assumed that the white hospital people were prepping him for the arrival of his aunt and uncle, who would take him home. But after several minutes of lying on the stretcher and not seeing his aunt and uncle anywhere, he became impatient, and he began to struggle to get out of bed. 2 attendants held him down while the doctor produced a needleful of something that made him woozy, and after a few moments, he was in a fog. The doctor measured his height, estimated his weight, moved his arms, checked his eyes, spoke to Dodo briefly, which Dodo could not understand, for the doctor was a mumbler with a foreign accent, and even if he weren't a mumbler, the fog made it impossible for Dodo to decipher what the doc said to him. It took all of a half hour for the doctor to declare him an imbecile. The attendants placed a hospital gown on him and gathered his effects, which someone, probably Aunt Addie, had carefully packed, including a shirt, a tie, some smaller items, shoes, socks, and several marbles he always carried around for good luck that Miss Shona had given him, and put them in a bag. He never saw them again. He was wheeled out past 2 sets of doors and down several long corridors, and then something terrible began to seep into the dense fog that had lowered onto his brain. His sense of smell, always keen, had heightened since he'd lost his hearing, and while he had caught a slight sense of a new terrible scent, a tinge, a kind of warning, just a slight one, like a tiny thread coming loose on a shirt when he first awoke, it rose quickly and disappeared, like a goblin that suddenly pokes his head out of the floor for a moment, then vanishes. Just a brief flicker of something awful. But now, as the stretcher wheeled out of the cheery, polished, gleaming floors of the admissions office and spun through several sets of doors and corridors, through an underground tunnel and up a ramp, the cheery atmosphere gave way to a dim corridor, and the odor grew and morphed and developed its own life. It seemed to sprout from the granite walls as the stretcher moved, like moss or vines rising from the floor and covering the walls, the smell becoming a living, breathing thing, gorging on the walls, the windows, and finally him, evolving from strong to horrible to overpowering. He felt as if he were drowning. As the stretcher spun through the corridors, turning one corner and the next, he nearly passed out. But the motion kept him conscious, and the smell poured on him, coming again and again, stronger and stronger, morphing into new life the way his sunflowers grew in back of Miss Shona's yard. He loved watching them grow, smelling them as they did. They smelled so wonderful, he often imagined that it was the fragrance that made the flowers, not the other way around. Their fragrance gave wonderful messages, pretty, happy, joyful. But the smells here bore a different message: cruelty, anger, powerful loneliness, and death. And as the stretcher rolled deeper into the corridors, his throat finally surged, and the contents of his stomach ran up his throat. He raised his head and vomited over the side of the stretcher. The vomit landed on the pants of one of the attendants accompanying him, whereupon the 2 men stopped, departed for a moment, and returned with a straitjacket. They sat him up, his legs still in traction, and placed it around his chest and arms, tightened it, then proceeded. He was rolled to an end corner of a long room tightly packed with beds, Ward C1, and left. He tried to sit up, but he could not move, so he lay on his back, exhausted. He sobbed for a bit, then slept. When he awoke and turned his head to look about, Monkey Pants was the first thing he saw. They were only 6 inches apart, and at the first sight of Monkey Pants twisted into horrible knots, Dodo burst into tears again. Monkey Pants seemed nonplussed by it all. Seemingly unmoved, one eye peered through the tangle of arms and legs nonchalantly as Dodo wept. Dodo noted the boy's nonchalance and felt the boy was being cruel, and he decided to tell someone about Monkey Pants and, at the very least, not look at old Monkey Pants any longer. Dodo was in traction and couldn't shift onto his side, but he could turn his head, so he looked in the other direction. There was no one on his other side, but the sight was not reassuring. There were rows of beds in the crowded ward, all of them mercifully empty, for it was daytime, and apparently the people had gone elsewhere. So he turned back to Monkey Pants, who peered at him with one eye through tangled arms and legs. The 2 boys stared at each other a long time, and in that moment, Dodo had his second stroke of luck that day. The first being that he'd been dropped on the ward in the middle of the day when the ward attendants had already paraded the unlucky patients to the day room. For Monkey Pants, whose condition in 30 years would fall into the yawing labyrinth of spinning medical terminology known as cerebral palsy, a clumsy, useless term, nearly as useless as the idea of confining a child with his physical challenges to an insane asylum where he was normally sedated every morning, had somehow been forgotten by the nurse who doled out the daily knockout drops that day. As Dodo stared into the eye of Monkey Pants, he could see, clear as day, that there was a boy in there. "Monkey Pants," he said. The boy could only see him with one eye, the other eye covered by his hand, but the eye peering at Dodo moved slightly. The eyebrow raised just a bit. Then Monkey Pants shifted his fingers and revealed a second eye. Then Dodo saw, or thought he saw, Monkey Pants chuckle. He could not hear it, but the tangle of limbs he was staring at shifted slightly. He knew what a pleasant chuckle looked like. The fact that Monkey Pants laughed at him irritated him, so he said it again. "Monkey Pants." And he saw it this time, for certain. Monkey Pants lowered his hand, and his mouth moved into a twisted grin. Then he spoke. His face twisted with the effort, and Dodo couldn't understand him at all because he could only lip read. Moreover, Monkey Pants' lips moved about in an odd manner. But Dodo felt so grateful to talk to a living person. It was as if someone had opened a window and cranked in a blast of fresh air. They hadn't let anyone come to see him at the hospital. He caught the lips of one of the policemen guarding his room, telling a nurse something about his attacking people. And while he had no chance to explain to anyone, even Aunt Addie, what had happened, he knew whatever trouble he was in involved white folks. And that was a problem. If only Miss Shona was here, she would straighten it all out. She would help him explain. Aunt Addie and Uncle Nate would be cross, but they too would help. Where were they? Then the thought of Miss Shona, lying on the floor with her dress pulled up, shaking so crazily, and the ensuing struggle with Doc Roberts, and the memory of Aunt Addie's furious face as he ran off from the police, overwhelmed him, and the tears came again. The casts on his legs itched. He had a headache. He needed to go to the bathroom and was afraid he would soil himself. He felt insanely thirsty. He raised his head and looked about the room again, not a soul. There were empty beds everywhere, and in the middle of the far wall, a glass enclosure in which attendants sat to watch the patients. The attendants' room was empty. He turned back to Monkey Pants and sobbed, "I want to go home." Monkey Pants shifted. The spasm of bundled arms and legs seemed to twist even more as he painfully, slowly extracted an arm from around his head, showing a dark head of hair and an angular, handsome face. His mouth moved again, but his face and mouth puckered, and Dodo could not read his lips. He shook his head, not understanding. Monkey Pants paused for a moment, seeming to reconsider, then moved his eyes. His eyes looked left. They looked right. They looked up. They looked down. Dodo, staring at him, cried impatiently, "What you doing, Monkey Pants?" Much later, he realized his good fortune. The two of them had been alone in the ward on that first day, and what an incredible stroke of good fortune it had been. For his injury and a misdiagnosis of his mental abilities had placed him in a ward of so-called lower functions. The attendants had led the entire ward, a pitiful drugged group of humanity, 90 men in all, on a daily parade from the ward to the day room, an empty room bare of furniture save 2 benches, to stare out the window for hours, toss feces at one another, and bang their heads against the walls if they so pleased. The 2 patients assigned to clean the ward of urine and feces, burnishing the floor with a polisher before turning their attention to the 2 babies, Dodo and Monkey Pants, 2 boys among men, to clean their beds and their bodily waste, moving them from one side to the other like pieces of beef, had not arrived. They were alone. And for the first 4 hours, Monkey Pants gave Dodo a spellbinding, extraordinary performance lecture on the art of survival in one of the oldest and worst mental institutions in the history of the United States. But this did not come easily. Watching Monkey Pants give a lecture was like watching an octopus trying to shake hands with a flamethrower. Nothing worked right. The boy fought to communicate. His chest constricted. His lips contorted. His limbs flapped around wildly in spasmic bursts. They seemed to have their own mind about which direction they wanted to go in. He worked like a madman, his limbs flailing, mouth moving in unintelligible bursts, then stopping as he exhausted himself, only to continue after catching his breath, only to exhaust himself again. This happened several times before Dodo deduced that Monkey Pants was trying to say something important. "What do you want?" Monkey Pants went at it again, but the flailing limbs and spastic shaking head didn't make sense, and after some effort and squinting, Dodo burst into tears of frustration and despair. "What's wrong with you?" The outburst and tears did not bring sympathy. Instead, Monkey Pants' frustration and impatience began to show. His chest constricted and his limbs thrust about in squirming impatience with even greater agitation, which caused Dodo to stare in amazement, for there was clear irritation in the movement. Then, just as suddenly, Monkey Pants quit. His thrashing arms and legs, which pounded against the iron bars of the crib, stopped. He lay on his back, and his legs and arms slowly came together and rose like spiders' legs, wrapping around each other in an impossible fashion near his head. And from there, with his legs and arms twisted like pretzels and crammed near his chest and head, he stared at Dodo, his gaze as steady as headlights. Dodo watched as Monkey Pants' eyes went up, then down, then up, then down, then left, then right, then the same business again, up, down, left, right. He was trying to say something. What? Unable to make neither heads nor tails of the business, Dodo grew tired of it, and a song suddenly flew into his head. Why this happened he was not sure, but the loss of hearing had not decreased his love of music. Indeed, it had intensified it. He often dragged his Uncle Nate to a dressing room backstage at Mr. Moshe's dance hall, where Uncle Nate listened to records on an old turntable kept back there. He liked to place his hands on the phonograph speaker to hear the music as the record played. It didn't matter that he could hear just a tiny bit of it. Just the act of listening fired the music inside him. And when Uncle Nate sometimes led a group of workers cleaning up Mr. Moshe's theater in singing his favorite old gospel hymn, "I'll Go Where You Want Me to Go," Dodo sang along out of tune, much to the amusement of the men. "I know a song, Monkey Pants," he said. "Want to hear it?" Without waiting for an answer, he sang, "I'll go where you want me to go. I'll say what you want me to say. Lord, I'll be what you want me to be." Monkey Pants stared, unblinking, wide-eyed, his eyebrows lifted. His face eased into something like a smile, and in that moment, Dodo felt comforted and a little less lonely. Monkey Pants suddenly became agitated again. Lying on his back, he began to rock, twisting to the left and right, his thin, gawky arms and legs moving crazily as he attempted to further unravel his face from his arms and legs. It seemed impossible. His arms and legs awkwardly twisted themselves together like spaghetti, then pulled apart, then wrapped themselves around each other again. But with great effort, his limbs began to unbend themselves and his arms arced toward the ceiling. His right arm, which seemed to move on its own more than any other part of him, seemed to free itself first. It swung wide into the air over his face toward the ceiling, then pinned itself to the right side of the crib, as if a pressure hose had burst loose and sprayed water everywhere. The left arm followed, grasping an ankle that seemed to want to move on its own, slowly pushing a crimped-up leg off his chest and away from him. So now his upper body was once again clear of his ankles, legs, and feet. Then the left arm swung out wide through the bar of the steel crib toward Dodo. Dodo could see the boy's face fully now as he lay on his back, his head turned toward him. The two boys stared at each other, and in that moment, a remarkable thing happened. It was as if the magic of the hymn Dodo offered up had marched into the room. Both boys became fully aware of the plight of the other. A knowledge, a wisdom passed between them that no one outside of them could possess. A knowledge that they were boys among men, with remarkable minds trapped inside bodies that would not allow 1,000th of any of the thoughts and feelings they possessed to emerge. Monkey Pants let it be known that if Dodo was to survive as a boy among these men, he must be wise, and that he must listen to what he had to say. Dodo found himself staring directly at Monkey Pants, who then did something amazing. He raised a shaking hand to his face and put a finger to his lips, as if to say, "Shh." And in that moment, Dodo understood. Play dumb. Be stupid. Don't say a word. It's the only way. Dodo sensed movement and turned his head to see what was behind him. He watched in terror as the doorway of the ward filled with a dark shape. Then another. As several men wandered in, hulking figures, in all manner of disability, pawing at themselves, some half-naked, shaking, nodding, not a single boy among them. He turned back to Monkey Pants in panic, but Monkey Pants had curled back into what Dodo would later understand was his usual protected Monkey Pants position, with his left knee near his chest, and his arms twisted over his head, and the other leg flung high over his chest so that his ankle nearly reached his face. Dodo smelled the odor of fresh feces coming from the direction of Monkey Pants' bed, and guessed that Monkey Pants had filled his diaper. As patients approached him to gather around the new arrival, to poke and paw and touch, Dodo understood, even then, that his new friend was soiling himself to draw the danger away from him, to take their attention away from Dodo, to give Dodo new light in a land of darkness. Despite the smell of shit and piss, Dodo understood the act for what it was, an act of love and solidarity, and for that, he was grateful. Chapter 13. Cowboy. Moshe leaned on the railing of the outdoor pavilion that stood high above the Ringing Rock skating rink and stared absently at the skaters below, one hand thrust in his pocket against the freezing cold. Behind him, several teenage skaters sipping hot chocolate laughed, ducking and tossing light snowballs that whizzed past the short, squat man in a felt fedora hat and coat holding an unlit, half-smoked cigar. Moshe ignored them. He loved coming to Ringing Rock's rink, just outside of town. The rocks were a tourist attraction, a geographical curiosity left over from the Stone Age. When struck by a hammer, they rang in various tones. The rink and tower with its pavilion were built beside the clump of rocks to accommodate visitors. Climbing to the top of the pavilion and viewing the mountains surrounding Berks County Forest was a release for him. He'd offer a birchot hashacha, a morning prayer that helped to free his mind and clear his head, and enjoy a temporary respite from the chaos of his theater. It was on the advice of his old friend Malachi that he'd begun these kinds of outings. His friend who had wowed his theater with his wild dancing to the glorious music of the great Mickey Katz, who had written him several times from a small Jewish settlement in Janau Lubelski, Poland, where he'd finally opened, of all things, a chicken farm, selling eggs and kosher chickens. Malachi's letters were full of his usual boundless enthusiasm, extolling the virtues of country life and the humorous lives of the customers he'd encountered. Moshe admired Malachi's ability to adapt after every failure, despite his adherence to the old ways. Malachi's letters were always packed with jokes and light humor, and Moshe always tried to return the favor. He'd come to write to his old friend this morning, and he'd planned to keep his news light and airy as much as he could, for that was the unacknowledged rule between the two, to keep the news bright and cheerful. Except now there was nothing to be cheerful about. His wife lay in a Reading hospital, in a coma. Doctors were unsure what was next. The boy was in the hands of the state. He didn't want to think about it. It was a horrible spiral. How had this all happened? He gazed down at the skaters inside. Shona had insisted on escaping with him to the skating rink after the boy came. They were an odd family, the Jewish merchant, his disabled wife, and their 12-year-old Negro charge puttering up the hill into the parking lot in his old Packard, coming to a stop not more than 10 yards from the rink entrance, where a sign had been posted not many years before stating, "No Jews, no dogs, no niggers." That sign had since been removed, but Shona never skated on her visits. Not once. Nor did she allow the boy to skate. She complained that her foot prevented her from skating, but Moshe knew better. Shona could do whatever she set her mind to. She could have a special skate made. Marv Skrupskelis would do anything for her. He would have made her one in a hot second. And the boy, he didn't need a skate. He could fly across the rink in his shoes, he was so athletic. Moshe tried to convince Shona to let the boy skate, but she refused. Instead, she commanded, "Go to the tower and smoke your cigar." And he happily obliged, climbing to the top where he'd puff his cigar in peace and watch from above as the two clambered among the clump of ringing rocks below. He'd watched as she struck the rocks with a hammer, while the child placed his hands on them to feel the vibrations. He thought the whole business foolish, and at one point said so. But Shona disagreed. "The rocks are as old as the earth. He can hear them a little. They're helpful to him," she said. Helpful. Moshe thought bitterly. That's how she thought. Helpful here, helpful there, now look. Who was helping them now? "All that is past now," he said aloud, ignoring the teenagers who giggled behind him and playfully romped about the odd man at the railing chomping on the unlit cigar and acting as if they weren't there. An errant snowball landed near him, so Moshe moved to a bench. He dusted the light snow off it, seated himself, produced a pen and paper, and began his letter to Malachi. He scribbled fast, the unlit cigar clenched between his teeth, ignoring the cold in his hands. It wasn't just Shona being in the hospital, he wrote, nor the Negro child placed in the nut house. That was bad, too. It's the theater business, he explained. Times are changing. You were right, he wrote. Jews here don't want Yiddish theater and Yiddish music and good old frolic and fun anymore. They want American things. They want to be cowboys. Even the Negro jazz musicians have grown difficult. Last night was the last straw. He paused, intent on telling Malachi in detail the events of the previous night. He tried 3 times, crossed out what he had written, then stopped writing and pondered how to explain it. He sat a moment, thinking back over it, unsure how to proceed. The cold beginning to work its way into his neck, for he'd forgotten to wear a scarf. He reached into his pocket for a match to light a cigar, found none, thought a bit more, then simply scribbled, "Just so you know, I'm thinking of getting out." It was last night's incident that bore that out. After leaving Shona in the hospital, he'd rushed to the theater and arrived at 7:30, horribly late for an 8 p.m. start, to find himself in a hot mess. Lionel Hampton's band and Machito and his Afro-Cubans were booked to play a dual date. The Afro-Cubans were a last-minute replacement for the original headliner, Louis Armstrong, who was hung up in Denver because of bad weather. It was not a good situation to start. Armstrong's manager was the powerful Joe Glaser, out of New York. Glaser had offered a sub, but Moshe, distracted by Shona's illness and tired of paying Glaser's huge percentage, declined and decided to book the replacement himself. He called his old friend Chick Webb, but alas, his old pal, the first Negro he'd ever booked, the wonderful hunchbacked musical genius, was very ill. "Get Mario Balsa and his Afro-Cubans," Webb croaked over the phone. "They're fantastic." It was in tribute to the ailing Webb that he'd booked the Afro-Cubans, because he was certain that his Chicken Hill audience had no idea who Mario Bauza, Machito, and the Afro-Cubans were. Mario was a wonderful musician, and Moshe was sure the Afro-Cubans were fantastic. But he'd assumed the Afro-Cubans would be the warm-up act, and Hampton's band would close as headliners. He should have worked that out before the two acts arrived. Instead, when he walked backstage last night, both bands were milling around while Lionel Hampton's wife, Gladys, who ran her husband's band, and Mario Bauza, who ran the Afro-Cubans, were at each other's throats about who would play last. "We play last," Gladys said. "We are the headliners." "You can go first," Mario said. "Act your age, not your color, Mario. Go on out there." "Ladies first, Gladys." As Moshe stepped into the door, both turned to him. "Moshe," Gladys snapped, "you better tell us something." Moshe stood at the stage door entrance, afraid to speak. He hated confrontations. While both bands, clad in suits and ties, milled about anxiously, clasping horns and smoking nervously, pretending they weren't listening. He looked at his watch. "It's nearly 8, he said meekly. "Can't you two work it out?" He spoke to both, but he was really addressing Mario, the cooler of the two. Mario was calm and professorial. Gladys, on the other hand, was a hurricane. She was a handsome Negro woman, always dressed to the nines, and would fight with any man in the business. Instead of answering, Mario, a genteel Latino clad in a blue suit, bow tie, and wire-rimmed glasses, stepped to a billboard poster hanging on the wall, a few of which Moshe had managed to get printed up at the last minute to advertise the event. He dropped his finger on the words, featuring Mario Bauza and Machito and the Afro-Cubans. He did it calmly, like an economics professor pointing out an equation to a class, then said, "Gladys, what's this mean?" "It means you can read English." "It means we're the headliners." "No, it doesn't. Pops was the headliner," Gladys said, using the name musicians affectionately called Louis Armstrong. "That's right," Mario said, "and we're replacing him." "Mario, you can look in the mirror 10 times and comb your face 10 times, and you still won't see Pops looking back at you." Mario's professorial calm dissipated, and he muttered in Spanish, "Tiene razón. Te parece mucho más a Papa que a mí. Y eso es un hecho." "You're right. You look a hell of a lot more like Pops than I do, and that's a fact." Several Afro-Cubans standing nearby chortled. Gladys turned to a member of her band. "Pedro, what did you just say?" The man looked away, mumbling, "I don't know, Gladys." Gladys turned back to Mario and pointed to the stage. "All right, you cow-walking turd, get to work." "I am at work." "On the stage." "The contract says we are the headliners." "What contract?" she said. "Did you read the contract, Gladys?" "We played D.C. last month with Pops, and we went last, Mario." "That was D.C., Mario sputtered. "This is Bothead, Buttsville." "Pottstown," Moshe interjected politely. Mario was seething. He glanced at Moshe and mumbled in Spanish, "Todo el mundo alrededor de este maldito lugar está en la niebla." Everyone around this goddamn place is in a fog. Gladys broke in. "Stop jabbering, you bush league greaser. The crowd's waiting. Go on out there so we can make our money and get down the road." The insult struck the demure Mario like a lightning bolt, and rage climbed into his face. Before he could respond, Moshe stepped in. "Please," he said. They both glared at him now. He was petrified, staring down at the floorboards, wishing he could disappear beneath them. He hated moments like this. He had no idea what to do. If only Shona was here. How many times had she helped him work these things out beforehand, talked through problems, made him put his foot down, and pointed him in the right direction. He glanced at Gladys's husband, Lionel Hampton, hoping for some help, but the great band leader stood in a far corner with his vibes, which were on wheels, ready to be rolled on stage. Hampton seemed to be focused on his mallets, which suddenly needed all sorts of tampering and adjusting. "Maybe Mario can go last tonight," Moshe said weakly. "And you guys can go last tomorrow." Gladys spun on her heel and stomped off toward the backstage payphone before he even finished. "I'm calling Joe Glazer," she said. That did it for Moshe. If Joe Glazer found out he'd booked another band behind his back, he was sunk. Glazer was a booking powerhouse. Cross Joe Glazer and the lucrative stopover dates that small theaters like his depended on, the Louis Armstrongs, the Duke Ellingtons, the Lionel Hamptons, would vanish. He called out, "Wait, Gladys, please. Just give me a minute." She paused and looked back, nodding satisfactorily as Moshe gently touched Mario's elbow and led the great musician through a side door as far away from the others as he could. The door led to a hallway that separated the stage from the dance hall. Moshe stood with his back to the dance floor, the bustling of the crowded dance hall buzzing behind him, and looked at Mario, whose face was tight with fury. "I'll never play this batshit town again," Mario said. "I made a mistake, Mario. I'm sorry. You should have worked this out before. You know how Gladys is." "I couldn't reach her. That nut lives on the phone." "She was on the road, Mario. My wife is sick." Mario nodded tersely, cooling slightly. "So, I heard. What's she got?" Moshe sighed. Got didn't seem the appropriate word. People got the flu. "It's a brain tumor, or something. The doctors, there was a fight in a store, she had a bad seizure. She hasn't come around yet." The great musician, holding his trumpet at his chest with both hands, peered at Moshe for a long moment, the color returning to his face. Then the usual patient kindness for which the great trumpeter was so well known worked its way back into his face. He glanced down at his instrument, fingering its valves nervously. "That's bad news, mijo. It's going around. Chick's sick, too." "I know. You seen him?" Mario nodded, frowning at the floor. "Not good, mijo. He's not doing too good." The two men were silent a moment. Moshe thinking of the great Chick Webb, so heartful and talented, banging his drums, laughing with joy, shouting to his thundering band as the customers danced, his music roaring through the great all-American dance hall and theater, bringing light to Moshe's life, his theater, the town, and his wife. It was too much. Moshe found himself wiping tears from his eyes. "I'm losing everything," he said. Mario sighed, then said, "We'll open the show." Moshe recovered and cleared his throat. "My cousin Isaac runs the Seymour Theater down in Philly. I'll get him to book you down there. We'll do it next year when you're going west, then you can come here after." "You gonna book it through Joe Glazer or me?" Mario asked. "However you want." "I don't want to do nothing with Glazer. I want to go to my people," Mario said. "Let me show you something." Moshe was leaning on the door. Mario gently pushed him aside and cracked open the door behind him. The sound of excited Spanish chatter flowed into the hallway. Then Mario closed the door again. "Hear that?" "Hear what?" "That's Spanish, mijo. That's the sound of the future. These people don't want swing music. They want descarga, ponchando, tanga, piano guayejos, mamba, africano cubano. Swing's not enough." Moshe couldn't help himself. The promoter in him came through, and he thought, where do these people come from? Reading? Phoenixville? Where did Nate put up those posters? He felt ashamed at that moment, thinking of business when his wife was in the hospital fighting for her life. But it was, after all, an opportunity. "I didn't know there were so many Spanish people around here," he mumbled. Mario smiled. "To you they're Spanish. To me they're Puerto Rican, Dominican, Panamanian, Cuban, Ecuadorian, Mexican, Africano, Afro-Cubano, a lot of different things. A lot of different sounds mixed together. That's America, mijo. You gotta know your people, Moshe. Mario opened the backstage doorway, summoned his band, and moments later, Moshe watched in awe as the Afro-Cubans proceeded to burn the wallpaper off the walls of the all-American dance hall and theater with the wildest, hottest Latin beats Moshe had ever heard. The audience went mad, dancing like demons. And when Mario's band was done, the hard-charging Lionel Hampton band took the stage, demoralized, their swing music falling on ambivalent ears, leaving even the usual black customers in their seats, reaching for drinks, talking, chortling, and laughing, using the time to drink and joke, and as a chance to rest their tired feet, which had carried them all week as they swept floors and poured coffee and emptied garbage bins and slung ice. It was a lesson, and Moshe received it in full. Seated on the platform above the Ringing Rocks ice skating rink as fresh snow began to fall, Moshe took his letter out again. "You're right," he wrote. "The old ways will not survive here. There are too many different types of people, too many different ways. Maybe I should be a cowboy." He sealed the letter and sent it. 3 weeks later, Moshe received a package in the mail that was carefully wrapped in a series of 3 boxes, with newspaper in each carefully bundled with string, with a label marked "Fragile." It took him a good 20 minutes to open it, and when he finally did, he burst out laughing, for inside was a tiny pair of cowboy pants made of what appeared to be some kind of moleskin, too small to be worn, infant-sized, with frills on the side and with a tiny Star of David sewn onto the back. Attached to them was a note from Malachi in Yiddish saying, "Try these, cowboy." Moshe responded by sending the awful pants back in a package that was even harder to open. He rolled them into a tight ball, stuffed them in a metal tobacco can, filled the top of the can with newspaper and corn husks, then inserted the can into yet another larger coffee can that he sealed with wax. He inserted that into a larger empty pretzel can stuffed with paper wrappings and cellophane, then walked into the theater and told Nate, who was atop a ladder fixing the curtain pulley, that he wanted it soldered shut. Nate, high on the ladder, stared down in silence a moment, then said, "You want it what?" "Soldered shut. I'm sending it overseas to my friend Malachi. It's a joke." "I don't know how to solder." "You know anyone who can?" "Fatty learned to solder over at the flag factory. He can do it. He solders stuff all day." "Can you ask him?" There was a long silence. From the floor, Moshe watched Nate lift his head to stare into the dark shadows of the walkway above, the network of pulleys, ropes, and skeletal metal rods that lived atop the stage. "I'll get it done." Moshe placed the can on the floor. The delight in this silly exchange lightened his heart, and he began to think things through more clearly, about his wife and their circumstance, and that of Dodo, of whom his wife was so fond. A clarity arrived in his head for the first time, and he called up, "Nate, can you ask Eddie to come by the theater? I want to talk about Dodo." "Why?" "You know where they sent him, don't you?" There was silence. From his vantage point, Moshe could only see the bottoms of Nate's worn shoes, for his face was upturned as he worked the pulley high above him in the stage rafters. Nate spoke slowly, without emotion. There was something about his deadpan voice that didn't sound right. "I reckon you can speak with Eddie on it when you go over to see Miss Schoner today," he said. "Okay, I'll bring her back here. I want to talk about it, with you and her, and my cousin Isaac." "It's all right, Mr. Moshe. You done enough," Nate said. "It's in God's hands. Benhurst is no place for a child." There was a momentary silence from atop the ladder. Then, "Like I said, Mr. Moshe, It's in God's hands. Moshe turned and left for his office, puzzled. There is still so much about America and the Negroes, he thought, that I do not understand. But had he climbed the scaffolding and stood atop the stage walkway and seen Nate's face clearly, even from a few feet off, he would have turned and leaped off the scaffolding and run off the stage and out of the theater. For Nate, atop the ladder and holding a hammer in one hand and a wrench in the other, stared at the wall absently, his eyes burning with dark, murderous rage. Chapter 14. Differing Weights and Measures. At the end of Pig's Alley in Chicken Hill, outside a beaten-up old shack with a door sign that read Fatty's Juke. Caution. Fun inside. The proprietor stood on the front porch, his face a reflection of anything but fun. His gaze fell on a pile of firewood near the porch stairs. The pile, nearly 3 feet high, was a tangle of broken chairs, discarded wood, and tree branches used to heat the joint's wood stove. Fatty, clad in a flannel shirt, a gray vest, worn trousers, and a pork pie hat, walked down to the pile and sat on it, his arms crossed, lost in thought. It was 2 a.m., and the joint was still jumping inside. Normally, the scratchy jukebox squawking the howls of Erskine Hawkins that floated above the chortling and laughing of the customers inside was good news. But right now, for Fatty, that was not good news. Not at all. There was a problem inside. A big one. Nate Timlin was in there, sitting alone at one of the rickety tables, drinking. Fatty leaned forward on the woodpile, silently cursing his luck. The juke door opened. Rusty, holding an open bottle of beer, emerged and sat down on the woodpile next to Fatty and sipped. "He still at it?" Fatty asked. Rusty nodded. "What's he drinking?" "Sipping that shine, Fatty. One glass after another. The devil keeping score." Fatty sighed and stared down Pig's Alley, considering the problem. "What you so worried about?" Rusty asked. "Nate Timlin, running booster down his little red lane in my joint, that's what I'm worried about." "You should have thought it out before you rolled that gulp sauce up here." Fatty silently agreed. Leaning back, he gazed out into Pig's Alley and mulled the issue calmly, like a lawyer. This was a complicated problem. "You want me to ask him to stop?" Rusty asked. "Do a donkey fly?" Fatty said. "Nate wouldn't hurt nobody," Rusty said. "I never seen him mad. Ever. And you don't wanna. You seen him like that?" Fatty, normally enthusiastic, suddenly grew irritated. "Who said I did?" Rusty shrugged, rose, climbed the porch stairs, and went back inside. Fatty watched him go, then licked his swollen top lip, from which 12 stitches had recently been removed. It was because of that busted lip and missing tooth, care of his buddy Big Soap, that he'd blundered into that goddamn rot gut in the first place. If Big Soap had cleaned that fire hose like he told him to, the inspector wouldn't have shaken that peanut out of it. If he hadn't shaken the peanut out of the hose, the two of them wouldn't have gotten fired. If they hadn't gotten fired, he wouldn't have let Big Soap have a go at his mouth. And if Big Soap wasn't such a moron and took his invitation seriously and busted his lip in 2 places and knocked out his tooth, he wouldn't have gone to Philly and blundered into the moonshine and this whole mess in the first place. "God damn it," he said. "I need some new friends." He rubbed his jaw, trying to clear his thoughts. His lip had been sheared and his tooth was gone, and he needed some kind of fix for both. There was no safe place in Pottstown to get that done. No colored in his right mind went to Doc Roberts, even before that living witch got Nate's nephew Dodo locked up. The emergency room at the Pottstown Hospital drew the cops. So that was out. That left the colored Doc Hinson in Redding. But Doc Hinson was one of those Booker T. Washington-type proper Negroes. He wasn't fond of coloreds who ran good-time juke joints. Philly was safer. So he'd jumped into his car and headed to his cousin Jean's house, where he'd walked into more catastrophe. Jean, 4 years older, and the guy from whom Fatty took all his cues when they were boys, was one of Pottstown's greatest Negro success stories. If you didn't count Chulo Davis, the fantastic drummer, who got shot over a bowl of butter beans while playing with the Harlem Hamfats in Chicago. Jean, unlike Chulo, set his sights on Philly, where he'd stumbled into a high-society Negro girl whose father owned a thriving dry-cleaning business in the city's Nicetown section. The father dropped dead of a heart attack soon after the two met, and Jean, a bright, enterprising soul, suddenly found himself full of lovelorn desire, his heart full of yearning, overwhelmed with profound, ravenous longing for a girl who was, he told Fatty, quite the dish. Fatty thought her face was sour enough to curdle a cow, but then again Jean was ugly enough to shake the scare out of a thicket. So they were quite the pair. After the two married, Jean took over the cleaners. He always enjoyed Fatty's visits. They were a respite from his wife's constant insistence that he prepare their daughter for an upcoming Jack and Jill cotillion, where high sedity Negroes gathered to tisk-tisk and hold cheery glasses of cheap champagne in hands gnarled by years of yanking and knuckling tobacco and slapping pigs in the mouth down south, where most of them came from. Something they forgot as they were now enjoying life in Philadelphia, trying hard to be white. It drove Jean mad, and several times he'd asked Fatty, who wasn't married, to move in with him, declaring there were women aplenty in Philadelphia. Fatty ignored these entreaties, but after he got his lip busted, Jean was the perfect answer. His plan was to go to Jean's house, find someone to fix his mouth, hole up at Jean's for a day or two, then get back to Pottstown as soon as possible. Instead, he arrived 2 days after his dear cousin had fallen into a disaster. Jean had purchased a horse-pulled water pumper from a local Philadelphia fire company just down the street from his house. The pumper was a relic, a leftover piece of junk that the fire company wanted to part with, having moved to gas-powered vehicles years before. Jean paid for the old contraption, pulled it into his backyard with his old truck, filled the tank with 40 gallons of water, then ventured up to a Tony Chestnut Hill horse-riding outfit where, in a burst of good Pottstown friendliness and Southern partiality toward white folks that the Pottstown colored had plenty of practice with, many having spent most of their working years as janitors and maids, he talked the white proprietor into letting him rent one of his riding horses. The steeds of the Chestnut Hill Riding Company were magnificent creatures, retired racers, gorgeous, well-bred animals spared from the bullet by the horse lovers of the city's well-to-do. The proud creatures enjoyed the remainder of their lives on Easy Street, trained to trot on a 12-mile riding path through Fairmount Park, one of the largest city parks in America. The Chestnut Hill Riding Company was an exclusive club, closed to Negroes and Jews, of course, and the idea of a Negro even meandering into the entrance to request to join the club and ride one of its pride mounts was preposterous. But it just so happened that on the Sunday afternoon Jean arrived, the proud owner of the institution, an old Quaker named Thomas Sturgis, fully aware of his group's abolitionist history and affiliation with the Negro, had just received a letter from a dying fellow Quaker reminding him of a glorious sermon about Negro self-sufficiency the two enjoyed in care of Booker T. Washington, one of the Negro's greatest leaders, who had spoken at their Quaker meeting house some years before. The reminder of that great Negro leader's words, and the thought of his now dying friend encouraging him to attend that stirring lecture, moved Sturgis, and the old Quaker decided that here, in the year 1936, 71 years after the end of the Civil War, which ended chattel slavery, it was high time a good Negro joined the ranks of the Chestnut Hill Riding Company. Sturgis had just come to this conclusion that morning when Jean, nattily dressed in a suit, tie, bowler, and riding boots, having made a habit of nicking various lost clothing from his dry-cleaning customers, arrived, announced himself as the owner of his very own business, and declared he'd like to rent a horse. To Sturgis's eyes, the polite young black man with an infectious smile who owned his very own dry cleaners was a perfect example of the kind of Negro needed to break the ice, and Sturgis happily acquiesced, believing that the Lord had sent him a sign. He led Jean to the stable and pointed to a large white horse. "Will he do?" he asked. "He's a palomino." "Any palomino is a pal of mine," Jean tooted, though the sight of the mighty stallion, which stood nearly 6 feet tall at the shoulders, made him nervous. So he said, "I don't need such a young horse. I'll take an older one. Or even a mule. You got a mule?" The old Quaker chuckled, thinking the finely dressed Negro was joking. "Thy four-legged creatures of God are better judges of thy inner soul than thy man-creatures," Sturgis said. "Size makes no difference." "Indeed, you is right, sir," Jean said. "Thy horse is often a better judge of thine character than thy women, or even thine children, who are much more adept at it than one might imagine," Sturgis said, "though not as keen as a horse. A horse instantly senses thy nature." The fact that Jean, a clever snout who never finished 6th grade, was neither offended nor thrown by Sturgis's use of thee and thy, for which the Quakers were known, and even used the words himself as he responded, helped the matter, for he had no notion of what the man was talking about. But he sensed victory and responded, "And I sense these kindness in the privy," not realizing until he uttered the words that they were probably an insult, but guessing correctly that the old man probably either didn't hear well or know what privy meant. But just to be safe, Jean quickly upended the whole business by further chatting up his background, offering luminous praise about his upbringing in lovely Pottstown, Montgomery County, which he described as a land aplenty with horses and cows and mermaids, leaving out the part that he was born in Chicken Hill and that the only horse he'd ever actually touched was a nag named Stacy he'd led around for a half-blind Jewish rag peddler named Adolf, whom he'd fleeced out of a week's earning before bolting for Philly 4 years before. The deal was done, the fee was paid, and Jean mounted the horse and took off on the riding trail, enjoying the view atop the proud animal. The beast knew the trail by heart, and they proceeded without incident. When the trail meandered toward the park entrance near Nicetown, just 2 blocks from Jean's home, Jean, in a burst of enthusiasm, veered the creature off the trail, out of the park, onto the cobblestone street, and into his yard. He hitched the horse to his newly purchased 1865 Fire Company water pumper, still filled with 40 gallons of water, and attempted to take a quick rock around the block to show off the new toy to his North Philadelphia neighbors. The poor horse, unused to the harness and traces of a wagon, bolted, careering wildly down the cobbled street, flinging the pumper onto its side and tossing Jean, who cracked 3 ribs and punctured a lung. The horse dragged the overturned pumper half a block before bystanders could corral it. By the time Fatty arrived, 2 days later, Jean lay in a hospital bed. The furious Chestnut Hill Quaker had pressed charges, and there was no one left to run Jean's dry-cleaning business save his wife, who was too distracted by cotillion chatter to man the counter of any business. She begged Fatty to stay for a couple of weeks and run the dry cleaners until her brother could make his way up from North Carolina. "I can't run no cleaners," Fatty said. "Look at this." He pointed at his mouth and missing tooth. "I got to get my tooth fixed. Who's going to leave their clothes to a man with no front tooth?" Jean's wife waved her hand dismissively, and to Fatty's surprise, her oinky-boinky haughtiness vanished, and she got down home on him. You ain't got to eat the clothes, Fatty. Just collect 'em and give 'em out. I'll get you a dentist. I know a good one." "Can't you find somebody else to run things?" Fatty pleaded. "Nobody can run a business better than you," Jean's wife countered. "Jean said you can run any kind of business." She had a point. In addition to owning Chicken Hill's only juke joint, Fatty drove his 1928 Ford as a taxi, delivered ice with his own mule and cart twice a week, cut back trees from neighboring houses, collected the old junk in town from whoever wanted it taken away, operated a hamburger and soda pop stand from the front of his juke during the day, booked a colored photographer out of Reading to shoot colored folks' weddings, and worked the 3 to 11 p.m. shift at Flag with his Italian buddy Big Soap, until he got them both fired. Fatty was a busy man. He explained to Jean's wife that he had several businesses to get back to, but a guarantee of a week's profits from Jean's thriving business moved him. That, and the promise that her brother would bring up several gallons of homemade moonshine. "The good stuff," she said. "Not that watery crap they make up here," for him to take back home. That sealed the deal. Not to mention her knowledge of moonshine that convinced him she wasn't so hoity-toity after all. Thus Fatty found himself behind the counter of Jean's dry cleaners and laundry for 2 weeks before returning to Chicken Hill. At the time, it seemed like a good deal. He got stitches in his lip. His cousin's wife made good on her promise, sort of. She found a dentist who replaced his missing gold tooth with a wooden one. And when it was all done, he headed back to Chicken Hill, his gasping 1928 Ford loaded with 14 gallons of some of the best moonshine he'd ever tasted, enough to sell well into the spring. It had worked out just fine until tonight, when Nate Timlin walked in and ordered a drink. Still seated on the woodpile outside as Erskine Hawkins wailed from the jukebox, Fatty glanced at the door and weighed his options. He actually considered walking down the alley to Miss Shona's store, going in the back door, which was unlocked. She never locked it. Why steal, when she gave you what you wanted on credit anyway and never asked for payment? And using the payphone to call the cops to bust his own joint. He worked it out in his head. Make the call, sprint back to warn Nate and others before the cops came, hide the booze in the woods behind the juke, and let the cops bust the place, where they'd find nothing and leave. But that plan had a big hole. He knew all 4 cops on the town's police force. 2 were drunks, easily bought off with booze. The third, David Hines, was a devout Christian with a kind heart who looked the other way unless you gave him lip. But the fourth, Billy O'Connell, was a rascal who was also lieutenant at the Empire Fire Company. Fatty had done everything he could to get on O'Connell's good side. He got the fire company cheap beer at a discount, actually stolen. But the good-hearted fireman didn't care. He fed the firehouse fellas free chicken from Reverend Spriggs' annual dinner sell-off. He'd even dragged Big Soap there and handed him over, since Soap was strong enough to pull the wet 100-foot leather fire hose to the top of the fire company tower to let it dry out after use. The guys at Empire were crazy about Big Soap. They all liked him. Except for Billy O'Connell. Billy O'Connell did not like Big Soap, or Fatty, or even his own firemen. Billy O'Connell liked no one. Fatty had never met an Irishman like him. That made O'Connell dangerous. Fatty leaned on the woodpile, considering the idea. It was Thursday. O'Connell was off duty today, unless he wasn't. If one of the other 3 cops had called in sick, O'Connell would be summoned, since the town always kept 3 cops on duty. He considered the plan. Who would know if O'Connell was on duty? Paper would know, he thought. That woman knew everything. But she was asleep or maybe busy loving up some Pullman porter. He beat back his own jealous feelings. What a song she was. If only she knew his heart. He closed that feeling off quickly and considered the matter again. A raid would bring all 3 cops, since anything on Chicken Hill brought the entire force. Was O'Connell on duty or not? Was it worth it just to get Nate out before he did some damage? He thought it through. Yes. But then he remembered he'd been told that O'Connell was the cop who'd chased Dodo down and took him to Penhurst. Suppose Nate knew that O'Connell was the cop who had helped Doc Roberts send Dodo off. That wouldn't work. Nate being drunk and O'Connell showing up? This town, he thought grimly, is too damn small. He discarded the idea, briefly considered a scheme to empty his joint by walking in and announcing that several Negroes from Hemlock Row, a tiny black neighborhood just outside Pottstown, were headed over, mad as hell with guns and baseball bats. He'd heard some crazy fool over there named Son of Man was apparently scaring the pants off everyone, but then diced the idea. The Hill Negroes might cotton to a good fight with the Hemlock Row guys. That was no good. Finally, he decided to take the direct route. He stood up, took a deep breath, climbed the porch steps, went back into the juke, strode to the wall, lowered the volume of the blasting jukebox, and announced, "Closing early, y'all. I got to work tomorrow." "Come on, Fatty," one of the men said. "Let Erskine Hawkins finish." "Erskine'll be on the box tomorrow. Go on home now." There were 7 souls in the place, and they stalled, nursing their drinks, until they saw Fatty move toward the back corner table, where Nate sat in silence. A gallon jug of North Carolina Blood of Christ and a half-empty glass on the table before him. That got them moving. They downed their drinks and lumbered toward the door, except for Rusty, who remained behind the bar, a makeshift piece of claptrap wood and pine slabs. Fatty sat down and motioned at Rusty to join them. Rusty came over and sat as Fatty spoke. "Evening, Nate," he said. Nate was staring at his glass. After a long moment, his glazed eyes slowly rolled up from the glass to lock in on Fatty, then slowly rolled back to the glass again. It was just a moment, that look from Nate, but that was enough. Fatty found himself staring at the floor, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. God damn, he thought. What have I done? When Fatty was 19, he'd served 2 years at Graterford Prison for a mishap he preferred to forget, and after fighting his way to better food and treatment, he'd mistakenly insulted an old prisoner named Dirt, a leader in his block who was serving a life sentence for 3 murders. Dirt was, at first glance, a butterfly, a thin, frail-looking elderly man with thick glasses and small shoulders, whereas Fatty was a stout, spirited youth, wide around the shoulders. Fatty didn't think much of the insult until a couple of days later. He was sitting at a cafeteria table when Dirt, seated at another table, got up, stretched leisurely, strolled over to Fatty's table holding a fork, and calmly gouged out the eye of the man sitting directly across from Fatty. He did it with the serenity of a housewife nursing a baby. Fatty was sitting close enough to hear the squish of the fork landing in the poor fellow's eye, and he never forgot the calm in Dirt's eyes as Dirt put the fork to work, the poor fellow's eyeball popping out and rolling across the floor like a marble. It was a clean, clear operation. The sense of purpose shook him. The minute Dirt emerged on the block from solitary, and Fatty noted that it was a short stay, another nod to the little man's pull and power, he nearly fell over himself getting to Dirt's cell to apologize for his slight transgression. The older man was surprisingly gracious. He asked, "You come from Pottstown?" "I do." "Then you know Nate." "Ain't but one Nate in Pottstown. Everybody knows Nate. He's married to one of my cousins. We're all related out there in some form or fashion." "Nate was here some years back," Dirt said. Fatty was surprised. "He never mentioned that to me," Fatty said. "He's a lot older. Listen, Dirt, I want to say, I'm sorry." Dirt raised a hand and cut him off. I took that fella's eye out because he took something that belonged to me. But if Nate were to take something that belonged to me, I wouldn't twitch a muscle. I wouldn't cross Nate Timblin for all the cheese and crackers in the world. Old Nate? We talking about the same Nate Timblin? That ain't the name he had in here, son. Ask around. In fact, he did. He learned from the other older prisoners that the Nate he knew, trusty, calm Nate, the old man who came to Pottstown from the South and worked for Mr. Mosher at the All-American Dance Hall and Theater, who followed his wife, Addie, around like a puppy, who took his deaf nephew, Dodo, hunting, was not the same Nate Timblin who served time in Graterford Prison. Rather, he was a story, a wisp, a legend, a force, a fright. Why he was in, no one seemed to know, but there were rumblings, and they were not good. No one seemed to care much about the where or why except for one matter. Nate's name was surely not Nate Timblin. The prisoners called him Love. Nate Love, they said. Not Timblin. Love's his name. Nate Love. We don't know no Timblin. We seen it on his paperwork. Love. That's his family name, son. Nate Love. Said to be from down South Carolina way. The low country, they call it. As good a man as you'll ever meet. As kind of soul that has ever walked round these prison walls, but God help you if Nate Love calls his family name on you, son. If he starts in on you that way, you're flower of the week. When Fatty learned this, he returned to Dirt's cell and asked, "Did you know Nate well?" "I knew him very well," the old man said. "What did he do to get here?" Dirt shrugged. "It ain't what he's done to get here, son. It's what's inside him. Call it a curse or devilment. Whatever it is, it lives in some people. There are not many types like him in this world, but Nate's one of them. He got that thing in him, son, deep inside. It's too bad, really, on account of he's a good man, my kind of man. But a man can't control what's in him once it's turned loose no more than you or I can hold on to a bag of groceries if we was to get hit by a bus. Some things is just there waiting to get turned loose. That's the way it is. You want to keep clear of that side of him, son. If you thick enough to turn that devil loose in him, you in deep water." Fatty, seated at the rickety table across from Nate, felt his mouth go dry. He swallowed his spit as he watched Nate stare at his half-empty glass of moonshine. Nate's eyes glowed eerily. Fatty saw it then. Saw what the men saw. Nate Love, beaming in from another world, his eyes calm and intense, brimming with calcified, white-hot rage. Fatty felt as if he were looking at a volcano covered by a clear lake. He resisted the urge to leap to his feet and run out into the night. He silently cursed himself, cursed Big Soap for screwing up back at the flag factory, cursed his cousin Gene and Gene's wife and Gene's wife's brother, too, who gave him the North Carolina Blood of Christ moonshine, and then lastly cursed himself. "I should have never brought that shine up here," he said aloud. Nate ignored him and sat, not moving, his long fingers still cradling the glass. Fatty glanced at Rusty, who was shaken too. Rusty was a big man, strong and wide and young, and Fatty was no small man himself, but at the moment, seeing the fear climb into young Rusty's face and feeling his own fright pawing at him, he knew that even if both of them pounced on Nate, it would be like trying to douse a house fire with a glass of water. Fatty decided to say nothing else. It was Rusty who spoke. He pointed at Nate's half-empty glass. "How's that coming, Nate?" Silence. "You all right?" Nate didn't respond, his eyes unwavering, staring at the glass. Finally, Fatty found his voice. "Nate, I got to close soon." Nate's eyes slowly moved from the glass to Fatty's face. and Fatty looked away. Christ, he thought. I'd done it. Fatty glanced at Rusty, who, thank God, broke the ice in the oddest way. Young Rusty was tired. He leaned on the table, placing his hands on his face and rubbing his eyes. There was an innocence to Rusty that seemed to pull fresh air into any room he walked into. Everyone on the hill loved Rusty, who would do anything for anyone. The simple yawn, his weariness, seemed to yank a bit of tension from the room. It thinned it out just a little, and Fatty decided to keep quiet for a change. He was glad he did, for Rusty pulled his hands from his face and continued. I don't like what happened either, Nate. It's not right. Dodo didn't do nothing wrong. Doc Roberts, he's just no good. Nate's eyes moved to Rusty. The calm rage in his eyes that burned so brightly that looking into them was like staring at the sun, locked in on Rusty's innocent face, and the raging glow dimmed a bit. Rusty started to say something else but clammed up, finally sputtering, Maybe there's a way to get out of it. That's right, Fatty chirped. I know a few people over there at Penhurst. Nate looked at him, and Fatty felt as if an electric buzzing in the room had lowered. The sharp edge of the man's rage dulled. The energy of hate and the force that sat before him eased as Nate fingered his glass, moving his hands for the first time. Then Fatty saw his lips move and heard, as if in a dream, Nate mumble something. The room was quiet. Fatty had turned the jukebox down, and only the creaking of the rickety chairs and the popping of the wood stove in its last throes were filling his ears. Yet he couldn't hear. Say that again, Nate? Both he and Rusty leaned over the table. Their ears turned close to Nate's lips as the tall man spoke again quietly, in so soft a voice that both had to strain to hear. But after he spoke, Fatty nodded and said, Okay, Nate, we gonna take you home now. The two of them stood, one on each side of Nate, and grasped him gently under the arms, stood him up, and walked him toward the door. 10 minutes later, they put him to bed without incident, for he hadn't said another word. They laid him down with his clothes on and left the house quickly, thanking God that Addie wasn't around, as she was spending most nights at the Reading Hospital looking after Miss Shona, who was dying, people said, this time for sure. It was only after they turned away from the darkened house and were walking up the muddy slope to Pig's Alley to close up Fatty's juke that Rusty asked, Did you hear what he said? I did, Fatty said. What's it mean? It means what he said it means. Which is what? Differing weights mean differing measures. The Lord knows them both. Ain't that from the Bible? Should I ask Reverend Spriggs? Shit, no, Fatty snapped. Leave him out of it. What's it mean, then? It means we got to bust that boy out of Penhurst or there's gonna be trouble.